Who?
They all wanna know how I live my life, how I spend my money, how I treat my mom, why. But I hope that he don't show them what I'm truly like. Cause if he does, then my two big bills won't get paid on time. Cause I can't afford to lose another pay pick. Joon's gonna make everybody think I'm crazy. Show the world how I made a stationary statement. Slave trade joke, but I swear I'm not a racist. I said I loved you, but I didn't mean it. On a feels a nagger, eat it. Skin complexion like a white cheddar cheese it. And I'm getting that feeling anytime June. Please don't ask my viewers why they could. Yeah, he gon' show my lousy interview. You can eat it with a spoon. Cause in time, gambling addiction, alcohol abuse. Cash advances for money matches I lose. You can eat it with a spoon. Cause in time, June, I got a feeling June gon' call me out. But DoorDash and everything, even though I have gout. Shrimp bowls and barbecue, I'm in the mood to chow. Gonna order a lot of food, some gabagool, and I want it right now. He's gonna expose me and I ain't ready for it. 672 and Derek, I hope he ignores him. I'm just a little streamer and I can't really afford it. I swear to God, if he slanders me, I'll get a lawyer. I don't know what to do, so I'll act nice. Try to beg less, yeah, right. Stop talking about steak, this is my night. Doc's coming out, so I guess I better act right. Please don't ask my viewers why they could. Yeah, he gon' show my lousy interview. You can eat it with a spoon. Cause in time, gambling addiction, alcohol abuse. Cash advances for money matches I lose. You can eat it with a spoon. Cause in time, June. Cause in time, June. Cause in time, June.
Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. Yet today is the day. Today is today. It is today. The night is the night. The June the King doc drops like a hot rock. How you guys doing? It's gonna be premiering in a couple hours, around 11. DSP, through his reaction powers, managed to get the thumbnail changed, so now we don't get the big rogues gallery. Instead we got a droopy hound dog face surrounded by like different images of him, including one where he's bald, which I think is pretty funny. You can see the one on the right there. And in the background you can see like alcohol, like gin and stuff. And I think on the left up there you can see like the bankruptcy forms. But yeah, new thumbnail, I guess. I don't know. It seems kind of appropriate. The people responsible for his downfall, as opposed to a bunch of people who just laughed at him. People in the comments are having a good old time. They're already in chat. If you can see the chat. If it'll pop up, if YouTube can be normal for once. There it is. You can see the people in chat already having fun, having a little pre-show. People have a few restreams lined up. Iviga is going to be on with Rebsy and Broside Phil for their reaction. Agent Proper is going to have a react. Is there Brand Dude's going to react? I believe Ann Leet over on Twitch is gonna have a react. Let's see, he put up a trailer for 4 minutes. Let's take a listen.
And, everything's fine, no problems or nothing, all right? You're not gonna believe this. You're seriously not gonna believe this, because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? This whole situation I'm in, yes, it is, I'll tell you right now, my tax attorney is at fault for some of the stuff that happened, but wait till you hear the full story. You're not gonna fucking believe it. Are you ready? Get ready. Hold on to your butts. So I noticed about early on this year, probably early to middle 2017, I started to get all these extra mailings in the mail, right? Magazines, ads, trade papers. I'm talking like construction magazine, science, scientist, doctor, publishing, right? And I'm looking at this shit right now. I know I didn't subscribe to it.
Right? You know the one. You know that long time magazine. You used to always go to the dentist's office. You can see it on the table. Doctor Scientist Publishing. Man, that was a great one. A lot of Doctor Scientist articles and news in there.
Any of it. And it says on it, on the mailing, addressed to DSP Gaming. Interesting.
Dr.
Right?
Scientist.
So I start
Weekly.
getting all this mail about DSP Gaming. And I'm like, why am I getting all this mail I never signed up for DSP Gaming? And like I said, it's all business related, trade related mailings. I'm not exaggerating, folks. I'm not even exaggerating. Right now, every 3 days, my mailbox is full. Because whoever this was that did this signed me up for like every possible free publication that there is regarding like business and trade.
Oh no.
And I'm getting every 3 days a stack of mail this high that fills the mailbox. So every 3 days I have to go empty the mailbox because someone did this to me.
Or you're getting your necessary exercise.
So that happened, and I've been putting
What
up with
track
that all
is this
year.
from?
Nothing I can do about it.
I mean, what
There's
game
nothing I
is
can do
this
about it.
track
I just
from?
got to put up with it and throw it out. That's what I do. I shred it. I shred it all. It goes to the recycling. All of a sudden,
It's like Earthbound?
oh God, now I can't remember if it was even late August or early September at this point. All right, I get a letter in the mail stating that due to some information that has come across the desk of someone, that they suspect that I,
Majora's
Phil
Mask?
Burnell,
Oh.
own a business called DSP
Why I don't
Gaming,
recognize it.
and I'm doing business in the state of Washington, but I'm not doing it properly. I never registered the business, which is legally required in the state of Washington, and I'm not paying taxes. Now, to clarify, not personal income tax. There's no state personal income tax in the state of Washington. However, in the state of Washington, they have what's apparently, which I don't know, I'm not a tax attorney, it's called, it's some kind of a business, I don't even know the technical thing about it, some kind of a business tax, that if you're self-employed in Washington and if you fit certain criteria, like you make a certain amount of money, you get income from certain sources, or you receive certain tax documents from the people who you have contractual agreements with, you're required to register as a business and to pay this business tax in the state of Washington, okay? So I get this letter, and I'm looking at it like, what the hell is this, man? Are you serious? Like, what could this be? Could this be true? This is bullshit. And I read it, I'm like, well, I don't own my own business. I don't, I'm not registered. I don't own my own business. I don't. Legally, there's no business out there that's called DSP Gaming. DSP Gaming is just a YouTube channel, right? There's no business called DSP Gaming. It doesn't exist. So I knew right from the criteria listed in the letter that this wasn't correct, that something was not right here. So I called the guy back and left him a voicemail explaining. I said, listen, you got it wrong. I don't own my own business. I'm not buying or selling. I'm not doing a service. It's internet-based videos that people put ads on. It's way different from what you're describing in your letter. Therefore, I don't think I'm qualified under. You don't have to worry about it or whatever.
Or whatever.
Came back.
Turns out he did owe business taxes, and he was lying the entire time to the government about having a business. You know what I like about songs? Like, for example, It Time June. It's sort of like a time capsule of all the memes that were popular at the time when the song was made. Remember after the Joon the King documentary was announced, and DSP was like on his quote-unquote best behavior that he's been on in a while? Man, that was weird, wasn't it? He was like trying to beg less a little bit, I guess. It wasn't that much of a change, especially compared to the big change we're seeing now. But it was weird. It's such a complete 180. All it took were two drama queens to be like, "Hey Phil, have you tried just being a big asshole?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll try that." And he was a big asshole. And the two drama queens audience gave him money for it, being like, "This is awesome, clap, 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 clap." And then he decided that would be his new persona because money equals acceptance to greedy narcissists, apparently. We got clips, we got news, we got a new video from Dirge Gaming. Does good Street Fighter videos. We can check this out. Be a nice build up. He played WWE last night on his throwback. Why? I did see that last night's stream got bailed out by one whale, of course. It would have been a disaster if not for one big tip by one person, but we're on an upward trajectory, you guys.
Okay, everyone, we're heading into our second half of the night here with Bison in ranked master matches. So far, so good. However, I have had an incredible streak of not top tiers, like no Cammies, no Kens, no Juries. Who's this? I've had no top tiers so far tonight, and I feel like that's why I'm actually doing so well. But I do feel like that's going to run its course, and we're going to run into top tiers very soon.
Round one. Fight.
He has to do the dailies. Wow. He has to do it on 2 accounts now, I guess. I don't think... Like, bro, him and Kat are not together anymore. I'm just gonna come out and say it on the record. Him and Kat are not together anymore. They live together, but it's a paper marriage. He has all this free time to do whatever the fuck. They don't spend any time together. They don't give a fuck. We're gonna find out years from now. Oh yeah, we weren't even together for those years. I had to lie to protect my family. Just like with Panda Lee. Supposedly on a treadmill now too. That's so weird. The distractors are gonna go crazy. Guess what? I've got a treadmill. It's like, okay, so what? You guys are like freaking out, right? It's like, no, not what? Why would we freak out? Gonna need proof of life before I'm convinced Kat is still around. Like, I'm sure she's still there in the house, and I'm sure, like, at some point, maybe down the line, he'll get her on to do a gameplay stream, but the chemistry is just not there. There's just no love, no affection, no nothing. Like, siblings have better back and forth and rapport than this quote-unquote alleged husband and wife. God, like, come on.
Nice.
Like, look at all his... which one is he? He's the Bison, right? So, I guess his inputs are on the right side? Yeah.
Wow!
Man. Look at all the extra button presses. Meanwhile, his opponent just presses one button. Suppose Sam and Kat did separate breakup. Could you see DSP entering the dating pool again? He can try.
Wow! On reaction stuff.
We're gonna get like weird random days off. And he's gonna try and lie about them, say they're like business related. And it's just gonna be like him going out on fucking Plenty of Fish dates because he's always gonna be using the most outdated dating app there is. And they're all just gonna be strikeouts because they just have to Google him.
Stuff in. Very good. Drop.
What dropped? Oh my god, look at all those inputs. Look at all the button inputs. He just like smashes his palm on the button whenever he tries to get his super out. Sumada. DSP was not holding up before the super.
What? I held up. I literally held up, and the game gave me level 3 anyway.
He was, you can see he was holding up after the move was made. Yep, not holding up. You can't just like hold up once the super is begun and expected to come out. Wow, he was holding back most of the time. For 46 frames, he was holding back. And then in the middle of the super, he switches it to up. I guess he realized, oh wait, you can't block Zangief's command grab.
What?
What?
I literally held up, and the game gave me level 3 anyway. I don't understand that at all.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's a complete waste of his level 3, though.
Zangief's what was it? Zangief's 2 low kick counter hits DSP's 2 low punch.
Oh, what happened there?
Zangief's 360 low punch counters DSP's 2 medium punch.
You're kidding me! Come on! That's stupid. That's legit stupid. Oh my god.
Zangief's jumping heavy punch counters DSP's jumping medium punch. Zangief's 360 punish counters DSP's drive parry.
Come on! It's guessing and getting lucky because my jumping punch should have juggled him, but the game has some bullshit. Oh no, it doesn't hit this time. Why? Because we're at 60 milliseconds. That's why.
It's fine.
Look at that nonsense. That's fucking bullshit. Now I can't get out, right? Now I can't do anything because this 60 milliseconds, it won't let me jump out of his throws.
DSP was not holding up before the super.
Are you kidding? Super delay when he landed. As soon as he landed, I reacted. It delayed the reaction and allowed him to do level 3 because his connection fucking sucks. 62 milliseconds gave him the edge and kept giving him throws he didn't earn.
Why would ping give one player an advantage over the other? It's the same for both players.
Eat bullshit. He literally earned throw after throw after throw because he has a bad internet.
He literally earned throw after throw. You mean he didn't earn? Or, okay. He's just he's just flowcharting these excuses. He doesn't even know what he's saying.
That connection.
He earned it. Yeah, you're right. He did earn it.
A jackass.
What a jackass.
What a fucking jackass. Come
Whatever
on.
that means. Like, how does calling someone a jackass even apply in this situation? It doesn't. Just random throw out insult.
Like I said, the first game when he caught me with level 3, I was holding up. I should have been able to jump out of it. He didn't get me into a situation where he didn't fool me. I wasn't pressing a button and I was just jumping out of it. And it caught me anyway because he was the fucking slower connection. That is shit.
You have the same connection. That's what a connection means. It's the same.
Here, it's literally easier to react when there's more delay. When there's less delay because of the netcode, it actually makes
What
you
a
drop your
line.
input. Because it's trying to make it play faster and it just forgets about what you're inputting. That's terrible. Then I literally want 30 milliseconds every game. I don't ever want below 30 milliseconds. If it's gonna drop my shit, I don't want to play those matches. Stupid fucking rollback netcode sucks. How am I dropping more moves during a 13 millisecond fight than a fucking 50 or 60?
You're not.
How are all my moves dropping? It doesn't even make sense.
You're right. Almost like it's not actually the case. Thank you, Dirge Gaming. We get to see the button inputs when he's watching them that way. One day, one of his fans will tell him about frame data. One day, someday. He cares more about WWE Champions meta than he cares about frames in Street Fighter 6, his supposed lifelong gamer game. He put so much more time, thought, and effort in the WWE Champions than Street Fighter. Literally, which is crazy. Detractors seething and rage. This is a pretty good intro. Detractors coping and seething. DSP Gaming has been plagued with lies and slander by mouth-drilling idiots online. However, people are starting to like DSP now and he really needs their support. Now guys, there are many ways of supporting this channel. Super chat, super stickers, pledge to my Patreon, and most importantly tips. Those Hogans won't pull themselves, and thanks for the money double. Seething and raging 2, cry harder. Very nice. That's cool. Speaking of Dustborn, I installed Dustborn. I played it for a little bit just to see how it would run, and it does run. It runs like crap, but it's such a shitty looking game. It looks like a PS3 game, legit. I was kind of debating just running it on the same platform that I'm streaming on, but that's never really a good idea. But yeah, Dustborn's installed. It's working. Later on in the week, I'll play Dustborn. See if I can do a really long session as thank you for hitting the sub goal that I laid out. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bearded Knight, especially, for stepping up. Much appreciated. You guys are too kind. Hello, you're gonna watch the doc in 2 hours to watch DSP watch it. I'll watch it when it premieres. So I'll watch it as soon as humanly possible. And then tomorrow I'll be on with ALT. In the evening. I won't stream tomorrow, but I'll be on WPIG later tonight. I'll probably restream it over on Twitch too while I'm at it, because why not? But yeah, me and him I guess we'll watch DSP react to it. I don't know really how it is. Are we gonna watch him watch it, or are we just gonna watch it? I don't know. Whichever one I'm fine with. I don't care about DSP explaining it. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna do live restreams on YouTube, but I'll do my own on Twitch. I don't need no filter. I'll stay on and stream for as long as it takes. Even though it's like it's only a 4-hour doc and it premieres at 11, that means it'll be done at around 3. No, around 2. So 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, around 3. Derp, I could do math. What's a predicate? What's 6 times 12? Flickazord was playing Squirrel with a Gun, which looked like a very funny game. I think there was another DSP vid that was put out. Maybe I did watch them all. No, there was Mr. Ludacris. What did Mr. Ludacris make? It was like 22 hours ago. My inbox is my sub box. It's so flooded. So many videos. I have to scroll down a little bit. 19 hours, 162k views. That looks pretty good. It looks like it's on track to 200k, which is About what I expect.
Hello guys and welcome back to another video on everyone's favourite patchy beard hippo, Darkside Phil, or DSP Space Gaming, whatever you want to call him. And it has been another hilarious week of antics for Phil. It's getting so hard to keep up. So in today's video, I'm not going to cover everything. So this week we've had, there was the interview with Josh Moon, the interview with Keemstar, and then the whole WWE Champions thing. I can't cover everything. First of all, the interview with Keemstar was so fucking boring, which I guess is very on brand for the Level 1 podcast. I mean, people tune into it to get bored anyway, so I guess, you know, well done them. The whole interview, for those of you who haven't seen it, is basically just Keemstar and DSP just basically just being nice to each other. You could tell Keemstar is obviously like trying to befriend DSP to maybe to get him to come on Lolcow Live at some point, which obviously wouldn't surprise me, like, because all you got to do is compliment Phil a little bit and then he's going to go, huh, now that's interesting. And that's it. He'll be on the fucking show. Like,
Just have to
so,
abandon
whatever,
all
but
dignity
no point covering that.
and sense of
so I'm basically going to be talking about
self-respect.
mainly
And then
the
he'll
WWE
respect you.
Championship today, because that is the most hilarious thing, I think. But I want to touch
Isn't
on
that
the
weird?
Josh Moon
Isn't it weird how to get DSP on your side, all you have to do is abandon all your dignity and any sense of self-respect, and then he'll like you. You just have to completely sell out. Yeah. Why can't he identify when people are acting that way? Why doesn't he pick up on that and feel offended at somebody being fake nice to him? I guess because that's how he is all the time. And I guess he can pick up on his own behaviors in someone else. Gosh, I don't know. It's weird.
interview just a little bit. In particular, just one section. You should go watch the whole interview because it wasn't really an interview, it was a conversation. Like, it was Kino Casino hosting like a conversation between him and Josh Moon, and Phil was fucking infuriated. Phil was just basically like, so, Josh, you want to tell me about the origin?
You want to apologize to me right now and get it out of the way?
And whereas
No.
Josh Moon was actually like pressing Phil on certain things. And I want to just touch on one thing in particular, is the conversation they had about Derek. So Josh brings up Derek, and obviously this is all stuff that Phil knows about Derek being kind of a paedophile. I gotta say kind of a paedophile, he is. And DSP kind of acts all surprised and ends up defending him. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what kind of look he's going for here, but I mean, he's a fucking moron. So anyway, yeah, let's start with it.
Because the guy is definitely like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah,
And he definitely has like playlists of like little girls and stuff on his YouTube. Like, that's archived independently of the forum. But
what do you think? Phil?
He has no power whatsoever on my streams whatsoever.
But he's allowed in your streams, though.
Yes, he is.
But he has playlists of little kids on his YouTube channel.
Okay. Shall we publicly address this formally? This is good.
Let's
No.
address
Dude,
this,
let's talk
like,
about
for
this,
real.
yeah.
Like,
I forgot to say the footage we just
Shall
watched,
we address
we're gonna
this
be watching for
publicly?
This is from Mighty D. I'll put a link to his channel in the description.
Yes,
so,
we
yeah,
shall.
like I said before, Phil already knows all this shit. He just refuses to do anything about it. He's been told over and over again. And Josh blatantly tells him he has playlists of little girls on his YouTube channel and feels like, shall we address this publicly? Shall we address this? What is to address? This is bad. You've already been told about it, but if you're going to act like you haven't been told about it, then maybe you should just go, oh, geez, I had no idea, I'll get rid of him immediately. That should be the fucking end of it. Or, I will look into this, and if this is true, he's fucking gone. But no, Phil's like, let's address this publicly. What's to fucking address?
I'm a content creator. Every day I put on a stream. I'm trying to entertain an audience. I'm trying to make a living. I got to chat. People come in, people come out. And I don't
Just
don't judge
filibustering.
anyone for anything but what's going on in my stream. What goes on in my stream is the extent of my responsibility as a streamer to take care of. Now, anyone out there who makes content, do you personally know every single person who's on your stream?
This is so fucking dumb that he goes down this route. First of all, just like him saying, I only judge the person for what they do on my stream. Right, okay, well, even if that's true, right, just put the pedo shit to the side for the minute. He spams your chat and annoys other viewers who are like, please shut him up, please get rid of him. And you're just like, guys, if you've got a problem with Derek, you should mute him, yeah. You should just mute me, guys. You just proper protect him for whatever reason. Now top with the fact that he is a pedo and everyone's like pointing this out to you, and you're just like, well, He's not like that on my streams. I can only, address. I mean, do you know, as a content creator, what all your viewers are up to? No, obviously not, you fucking bellend. But if people are telling you that he's a fucking pedo, maybe you don't want a pedo in your fucking community, regardless of whether he's doing it in, I've never seen him talking about little girls in stream, you guys. Who gives a shit? First of all, strike one, he's spamming and annoying everyone. Then on top of it, he's a pedo. Fucking get rid of him. Who cares whether he does it? Like, oh, no, that's his free time, you guys. He's only a pedo in his free time. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're trying to create supposedly a positive community. Oh, welcome to my positive community. Well, watch out for the pedo. He's just over there. Don't worry. He only does it in his spare time. It's a bit of a hobby. Fuck off.
Yeah. It's not just this. Knowing about it, like when you find out, like you have to do something about that. Other people, who are in your community, who are in your chats, have pointed out that this guy is who he is, and he seems to be getting a layer of protection that people are able to observe. He seems to get away, according to the people that watch, he gets away with a lot more than other people would.
According to the people that watch,
it's suspicious to them. I don't know.
Who cares what the people who watch think?
That's
You don't even know what
matters.
they're saying. You just think that somehow he's getting some kind of protections in my stream.
He absolutely is.
You see Phil's little smug face there when he realizes, like, Josh is like, I'm not sure how he's getting protection. It's just what I've been told. And Phil's like, so you don't even know. You don't even know what you people see it. Well, okay, here's the thing. You know that he's a fucking pedo and you keep him on your streams. I mean, is that not special fucking protection enough? And the spamming thing. Like, you probably guard him like he's your fucking son, like he's Jasper's brother.
Like, there's been a dozen moments where DSP is just outright, you fucking shut the fuck up about Derek. If you bully Derek, you're a fucking loser. But DSP thinks if someone is like, yeah, this is what I see, what people tell me, he's like, so you don't actually know anything. It's like, this shit is out there, dude. You do not realize you record your shit, upload it to YouTube?
It's fucking obvious that you protect him. Oh, Josh can't give a specific example. Oh, yeah, well fucking defended. Fucking stupid, man. Also, this whole thing of like, I don't go viewing, looking at my viewers outside the stream.
The only way it would have been better is if they actually played clips like the side scrollers did. That's why DSP wants Craig on his show, because the worst moments for DSP during the side scrollers interview was when they were playing clips of him. And we're like, so what's the deal here? Like, you said one thing, here's a clip of you saying the exact opposite thing. You can't do that when you're on DSP's stream.
You haven't in this case. People have fucking told you. People say, hey, this guy that's in your chat constantly and spams is a pedo. It just takes a couple of clicks to confirm this shit and then get him out of there. That's not you fucking going and looking at each viewer. That's a particular viewer has been brought to your attention because of what he's doing. You're fucking stupid, man.
Because they say that he has like a monthly vacation, and during that vacation, the style of your thumbnails changes, and that is how they come to the conclusion that the thumbnails are being made by him, because they don't get made by
Styles,
him.
the thumbnails do change
He's
when
literally
DSP's
never
on
made
vacation.
anything like that for me whatsoever. He's, like I said, the only thing he's ever made is 2 tier makers, I believe, over the last year.
So he has made stuff, though.
He 2 tier makers, and one that I used on a stream and one I did not.
But
Yeah.
brother Phil, like, you can't have a file making stuff for you and part of your community in a broad sense, right? Like, you should probably just ban the fucking guy and send him packing. And I think you'd get a lot less shit if you did.
I want you to think about this, right? Like, I want you to think about this for a second, you guys, as Phil would say. He's having to have someone explain to him why it's bad having a pedo in his community and making like tier makers for him and stuff. And again, he does the smug little grin when Josh is like, oh, Derek makes your thumbnails for you because they change when he goes away. So people have like speculated that he makes your thumbnails. And Phil's little smug face is like, I got him. Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true. It doesn't matter. And then he's like, oh, he made tier makers for me. So he has made stuff for you then, you fucking bellend. Why have you got a smug expression at your face? Even if Derek doesn't make you the thumbnails. What the fuck? You know what he's getting up to outside the street? Yeah. Yes, I do have the pedo around, but you think I'd let the pedo make my thumbnails? No, he can hang and interact with everyone. That's fine. But you think I'd let him make my thumbnails? What am I, a monster? Like, it's not fucking... Just get that smug expression off your fucking face. Anyway, it gets worse because any normal person now would be like, oh, shit, yeah, no, this is a good point. I don't know what I was thinking. Obviously, a moment of fucking madness. Maybe the gout has spread to my brain. Maybe too much gin. Yeah, fucking hell, I'll get rid of him right now. No, Phil goes on the fucking defense of this pedophile.
The only reason that we even know anything about this person is because my detractors went to all of his personal socials and dug into them deep. They
But he's
went
a
to
But they
Wow.
got him.
They
It's right,
dug
They
into
got
them
him
deep.
though.
Okay, now hold on.
he's a
I know.
pedophile,
Listen,
so-
listen.
What does that even mean? What kind of fucking defense is this, you stupid bellend? I don't. No, yes, he is a colossal pedo, but the way he was found out to being a pedo is by the detractors. So I think you can agree that that kind of it makes it a wash, you know? Like, no, you fucking don't. What does it matter? If you find out we found out this guy murdered someone because someone broke into his house and found the evidence. I mean, you really want to give a win to someone breaking into someone's house? Like, fuck, so stupid. And this isn't even as bad as breaking into someone's house. So some detractors checked his socials, right, which are public. So say that some detractors went to his YouTube and found his, like, playlists. Public, right? Now it's like, yep, I see that you found out Derek's a paedophile, but the way you went about it is weird, man. It's weird. So Phil isn't gonna address that. Like, what? How is this even a defense? Did you really think that these guys were gonna turn around and go, oh shit, is that how they found out about it? Detractors went to his socials. Oh no, don't worry about that, mate. That's fine. Yeah, he's good. He's one of those good pedos. Those good pedos. The ones, because if he gets found out by he slips up on the stream, like say if Derek's in Phil's chat and he accidentally lets slip that he's a pedo, oh, we got him. He let it slip in DSP's community. Now we can ban him. Yep. But if you go and find out about it, like, yeah, got to give the win to Derek on this one. Fucking so stupid. Like, and why would he think this is a good look defending the fucking pedo? Like, why would you even want to? Jesus Christ, man.
Listen, I'm not disputing what you guys are saying, but please let me finish what I'm saying.
For sure.
All right. If the only reason that I know that this guy did something bad is because people went off of the realm of my streams and my content to find it, I'm sorry, but that's not my responsibility to be dealing with.
I'm just stunned at how dumb he is with this and what the point is. Like, why defend him? Like, what are you getting out of this? This is just making you look so fucking bad. Not that you care. Like, what? Why? And because they found out about it by going off the realms of my stream. Who gives a shit how you found out about it?
Thank you for the resub, Die Trash Man. Let's see. Much appreciated. Let's get a random wheel spin. Mr. Ludacris is on Twitter. He says, he removed myself and everyone else from the thumbnail only to add more DSP. Removing my face will no doubt cost him a couple 100,000 views. And here's one from Jay Doing Things. He did an edit of the thumbnail. There's a bunch of the parody DSP in the background, along with like Whale Tail, Burger King, Down from the Rafters. It's pretty funny. I like the eyes edited there.
About it. Is this what you want in your positive community? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. You are so dumb. People are going to go, oh, look, this guy knows that this guy's an active, like, fucking pedo, and he allows him to be in his chat and interact with his community, like, and even puts up with him spamming and stuff. What kind of fucking message does that send about your community, you fucking idiot?
You understand? Because here's the thing. Now, please listen. If I ban Derek right now,
I call him Derek because that's what I thought his name was. I guess it actually is Darish or whatever. But
if I ban Derek right now, here's what will happen. Because here's what Josh just said about Kiwi Farms. If he deletes my thread on Kiwi Farms right now, the detractors go somewhere else to do something worse, correct? If I ban Derek right now, the detractors won. Because they say, look what we did. We
Can't let
researched
that
the guy
happen.
who no one would have known he had anything wrong with him by just watching Phil's streams.
Jeez. And there you go, right? He won't ban a pedo in his community because then the detractors win. The detractors live rent-free in his head so much, even though he claims it's the other way around. When I'm filming the detractors, you guys, the detractors can't handle it. Like, that's just a little fucking little gimmick that he's still doing now. And yet here he is like, no, I can't ban a pedo because then the detractors will win, you guys. Wow. Does the detractors winning mean that much to you? And also this fucking thing of, if I ban him, the detractors go, we got what we want. Then they're going to investigate others of my viewers. Right. So better to keep Derek around then as, what, a fucking scarecrow? Like, oh yeah, that just keeps the detractors, well, it's not really a scarecrow, is it? It's more of a, like a fucking, like a paedophile bullet sponge, innit? If we're all shooting at fucking him, like trying to get him removed, then
It's like a human shield
off for everyone else, you guys. So yeah, and what does it matter? Say if that happened, right? I don't get this. Say if it's then, well, the detractors are going to go and look at into other people. First of all, the reason people looked into Derek is because like there was something to look into. Like there was. Obviously, he acts like a weirdo, right? So people are going to like maybe look at him, and they didn't know how to dig that deep. Now, if the rest of your community aren't pedos or whatever, why should you give a shit? Because if they look into other people, like click on their YouTube channels or whatever, and there's not like pedo playlists, then what are they going to say? Like, it is just so fucking dumb. Better keep him around because he'll keep them at bay, you guys. Unfucking believable.
For the record, Derek has never once talked about any of this malicious activity on my stream.
Why
knows
would
better
he?
than that. He doesn't bring that shit. That's his personal life or whatever, right?
There aren't any
he
kids
does
in your
not do
stream
that on my
openly.
streams. If I banned him, guess what happens? The detractors say,
sure if there was,
we got
he'd
the
try to
response we
hit them
wanted.
up.
Well, you didn't let me finish this statement here. The moment I ban Derek and these detractors say we won, guess what happens? You just gave them exactly what they wanted. You gave them the attention they're craving, and then they move on to someone else.
So keep Derek around because he's some sort of like pedo lightning rod that basically to keep the other people on your stream protected. What kind of fucking mental gymnastics do you have to pull to justify keeping him on your fucking stream? I like the way as well that he actually words it here like, Derek keeps it off my stream. He knows better. It's something a hobby does outside of his stream. Like, it's like some fucking, like he likes bowling or whatever. Derek knows not to talk about bowling in my stream, you guys, because I don't want to hear about bowling. He's a fucking pedo. It's so fucking laughable that you're just like, yeah, he knows not to bring. I've told him, like, hey, Derek, just a quiet word, would you please? God, I know you like little kids, you guys, but maybe just don't do it on the streams. Oh, fucking hell, man.
But that's just the reality. You can't have a file in your community like an open file, and you're basically admitting he's a file.
Oh no!
and
Let me tell
saying
you this.
It's okay. Okay.
I
so
will say this. I don't know anything about that because I make it a philosophy. I do not personally research my viewers. I think that's fucking creepy.
Researching your viewers is creepy, you guys. That's creepy. Having a pedo in your community, not creepy. Yeah, that's fine. Perfectly normal, you guys. Also, no, you don't have to research your viewers, man. People aren't going to research their viewers. I agree, if there was someone out there that researched every one of their viewers, first of all, that would have wasted time. And second of all, that would be time consuming. But you haven't had to research him. You've been told about him numerous times. And you know what? Yes, I agree. If you randomly just went, I'm going to research this random viewer, that's weird, right? But to go, I'm going to research this random viewer who multiple people have told me is a pedo because I want to just make sure, because I don't want this guy in my community. That's not weird. That's not creepy. What is creepy is knowing about it, being told about it, and defending it. And keeping him around. That is fucking creepy.
It's a no-win situation.
I gotta appreciate Mr. Ludacris giving love to the classic Resident Evils. What is this tweet? This is from Chibi Doki. She's playing squirrel with a gun.
Buenos días, puto. Buenos días, puto. No, but... She's taking a fuck.
I thought it would be funnier than that.
That's correct. If you
That's right.
don't ban him, if you ban him, then the detractors will look into your other viewers, and you're completely accurate about that. But if you don't ban him, if you do nothing, then they will just continue to bring this up with, an accurate line from the point A to point B, and it will always be there, and it will always haunt you, and people will always ask, well, why the fuck doesn't he just ban this guy if he knows about him? Mm-hmm. It's a no-win situation. I agree.
You're right.
But I think that one option is better than the other.
So to answer that, at least in my experience, and I'm 42 years old. I don't know how old you are, Josh.
Oh, what is his obsession with age, man? He does this all the time with stuff. He's got a really weird thing going on with age. Remember a couple of years ago, he's like, my parents, they're getting older, and they could go any day. Oh, what's wrong with them? I think my dad's got a bad back, or something like that, he said. Like, oh, they're in their 60s. Oh, wow, not their 60s. As we know, nobody lives past 60. And he acts like 40. He's like, I'm 42, you guys. He acts like it's old as fuck. Like, oh, yeah, I can't be playing games. I'm a 42-year-old man. I can't be doing it, you guys. Jesus, there's people that work like fucking really physical like warehouse jobs and shit into their 60s and then retire at 60 and like live for years longer. And you're here going, 42 years old, be playing games, man. I'm deaf still, man. Fucking dumbass. But yeah, also what he's like, Josh, before I go into my massive reasoning for defending a pedo, I just want you to know that I'm 42. I don't know how old you are. What difference does it make? I don't know how old Josh Moon is, but let's say Josh Moon turns around and goes, I'm 39. Oh, okay, you're 39. I completely understand. Now I know why you don't understand why I'm defending a pedo, because you're not wise enough. You've not been on the planet for long enough. If you had 42 years on this planet, you'd understand why I have to keep Derek around, but you're obviously just a young sprite. You don't know what you're talking about, you guys. Fucking stupid. What? I don't get why he has to go into age. And I like that Josh lays it out to him. Yes, okay, it's a no-win situation. If you ban Derek, your detractors are going to look into other viewers, which personally, I don't. If those other viewers aren't pedos as well, who gives a shit, right? And then the other thing is, if you keep him around, everyone's going to go, why is this guy defending a known pedo? What the fuck is his problem? It's a no-win situation, man. There's the two roads, but one of them is like visibly fucking better. Huh. Do I want the chance that my other viewers might have their YouTube channels checked out? Or do I want to be known as the guy that defends a pedo? Decisions, you guys.
I've learned in my 42 years on this planet that I would much rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. And what I mean by that is, I know who Derek is. I can't confirm or deny what you guys are saying because I've literally never looked into it.
How can you say you know who he is when you won't look into it?
I know who he is in my chat. I know who he is as part of.
This is flat out delusional, though. Like,
he is a delusional person.
Account, it's just straight up porn.
I want to say this here. Fair play to Triple P in this little talk about Derek. Like, I think he really like pressed Phil on this, which is bad that he had to. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he's even arguing this is fucking insane. Also, he did the thing that he does in a way that really annoys me. You know, I always say that he says something. He'll go something really obvious, like, "It was raining today." What do I mean by this? I mean that water was coming out the sky, and then he explains it. Here he goes. The thing with Derek is, it's the better the devil you know. Now let me explain that. You don't need to explain it, you fucking bellend. Everyone knows the saying. Everyone knows what it means. Shut the fuck up. God damn it.
And we think it's very foul. Like Phil, this is not like, oh, someone's kind of like an incel or weird or whatever. And
it's three playlists. This is like hundreds of videos of just little girls doing innocuous things. Actually, it's genuinely fucking creepy.
Well, if this is what you guys are telling me, then yeah, I'm going to ban him.
Let's go!
So that's what it takes, man. It takes being massively pressed, years of like his viewers complaining, years about like detractors and other people shining the light on Derek, and now being pressed by his new buddies, you guys. That's what it takes. And the funny thing is that he even later on, like, decided he's going to ban Derek, but he goes on this thing. He's like, "Oh, I don't see why that was put on me, you guys. I don't see why it was put on me." Like, he's still like, after the fact, being like, "I don't understand why I had to do this." He doesn't understand why he had to ban a pedo. The fucking planet does this guy live on? Now, we're getting on to this next part now. So we're getting on to, again, Kino Casino, like I said before, are pumping so much confidence up this guy's ass, it's coming out of his fucking mouth, and it's hilarious. And they've convinced him that he should play WWE Champions on stream, and he thinks that it's a win. He thinks that it's a win against the detractors. Like, yeah, I'm playing this mobile game that you guys always accuse me of. Well, fuck you, I'm taking it to the haters. You know what? Years ago, you could have done this and been playing WWE Champions on stream, like, for years, and it would have been ideal, like, really, because you love it. You might as well turn your addiction into fucking content, for God's sake. It's the first time I've seen him passionate about a game, like, in fucking forever. Like, it's unreal. So I want to talk about this now, but just quickly, the whole sticking it to the trolls, you guys, is so fucking dumb, because it's not sticking it to the trolls. The trolls for years have said that you're down from the rafters, which you massively are, by the way. He's still pretending he's not. And he's wasting money that has been given to him. This is what the thing is, like, oh, it's my money, you guys. I can spend it how I want. Yeah, that would have been fine. If for years you just said, "Give me, guys, please support," and just like that. But the fact that you've said, "Guys, I need money from my dying parents. Guys, I need money. I'm going to lose my house. Guys, I need money for this. I need money." Specifics, right? And then you spend that money on WWE champions. That makes you look like a colossal cunt, and you're scamming your fans. So this isn't a loss for the detractors. This is a win for the detractors, because this is a big "we told you so" moment. Because you're basically saying, "Yeah, this is where all my money's been going. You guys confirmed." Like, that I've asked you for. Remember that time when you gave me money to see my dying parents? Yeah, guess what? I got this 6-star Ultimate Warrior, you guys. Fuck's sake. But anyway, so, yeah, I did comment on this on Twitter already, but I wanted to look at this because this is some of the most hilarious fucking shit I've seen in a long time. So, yeah, let's give it a look.
It still looks too blue. It's like way too blue. Something happened here. Hold on. This board is distracting me. So yeah, I've been playing it on my personal account for 7 years. For 7 years. 7 years. Here he comes now. It's too epic.
So yeah, I forgot to say ahead of time that this video is from Memology, and as Memology have just pointed out from this opening clip, Phil here says, "I've been playing this for 7 years, you guys." And then you look from the Down from the Rafters account, right? And Down from the Rafters, suspiciously, who's not Phil, by the way, he's still going by, this is a new account he's made for his streams. So he's not Down from the Rafters, you guys. So let's just look at the list of coincidences between Phil and Down from the Rafters, shall we? So Down from the Rafters was originally called They Call Me DSP. He started playing WWE Champions 7 years ago, the same time as DSP did, allegedly, with whatever his account is in his mind. But this is what this Phil expects us to believe, by the way. This is not what I'm saying. So Phil and another guy called They Call Me DSP 7 years ago started playing WWE Champions. Phil just played casually, he's just whatever. But the guy that was using Phil's name, the same name that DSP uses on Twitter, Instagram, and Pokemon Go, They Call Me DSP. Just a coincidence, they both started 7 years ago. This guy, they call me DSP guy, not Phil, spent fuckloads of money on fucking thousands and thousands and thousands. I can't remember the exact figure. It's a fucking lot. I'm sure someone will point out in the comments, right? Then everyone's harassing the They Call Me the DSP guy, who's not Phil, by the way, but this is what Phil expects us to believe. So then this They Call Me DSP guy, not Phil, gets his name changed through Scopely to Down from the Rafters. Still not Phil, by the way. But yet DSP has talked about that he has had his name changed within the game, or he's tried to have his name changed. But here's the thing. If nobody knows DSP's actual real account, why would he need to look into getting his name changed? Why would he need to look into that? Because his account's still private, it's secret. But it isn't, because I'm sorry, Phil, I know your viewers are fucking stupid, but anyone else with a brain knows you are Down from the Rafters, and I don't know why. Well, I do know why. But at this point, you might as well just come out and say it. Because the thing is, right, this would actually stick it to the trolls a little bit. If he came out and said, "Guys, I'm Down from the Rafters. I am Down from the Rafters. Yeah, go fuck yourselves." Let's be honest, right? His dents and the Kino Casino dents that are giving him money at the minute wouldn't care. They'd be like, "Yes, well done, King, well done, King." Yes, the detractors have a fuckload more ammo on him, but detractors ain't giving him money anyway. So I don't know why he doesn't just fucking do it anyway and just say, "Yeah, guys, it's my money, so who cares?" Because these idiots, not one of them have I seen pipe up and say, "Well, I care because I gave you money for you seeing your dying parents, and now you're telling me you spent it on Hogan's?" I mean, that's a bit fucking cunty. But yeah, so again, more evidence that he's Down from the Rafters. He is fucking Down from the Rafters. But yeah, we're just supposed to ignore it. It didn't happen, you guys. Just pure coincidence.
No, we're not playing on my personal account, because if my personal account got out there, my stupid ass detractors would likely try to reverse engineer information to get shit about me. This is literally a brand new account with brand new everything attached to it.
So this is the dumb excuse he's going with. Okay, I can't use my main account, you guys, because people would reverse engineer it, and then they'd use that information to attack my family. Like, it's so fucking dumb and unbelievable. But I'm sure people bought it in his fucking chat. Like, why could not people, like, if you're going to be spending money on this, right, like, which obviously you are, he does, he spends $255 in this one session, and he spent more since then, because this is only the first session. He's using his cards and whatever on this account. What's to stop the detractors allegedly reverse engineering this new account and finding your card information or whatever you think it is they're going to do. Such a fucking dumb excuse. Like, but again, you're so fucking thick. I'm not surprised that you fucking made it.
So we could do some of this. In fact, we're probably going to have to do some of these tonight to unlock content. But we want to get to the contests. And guess how you get to the contests, ladies and gentlemen? You ready for this? Spend money. I'm not kidding. The more money you spend, the higher level you get. I think you can unlock this by playing, but it takes a lot longer. But if you spend some money in the game, you actually can unlock this right away. So we're going to do that tonight. Like, make no bones about it. We're spending some money in WWE Champions tonight.
So here we go. The addiction has become content.
If you can believe it, you have to spend money.
Why not? This should happen a long time ago. But it's fucking hilarious. He's so blasé. Make no bones about it. We're spending money on WWE Champions tonight. Fucking hell, man. This is the funny thing about it. He's so addicted, it doesn't even register as, like I say, he spends $255 in this stream. It doesn't even register as money to him. Like, this is a guy who supposedly, has been in financial dire straits in the past, who can easily just, in just a couple of hours, just blow that kind of money and just, like, it'd be nothing. Like, could that $255 not have gone to improving your content or something like that? Could it have not gone to, or maybe some games? It's fucking hilarious. But as we go on, I want you guys to pay attention, because this is what I said on Twitter, but the amount of knowledge he has on this game is fucking hilarious. It's so obvious that he's such a fucking addict to it, but yet he wants to play it off. Allegedly, he said that I very casually play WWE Champions. There's nothing casual about this, man. This is fucking insane what we're about to watch with his knowledge on this game. And also bearing in mind that for years he's gone back and forward. So it was, I used to play mobile games, but then when Kat moved in, I gave all that up, man. I gave it up. And then it was like obviously shown that he was playing it. Remember on Secret Limited's video where he showed Phil's screen? Phil accidentally put his camera on Jasper and showed that he's playing WWE Champions. Then it went from, stop playing the game, you guys. And then it was, I always played that game, you guys. I always played it. When I never said that I didn't, I stopped playing it, you fucking idiots. Like, apart from all the times you did, though. But anyway, so let's bear all that in mind as we watch the how much knowledge he has on this game.
I have an empty account. I'll show you. Here's what you start with in the game. You literally start with, get out of here. These three characters, John Cena, stupid big dog Roman Reigns that no one likes, and a generic Rock. But I got this character because I joined the VIP club, which is, I think, $10 a month. And the reason I did that is because, number one, you get a better superstar to start with King of Kings Triple H. I know, King of Kings, and I'm the king, right? But also... Yeah,
I'm the king, right?
You get all these bonuses for doing this. You get a ridiculous amount of bonuses for having the VIP club. You earn, like, double rewards. You unlock new tours and shit. It just makes sense to have it. And it's $10 a month, so I just did it right away.
So I just did it right away, like a good little consumer. It's funny how this man who's supposedly got a mature adult brain and has really good intelligence, you guys, has had this game has got him by the fucking balls, man. It has, like, it's in his head. I don't get, right, I'm not making fun of, like, addiction or anything like that, but how the fuck do you get addicted to a game like this, man? What do you even get out of it? It's not even gambling where, I might win some money, you guys. It's like, what? You get some fucking sweaty JPEGs of men. Like, what are you even getting out of this? Straight away as well, like, $10.99 a month subscription they wanted, so I did it without even thinking. No, it's a no-brainer. So on his main account, you know full well that he's obviously already a $10.99 subscription member. Now on his new account that he's doing just for streams, he's also a $10.99 subscription member. Mr. I don't have money to do it, I don't have money to do it, I don't have money to do it, is just making a commitment for another subscription service just live on stream just because. Like, and with these games, I know they're grindy, but you can achieve stuff, I'm sure, like a lot slower pace for free. Now, fuck that. Wouldn't it be interesting to watch how long it would take someone spend zero money on this? Zero! Sorry, I had to say it twice. Money on this, see how slowly you moved up the ranks? No brainer. Phil needs to give Scopely his money right now. Because, of course, when Phil has money in his pocket, it burns a hole in his pocket, and then he probably uses that hole to wank with, I imagine, on stream. Yeah, it's just amazing how this app has conditioned him to go, yep, got to spend the money, like, no brainer. And when you hear him justifying all the stuff you get, have you ever heard him this excited about a game in forever? He's like, for $10.99 you get this, it's great, you guys, you get this, you get this, you get this, oh god, you get this, you get this. Like, calm down, mate. Like, it's a game where you, like, fucking crush gems or some shit, right? Like, and then get pictures of sweaty men. Like, calm the fuck down. When was the last time you got that excited about some sort of new release that he played?
Let's look at the loot. Before we even play the game, we have to do what everyone does. You don't play the mobile game. You look at the fucking loot first, right? So first of all, to show you, I did want to just get a starter deal here. So I did actually buy a starter pack. Where did it go? Oh, I already accepted it. I bought a starter pack for $5, which gave me 3 pulls. So I can do 3 pulls right now on regular loot if I want to. Here's the loot that's available to me. Because I have a brand new account, I don't have a lot that I can do. What the fuck? I can't. Oh, there it is. I had to drag and click. I was like, where is it going off here? Here's what's available to me because I have a low-end account. This is a special thing just for newbies. That's why it's low star. All these are low star level. I don't want to even pull from those. That's a waste of time. I want this. This is the normal loot that you can do. But if I actually level my account up, this will get even better and have better characters available in it. That's how it actually works. But guess how you level your account up? You spend money.
How is this even fun? I mean, I know why his appeal for people like him are. It's literally just the adrenaline rush of like, oh, what card am I going to get, you guys? And he's spending real life money for that. Oh, it's so fucking sad. And I love the way at the start he goes like, of course, we're going to do what everyone does. You don't just pull, you look at the loot. What do you mean? Like, it's a common thing. Like, oh, yeah, we all know that. Mobile games 101, we all look at the loot. This isn't a fucking common thing for everyone, you fucking idiot. You're talking about something very specific to you and other people that are addicted to this fucking game. It's fucking weird, man. Also, the amount of, like, fucking knowledge that he has. Oh, you build this, you gotta get this, and then you gotta do that, you gotta do that. Think of other games that he's played over the years, like, that he supposedly loves, like fucking Chrono Trigger, or, like, the original Resident Evils or whatever. Whenever you see him play that, going, I don't remember this part of the game. What? I don't remember this. What? All that bollocks, right? But on this game, he's fucking like Yoda. He's basically like, this is what you want to do. You want to do that. You want to do this. You level up your account. You got to give him money, you guys. What? Also, I've never seen him so knowledgeable about any game ever. This is the first time. Normally, the hand-holding with games is unreal. This is the first time I've seen him hand-hold his fucking chat. It's like, come with me, and you will see a world of pure addiction. That's literally what we're watching here. I don't know where that came from. Yeah, absolutely insane. You can see how excited he's getting with it. Like, his amount of knowledge that... It's just like, this is like the best game ever for him, and it's fucking shit. How many games you see in the years go, this game is a piece of shit, I'm sorry, this game is a piece of shit, and then after stopping playing this game that you're saying is a piece of shit, you're then, oh, let me get some gems, yeah, oh, here, have $100, oh, yeah, Hogan, blah, 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 fuck off.
So to start, I think we should do 3 pulls. Who wants to do our first 3 pulls ever in WWE Champions, folks? Here we go. So I get 5 Batista Evolution tokens. I also might want to get the backstage pass. This gives you a bunch of stuff for like $5. Oh, brother, we're pulling for Hogan's tonight, brother. Can you feel the power of Philomania coursing through your veins, brother?
Fucking
Yeah,
yikes.
can't wait to see what we get, brother.
He thinks this makes people mad.
Not a children's
instead of
entertainer,
just,
by
like,
the way.
cringe.
Again, look at how excited and hyped he is for this. This is a grown man, like, fucking getting excited about unlocking potential cards in a fucking game that he's not even going to be able to show. That's the point. Also, remember for years down, he's been like, when he once said about, well, maybe I'm actually not such a loser that I don't take pride in accomplishments that I've done in video games because it's not real life, you jackass. He said something like that, right? So people that are like bragging, oh, I beat this really hard game, or I did a really fast speed run or whatever. Fucking nonsense, you guys. It's not a real achievement. But yet, here he is, like, all excited and, like, spending loads of money so he has the best, like, fucking JPEGs better than everyone else. Like, that's apparently, like, you know what I mean? Well, this is the thing, with him being, like, down from the rafters, would it not be better? He'd make so much more views and attention if he was, like, the #1 WWE Champions player down from the rafters, shows you how to play the game. Would that not be a series that, like, these other, like, WWE Champions addicts would want to watch? Like, surely it'd be like, I mean, obviously, we know the secret. It's spend loads of your fans' money. But, you know, it'd be interesting to see his sort of like process, I guess. I don't know. I'm not for me, obviously, or for a normal person, but like someone that's into this game, I guess it would be an interesting thing to see that rather than just see this. That's just my opinion. Also, I want to point out just quickly, you know, he's pulling for these Hogans, and like I say, spends $255 on this one stream alone. Plus, then probably after the stream, he spent the rest of the money on W Champions on his main account, I imagine. Is the next time he is telling you guys that he doesn't have money to do something, you dents out there, just remind him of this, that he's throwing this excess cash away on a stream for no fucking reason.
Animation, what is it? Oh, we're getting a character. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6 stars? What? I got a 6-star character on the first pull. And it's a Steiner brother, and that's a good character. He's pretty good. We got Rick Steiner right out of the gates. We got a 6-star Steiner right out of the gates, the first pull. That's a rare pull. That's not like a common shitty character. He's actually good.
Look how happy he is, man. He wasn't even this happy when he was telling everyone about his marriage. He's like, he's not even happy on his wedding day. He's like going, Rick Steiner, 6 stars. Oh my God, you guys. Yes, 6 stars. Like, Jesus.
Yeah,
it seems like the addiction's got him, like, this is obviously where he gets all his happiness. When he has one of his streams where he's raging and moaning and going, I'm just so I feel. I don't.
The chat is actually really entertaining. You see people in there just memeing. Now he's saying he never bought microtransactions through iTunes and he always used the website. Phil used to be a power walker. I was wondering why DSP would defend Derek so hard, then I realized he groomed Panda Lee and it all makes sense. He could walk to the mailbox, not even breathe hard. No, he just sprints the treadmill with those legs. Do you know how hard that is? Now, guys, I haven't watched a documentary from Joon. I'm a greenhorn, so how accurate is he with documentaries? Does he also manage to get lost footage somehow? No. Like, what the fuck do you think? He carries a gallon of milk as a workout. His words. Yeah, everyone's having fun in the chat.
I get to have a normal life, because I'm dark side Phil, you guys. Oh God, I'm so depressed. All right, peace out, everyone. Oh, a 6-star Steiner.
But everyone loves him now, you guys.
Fucking hell, man. Calm the fuck down. Also, the amount of knowledge, we see this in a bit as well, a bit more. The amount of knowledge he has. This is a level 6 Scotch Steiner card, you guys. And this is a good card. This is not a bad card, you guys. They first introduced this card back in 2019, you guys.
Man, what a crazy video this is. 15 high-rises demolished in China because the construction company ran out of money to complete the project. They look like toys. It's like they fall too quickly. I guess they're just like concrete skeletons. There's really nothing in it, so they lack the weight of actual buildings. It seems like something that would have a community note on it that says, this is actually a diorama of little toy models. But no, I guess this is a big baller China right now.
Guys, oh, there's only a few of these. What the fuck, man? How do you store all this useless fucking knowledge in your head? And yet, like, you can't even do basic, like, operating household shit, like, and yet, but you know what cards are super important. Just the amount of passion for this game is absolutely insane.
So all that we can do, all right, is a $2 pull. I think that's 1 coin. $20 pull for 11 coins. Or we could do a $100 pull for 69 coins. Who wants to pull 69 times in a row? I know who wants to pull 69 times in a row. Me! Because I can do it, because you guys have been so goddamn supportive. Recently, I can do that.
You've been doing it every day for 7 years.
You guys have been so supportive that I'm willing to, giving me money to help me live my life and improve my content. And because you've been so supportive, watch me spunk it on a bunch of fucking JPEGs. $100. And look how blasé he is about it. It's not even like, oh, I don't know, man. $100. This is a man who's done this a million times before. Like it's nothing. $100, who gives a shit? 69 pulls. God. Also, we all know his fucking viewers are fucking, like, idiots, right? They're fucking, like, as he likes to call, mouth-trolling idiots, you guys. And here he is, like, basically promoting gambling to them. Like, these are the sorts of idiots that, like, he's showing the game. The way he's, like, navigating the fucking store. And, oh, you buy this, you buy that. This is how you do this. Oh, no, and let me show you this really cool thing, you guys. If you give them $10.99 a month and a part of your soul, you get this every month. Like, fucking hell. Like these young, like, well, maybe they're not all young, but these impressionable fucking idiots are gonna like. I mean, it's been said on Twitter like Scopely could probably pick him up and go, yeah, we'll sponsor you. He'd love that. And you imagine him, oh, now he's promoting a gambling fucking game. Like, oh, Mr. Morals over here. No, it's a fun game, you guys. Like, you can just see it, like, all happening. But, yeah, wow. Like, 100. He fucking, like, I know who wants to pull 69 pulls for $100. Me! I want to pull them, you guys, because it's what I do most fucking evenings with a nice glass of gin.
All right, so we're going to do that. However, in order to do that, I have to hide with the account, and the reason being, because when you click on that, it basically brings up the funding screen, and the funding screen shows fucking shit. I'm like, well, I can't do that. I don't want you to see my fucking credit cards and shit, or bank cards.
Oh, you didn't mean to say that, did you? Whoopsie. Didn't mean to say credit cards.
Like, okay, it would show like the last 4 digits of your card. It wouldn't show your entire card number, but okay. I guess he's afraid of people knowing the last 4 digits, because if you have the last 4, you can reverse engineer it and find out the entire number, I guess. But how would you find the expiration date? How would you find the CVC? Just, okay, Phil, whatever.
He's spending he's got credit cards that he's using to gamble on like a fucking mobile game that's not even his main account. I'm sure his credit cards are tied to his main account as well. But fucking hell. And again, you've just said your mobile card, your credit cards are like tied to this account. Well, what's to stop us? Mentally ill detractors from reverse engineering it, you guys. Fuck's sake, man. I can't believe that people would spend actual real life money on this. And to the extent that he fucking does, that's insane, man. I mean, you know, I'm not, going to talk like ill of people that are addicted to gambling or whatever, but I mean, I get the appeal of gambling, and then you might win some money back. Like, I get why people might be addicted to that, but this, like, oh, it's the endorphins, the feeling you get when you pull a 6-star Hogan. Then what? You pull I've just pulled a 6-star Hogan. Great. Then you look at it at your phone for fucking like a minute, and then what? You put the fucking thing down and go eat a bowl of paper beans with your fucking elephant wife. Like, ooh, great. Like, oh, maybe I'll pull another one.
Get these rewards, these tiered rewards for spending money online. This is what I was trying to explain to people earlier on my stream earlier today. If you play a game like this, you never want to spend money in the game. You want to spend it on their website, because when you spend money on their website, they give you tons of bonuses. So because I just spent $100, look what they're going to do. You get all these extra rewards. You get the event coins.
And all you had to do was
you get
give them $100.
Like, you get a ton of extra shit because you did it that way. You would never want to do it another way. So I'm going to hit claim all, and it's just going to send all that shit.
You would never want to do it.
Again,
period.
Look at how this game has like conditioned his brain. He's talking about like this like he's good. He's like a little hamster running through a fucking maze, isn't he? Like, unreal. And he's talking about it like it's a bargain as well. Oh, you never want to spend it on the app, you guys. You want to go to the store, because then you get these evolved tokens, you guys. They're really doing you a favor here. Like, fucking hell, great. So you don't give them money, and like, oh yeah, of course you have this sort of knowledge as well, don't you? Like, trust me, guys, you don't want to spend money this way. That's the sucker's way. You're a real sucker if you spend money in the app. You're a smart person if you waste money on the fucking on the site or whatever the fuck he said. Fucking, oh, you get evolved tokens, great. Ooh. So you give them money in one way, it's not as good as giving them money in the other way, because you get different little tokens for more JPEGs or whatever. Fuck's sake. Absolutely insane. This reminds me of, remember when his gameplay was used for God of War, like, I can't remember what it was, some presentation where they were showing Phil's gameplay of him playing God of War, and he's like getting off the boat going, huh. Well, maybe I'll go check this out. And they're like, see, the fat man has seen this thing, and he's immediately drawn to it, and he's gone that way. It's literally like this. Again, get it. You can see him like this going, see, the fat man has been conditioned into believing that we're his friends, and that if he buys his purchases through our site, not the app, that he will be like rewarded, and he gets a little pat on the head and a little token. Oh, there you go, you smart, intelligent adult. Here's a token so you can pull for more fucking JPEGs. Like, fuck's sake.
69. Oh boy. All right, guys, here we go. 69 freaking pulls. Let's get it done. We got another character here. 4-star. EST. What the hell's her name? Bianca Belair. This is not the good version of her, though. This is the crappier version. She has two or three other versions that are much better. This was the first one they put in the game, and it's not
Here we go again, man. The excitement, the knowledge.
baby.
He is like a fucking Yoda of this game. This is the earliest version of Bianca Belair that was first introduced to the game back in 2021. It was put on there by creator Tim Smith. Now, not a lot of people know this, you guys, but there's 3 other versions of this card, which are way better, you guys. Fucking hell, man. What a bunch of useless fucking knowledge that could be used. He is addicted to giving this game money. It's funny as well, because on one of his other streams of WWE Champions, he was actually saying that, like, he wanted to give them money, but he had to actually play the game before he could give them money or something. I'm not sure the whole context, but he was there going, oh, you guys that make this game are fucking idiots. I just want to give you my money. Please let me give you my money.
Why is Scopely this fucking stupid? All people want to do is spend money, and you're actually cock blocking me from spending fucking money in the game. They're not allowing me to spend money in their game.
A guy that has gone bankrupt in the last, like, several years is there begging a company to take his money for a JPEG. Fucking hell. And this is a mature adult, by the way. A functioning adult who operates a household, you guys. So, yeah, I'm going to leave it there because... I mean, I don't know what else to say other than this is hilarious, and I hope he keeps doing this because it's so funny. Because obviously, when this whole Kino Casino arc ends, oh, and by the way, June the King's, I'm sure most people know, June the King's documentary is coming out at time recording this tomorrow, Monday, 2nd of September. So, you know, we'll see what the fallout of that. But when this whole little gimmick that he's doing now dies off, and he's back to going, guys, I really need that money. It's going to be funny now that people could just turn around and go, you're literally just going to spend it on WWE Champions, because we have actual fucking proof of how quickly you can just throw money at this fucking game. Like, insane. And for what? This mature adult, this fucking intelligent human, they're going, oh, you spend $100 in 69 pools, you guys. Maybe we'll get some cool JPEGs, yeah? Wow, yes. Very cool, very meaningful. Fuck's sake, man. He went from pulling his cock on stream to pulling Hogan's. Like, and to be honest, I think this might be a backward step. But whatever, you know, I guess this isn't against YouTube's terms of service, whereas the other one was, so. But yeah, that's about it, guys. Let me know what you guys thought. I think I was a bit angry at the start with the Derek stuff, and then this just cheered me up laughing at him pulling Hogan's. I was a bit pissed off coming into this one because I didn't get Oasis tickets despite being in a queue for fucking hours. So I might have taken my anger out on DSP, which is very healthy. But then he's cheered me up with his mobile gaming addiction. I don't get it. I don't get. Also, you got to take away his pass when he plays a game now. This game's a piece of shit, you guys. This is one of the worst games I've ever played, mate. You're literally fucking playing some gem smashing game for fucking Hogan's, and I don't know how you old are, Phil, but I'm 42 years old, and I'm a bit wiser than that, and you know, I think that this is pretty stupid way to spend your money, you guys. Fuck. But yeah, anyway, thanks very much for watching, guys. Let me know your thoughts down below. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Before I end, I forgot to say this. Obviously, in my last video, I made a quick video the other day, basically inviting DSP to have a conversation with me. And I've not heard a reply. Big shock, right? I know it, you know it. I did say it was a long shot. Obviously, I've not heard anything. And we're not going to hear anything because DSP has just asked Craig from the Side Scrollers to come back on his Level 1 podcast. And it's happening. He is coming on. And Adam as well from the Side Scrollers wanted to come along. And DSP has said, you guys can come on my show, but you're not allowed to ask me any questions. Like, what? So they've just got to sit there and listen to DSP basically talk bollocks. They're not allowed to ask him any questions because obviously then, he might not be able to answer them. Like, or they might, like, you know, expose him or whatever. So they've got to come on and shut up. So obviously, who would be interested in that shit? It's just going to be fucking boring. I'm hoping that obviously they don't do that. I'm hoping they obviously take him up as offer, but they ask him questions anyway because what's the fucking point? He's just going to go, you guys made fun of me on a stream after the interview, you guys. Fucking dumb. And then he said, like, as well, that he doesn't want to talk to any of his detractors directly. So, yeah, there was a fucking very small chance he was going to respond to me anyway. And then whatever small chance there was is now a 0% chance. 0! So, whatever. But for the record, the offer's open if he ever changes his mind. Like, I'm happy whenever to go on the Level 1 podcast and talk to him. I'm sure he'll never take me up on that. But once again, that's it. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you, Mr. Ludacris.
Everywhere I go, there's nowhere I belong.
giving love to super classic Resident Evil. Very nice. Like, what kind of interview criteria is that? Yeah, you can come on my show, but you're not allowed to ask me any questions. It's like, what a man baby. What a little fucking kid. Duty's gonna be streaming today too, so he's probably gonna be watching the June the King documentary as well. Everyone's gonna be watching this live, but nobody wants to collaborate. I guess we'll do that later. We'll just do that later. Twitter claims Bayonetta is a successful woke game. Remember when everyone hated Bayonetta?
So recently there's been a lot of talk about woke games in the industry and whether or not being labeled as something woke leads to your game failing. And we're seeing some people here talking about blocking, this is a journalist here, blocking people who are anti-woke. And here's their kind of their parameters for whether or not you're going to be blocked on the
Oh yeah, tomorrow I'll be on with ALT tomorrow evening to watch the react. I won't stream in the daytime because I got stuff to do and I want to get some sleep in.
spot. So
But it'll
Paul
be evening
says,
time.
people say, oh, you're blocking people with opposite viewpoints. Yeah, because everyone I'm blocking is saying the same dumb stuff, like all games that fail are woke, woke games that don't fail aren't really woke, games with hot girls aren't woke, and all woke people hate them. I think this is a lot of projection and shadowboxing arguments and people that don't really exist unless they're in extreme minor situations, but someone would respond right here saying, do you have an example of a woke game that succeeded? And this got a lot of traction, right? Over 1,000 quotes of people sharing what they believe are examples, right? But I would say this, I think people would be hard pressed to show a quote unquote woke game in the year 2024 that was released this year that has done well. I think people would really struggle, but some of the answers to this question right here are insane. Like this one right here, where people are trying to claim that Bayonetta is woke. Bayonetta obviously has succeeded in its many different versions, but Bayonetta being woke? Are you joking? Just remember
Are you woking?
that not that long ago there was canonical art released where it showed Bayonetta
I like this one. Cat on the moon. That'd be a good thumbnail.
in a straight relationship, and this image caused Twitter to have an absolute meltdown because they genuinely believed, based on their own headcanon, that Bayonetta...
Oh, by the way, speaking of video games, I got Warhammer Battle Sisters for the Quest 3. Oculus was having a 30% off sale that ended like tomorrow, and I was like, and it's only $20 normally, and so I put in the coupon, and so I got it for $15. So it was pretty cheap, and so I was playing Warhammer Battle Sisters, and it was pretty fucking good. It's actually really, really good.
was a lesbian. And that's one of the reasons I guess they're labeling the game as woke, but that information is just not true. At the very, very least, she's bisexual, but canonically, she's in a straight relationship, married with a child. And that made people absolutely foaming at the mouth on Twitter. On top of that, as pointed out here, let's not erase...
And I put It Time June into Beat Saber, and I was trying to get 100%, but I didn't quite get it. I got like 95%. I would have made that the intro if I could, but I guess I couldn't do it.
History. Let's not try to wipe out what actually happened when Bayonetta was released. You guys remember the feminist frequency? This was involved in the original Gamergate about a decade ago, where they made hit pieces on Bayonetta claiming that she was overly sexualized and that she was essentially made to appeal to the male gaze. That was only 10 years ago, so let's not rewrite history and act like this was some woke game. In fact, it was attacked by a lot of people who are hyper liberal and also very woke.
Good point. We were talking about that when the Stellar Blade stuff was coming out. They're like, now they're pretending that Bayonetta is good when they hated it. The doc ends. June appears on Facecam. Phil, that was your last chip. You are well and truly felted. That would be funny. We got some time. It is not even 9:30 yet. Can't wait. I want the doc to come out. I want to watch it. Let's see. People are still in the chat. What are they saying? I wish my mom paid for my taxes. I've changed for the better. I swear he says that like a total of 23 plus times. Guess let's open another crate. He never changed. He rages in 2009 in Street Fighter 4. He rages the exact same in Street Fighter 6. I don't involve myself in drama, dude. What's with all this negativity? I thought the entire internet had turned on DSP's side. And why isn't this filled with people saying, yeah, Phil might be bad, but like he's not a child molester or a murderer or anything. You know who are really bad? The detractors, because like that's what people say, okay? Let's see. It's crazy he spent $255 on his backup account like nothing. Was the thumbnail changed? Yes, for some reason they changed the thumbnail. There isn't the rogues gallery of people behind him. Now it's just a bunch of different Phil faces, include one that's bald for some reason. And up here, there's like a bunch of Jin, and over here you can see the bankruptcy forms where he's listing $2,000 or $5,000 a month in business expenses, which DSP will never address because it's him admitting to lying on his bankruptcy forms, which you're not allowed to ask him that, okay? Like, what the fuck kind of show is that? Yeah, you can come on my show, but only I am allowed to ask you questions. Pre-stream watch party. Oh my god. Everyone's watching this. 12:45. But this is PM. This is later on tonight. But I'll be on tomorrow night. Of course it's PM. What am I saying? Doesn't YouTube have that 3 thumbnails feature still? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was that A/B testing thing. I'm not sure really how that makes any sense. Because the video is not even premiered yet. What do we got here? Slacktivist got exposed.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So Genshin Impact just officially released their new Natlin region, a region deemed problematic by many on social media, and I think this is a good opportunity to revisit the Hoyoverse boycott because every time we do, it gets even more hilarious, and today is no exception. So for context, for those who are unaware of the boycott, really quick, basically, the Natlin region was previewed back in July, and as a result, some users on Twitter started a Hoyoverse boycott, claiming this Natlin region was guilty of cultural appropriation and racism. And this is something that we would see all across social media, these official boycott accounts telling you everything you can and can't do, encouraging you to talk to local politicians, but the one thing they would not tell you to refrain from was playing the game, which is a big problem we'll talk about later in this video. However, at that point in July, a lot of Genshin voice actors would come forward to signal boost this campaign, resulting in one of the voice actresses being fired because obviously. But that's where we left things off in my previous video about the boycott, and you can see some people were not happy with that video. You can see this user screenshotted my video and also Hero Hayes' video and said, this right here tells us that most YouTubers who spoke badly about the boycott are either rage bait or don't play the game. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got called a tourist by a Hoyoverse boycotter. I might not ever recover from that. But anyways, they're trying to shame people like me and Hero Hay by saying, we don't play the game, which is ironic because they're supporting a boycott, and as a result, I would be doing a better job at the boycott than most of the people participating while I'm not even trying, because at the end of the day, a lot of the people who are attempting to quote-unquote boycott Hoyoverse games are still playing the games and coming up with wild justifications for doing so. And you can see the 100+ plus 1,000 signatures on the related petition mean absolutely nothing if people are still playing the game. It's not an isolated event where some people are doing this. It is a sizable number of the people who are part of this supposed boycott. Now, like I said, that's where we left off, but now with the release of the Natlan region officially, some of the official boycott accounts have made some statements. Let's see some of the rules they have made up for this new banner. So, we of the Hoyoverse boycott urge for a strike on Natlan's very first banner, starting on the 28th of August. Do not pull during her event banner and do not purchase anything from Hoyoverse. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they are discouraging you from pulling this banner, but they are not discouraging you from playing this new update. They are literally calling this region, this related content, racist and cultural appropriation. The reason they are boycotting Hoyoverse, but they're still allowing you to play it. That is what slacktivism looks like, ladies and gentlemen. And also, just for your own knowledge, this is one of the characters they deem problematic. They believe in this case that the character here, Mualani, is a racist caricature of Hawaiians because that's in their own headcanon, I guess. But right here, this is the greatest screenshot I have seen in a minute. I couldn't even write a script or make up a tweet that'd be funnier than this right here. So let's see what happened to one of the boycotters. So you can see this account right here. This is a account dedicated to posting daily pictures of a Genshin Impact character. And they also have hashtag boycott Hoyoverse in their name. And then they posted this screenshot polling the new banner and saying, oh, hey. Where then one user said you should remove the boycott from your name then, where they reply saying, I'm free to play, thanks though, with a snarky reply, as you can see right there. This is basically the Hoyoverse boycott in a nutshell. They really can't stop playing this game, and they are just blatant hypocrites about what they're trying to do. But here is one user trying to justify what just happened. Referring to that previous interaction, they say, you do realize there's multiple ways to boycott, correct? Not really. There might be different ways of boycotting, but they all share one fundamental principle, and it's the fact that you're not supporting the thing you're boycotting. You're not engaging with it in a way that serves their interests. Like, you can't do a partial boycott in this situation. You playing the game for free does not equate to a boycott, no matter what else you're doing. You are not doing a full boycott. I can't believe you have to explain this to grown adults in some cases. But anyways, thanks to Packer Girl here for getting some of these related screenshots. But this is beautiful. It just keeps getting worse. So the confessions of a Genshin Impact boycotter. So this user who is a boycotter says this. All right, I'll reveal my secret. Why I've reinstalled Genshin Impact, a thread. Now, I am still part of the boycott, but I think it's important that we don't up and quit Genshin as a whole. In doing so, we essentially give the Hoyo defenders a place to congregate, a place to call home. The thread continues. Within my first days of logging in, I was called a performative activist and called attempts at writing the N-word at me by 3 different people. I mean, you are a performative activist. That is, they are correct when they said that. But on top of that, they say, now I should also note that yes, I was a frequent spender on Genshin and Honkai Star Rail. I would steal my mom's credit card at night and spend $20 to $40 every few weeks or so. Money spent, which would lead us to almost being homeless in summer of 2023. It just can't get any more ridiculous. The average Genshin Impact player and boycotter right here. I refuse to believe these are real people, but my observations keep telling me over and over again that there's a very good chance this is a very real person and a real set of circumstances that they're sharing. But a lot of this has to do with the fact that these Genshin Impact players, they're addicted to the game. That's why they can't fully engage in this boycott, because they can't stop playing, and this interaction really shows it. So this user says, do you have any advice on how to get the willpower to move on from Hoyo? I hate what the company's doing, but I can't bring myself to delete Genshin and move on. I've been playing for 2 years, and I feel like I just throw away 2 years of work and all the money I've spent on it. That is a very sad thing to publicly tweet. I could never. The CIA couldn't torture this information out of me. But you see this user reply, this Saturn person, giving their own advice, and this person will be important because they have deactivated. Now, why did they deactivate? Well, they made a thread trying to display all of the Hoyoverse sins over the years and also why you should boycott. And the thread was so ass that they literally deactivated their account within a few hours because people were clowning on them that hard. Now, luckily for you guys, I always know when to screenshot things. I always can tell when something's going to get deleted or an account's about to go private or deactivate. So I came through. Trust me, you're welcome. You're going to enjoy this. This is the thread. So it says, why I quit Hoyoverse games and why you should too. A thread. Trigger warning. Mentions of pedophilia, racism, and whitewashing. And as always, anytime you see one of these like weird comic things trying to discuss a supposedly serious topic, you know you're about to read some of the worst stuff you've ever seen in your life. But on top of that, you can see there was no discussion here. This was not an open debate. This was the hidden replies before they finally took down their account. Basically, anyone who disagreed with them would get put behind a hidden reply. But here's the thread, okay? Starts off here saying, it is also incredibly racist and sickening company. They mock cultures, whitewash people of color, and it doesn't stop there with their examples of those supposed things that are quite a reach. But this is where it gets really good, okay? So they say this. They are also guilty of endorsing and advertising literal pedophilia and lolly in their games. Ew. So here's their examples. Supposedly a 500-year-old god, a character in their newest game with no confirmed age, and not showing full pic, but she is incredibly sexualized here. She is a child. So again, as always with all of these people who make these claims, if you're trying to say this stuff is illegal, you realize you'd be committing a crime by sharing this stuff. Not just sharing it, but also downloading it onto your own computer. It's ridiculous. But the main thing here is, as someone who was supposedly a pretty involved fan with Genshin Impact, how do you not know that Genshin Impact caters to a lot of lolly characters? As always, if you don't like that stuff, that's fine, but don't sit here and play the game and act like you don't see these things. They try to promote lolly characters extremely hard. They're some of the highest selling banners, by the way, and it's impossible to not know that these characters exist in the game. And on top of that, right down into the coding, you will see lolly as a body type. I mean, that's how closely associated the concept is with Hoyoverse games. If you didn't know that, you're just lying to yourself. But here's some more examples, and this is where it gets crazy. You can see a bunch of malarkey here, but this one right here, very serious. His EN voice actor abuses his status and is a predator. Now, I'm assuming they're referring to Elliot Gindi. I made a video about him about a year and a half ago. I'll put a link to it in the description if you want to check it out. But yeah, this guy, total predator, absolute creep. This guy was horrible, okay? But here's the thing. After all this stuff came out about him, he was fired by Hoyoverse. And that was like a year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago. So what does it have to do with like the Natlin region and all this stuff? But anyways, that seems a little unserious when you have it right here, right? And then next to it, you have some other wrongdoings, and it's Genshin Impact referring to what they claim is a Hawaiian-inspired area as a vacation spot. You're comparing these two things, like, again, so unserious with these threads. And down here, more coping about the characters, and then this part is wild. So they're saying the Arlen skills here in Honkai Star Rail are problematic because they have a swift harvest technique. So are you saying there's something like, I think I know the connection they're trying to draw here, and that would just be projection. Like, that's something you probably shouldn't admit that you think of when you see a dark-skinned character with an ability called Swift Harvest. But anyways, they continue on. I wish you guys could see. I wish I had arms working with me here because I keep imitating the poses that this character's in. But anyways, it says, I can make easily more points, but I think this is enough to show how terrible of a company Hoyoverse and MiHoYo truly is. They should not be supported. And here's the next one. I got my hands up in the air. What can I do? Well, they say a bunch of blah, 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 but this is the important part. Next, you should stop promoting Hoyoverse games on social media. I know it can be hard not to talk about your favorite characters, but this can only advertise the game to new players, which isn't what we want. Private DMs are okay. Private DMs are okay. This just shows how disingenuous this whole thing is. But continuing on, they go, and finally, boycott. Being mostly gacha games, Hoyoverse is mostly fueled by their players' wallets, so do not give them money. Don't play their games. Don't pay for their games. Don't associate with them on social media. Avoid anything that gives them a single cent. Wow, they're actually making some pretty good points. This is much more of a boycott. They're implying you shouldn't play their games even if it's free to play. However, then the next slide in their PowerPoint presentation is this where someone says, but wait, wouldn't it be better to just go free to play? Server maintenance will cost them money. Holy copium, by the way. Where they reply saying, as a former free to play player, I can see where you're coming from. So I guess it is okay to do a free to play option. Very confusing stuff, but as you can tell, this thread went off the rails. It was clowned on so hard, this user deactivated. And let's look at some other things before we wrap it up today. There are so many desperate attempts. This user right here, you got to read this. Do you think we can plot to sue Hoyoverse for false marketing? Remember her. She is from Natlin. As a reader, I thought and believe this is what Natlins look like. Even if they had a shade lighter than hers, it's crazy that they basically lied to us. They are trying to start like a class action lawsuit against Hoyoverse because they believe these characters were falsely advertised because they're not as dark as they initially appeared. That is insane. Here's another update. So part of the whole like do's and don'ts of the boycott is to try to contact like ambassadors and all these things. And this official Hoyoverse boycott account here makes a thread saying that they're sorry for being a little quiet on their process, and they've been working hard contacting ambassadors. And they say, we have contacted over 30 cultural ambassadors so far, with many more to go. Now, that sounds great, except they're not saying we talked with 30 cultural ambassadors. They just said we contacted, which means none of them replied, as they shouldn't, because this is an absolute waste of time. But yeah, at this point, just let it go, dude. The region is out. You're encouraging people and saying it's okay to keep playing as long as they don't pull certain banners, and people are doing it anyways. This whole thing is just an absolute joke. In fact, even some of the characters from this Natlin region that have darker skin are being dismissed by users like this saying, cool, now do the actual characters that we care about. You literally can't win, but to sum this up with a nice bow on it, look at this. A few days ago, just before the Natlin region went live, Genshin Impact announced that at the Gamescom Award 2024, Genshin Impact has won the Best Mobile Game Award. This is a crowd-pushed award, meaning they got a lot of support from the community across the globe, enough to win Best Mobile Game of the Year. That is insane and ironic, as this is all happening during these supposed boycotts. But that's going to do it for this video. Another round of laughing at these people. I don't know how much longer all of this is going to go, but if there's any more significant developments, we will take another look at these boycotters to get another good laugh out of it. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, Rev. Update on the Genshin situation. I don't know if the sibling still plays Genshin. She probably does, but that makes sense. Like, you can't fault a teenage girl for playing Genshin Impact. It's like their target audience. Ainley was playing Sanabi. That actually looks like a pretty good game. Sanabi. It's like a cyberpunk 2D side-scrolling game with good music. I put it on my wish list after seeing Ainley play it. Is there anything I'm missing here? There's one lonely gout garter in the Joon the King chat, just spamming Kino Casino memes like House wins, King Phil won, and everyone's just making fun of him. So there's literally just one person in the chat just farming for attention, just making the Kino Casino fans look worse and worse with every single word he says. But this is your Kino Casino fan. He's literally like, I don't know anything about DSP other than his appearance on Kino Casino. It's like, yeah, pretty obvious. Thanks for admitting you don't know jack shit. You fucking idiot. They just can't help it. Is there anything here? Shanny and Rev. Shanny making a comeback. It's Shanny's Renaissance. Is Black Myth Wukong a threat? Let's take a look at this from Fleekazoid.
Zhongguo Di Yi Pimps! Black Myth Wukong is a threat. A threat to the AAA Western gaming industry, an industry that hates its audience so much that it spends 8 years making a game that can't outperform Gollum. A threat to Screen Rant in particular, taking points off the game for lacking inclusion and diversity. But how the hell do I take that sentence seriously when there is a picture of a magic monkey fighting a magic rock 3 lines above it? Hell, 90% of the things in this game aren't even human. I don't even know what this means. There is a man that can sing and play guitar without a head. What do you want, a mariachi band instead? I'm so Confucius. And Black Myth Wukong is a threat to the American education system, as many Americans are finding out just how many Chinese people there really are. Get over here. Let me show you some numbers. The USA has 333 million people. China has 1.4 billion. So when you see the player chart pull a Helldivers 2 every day at high noon, and when you see English doesn't even make up 10% of the total reviews, remember that China outfucked us by 1 billion people. And they just got a second game to add to their library for when they're not playing PUBG. But with all
kind of
that being said,
suffering
how's
for
the
it.
game? It's janky as hell, but it's also a good time. Get back here. Let's quit jibber jabbering and get into it. This game takes place in China or India. I don't know. This game is based on Journey to the West, which I've been told is like the Harry Potter of China. So out of respect for China and in a desperate attempt to improve my rapidly declining social credit score, I've turned all the dialogue to Chinese and I have shut off the subtitles. That one's for you, Big Winnie. However, unfortunately, that meant I didn't get a single word of the story, so don't expect any lore accurate information from here onward. That's it on the story. Let's talk about how this game plays. First of all, this game is a boss rush. You're a monkey with a stick and they're throwing boss after boss after boss at your stick, and your goal is to use that stick to
like there's a boss every 10 feet, which sounds pretty cool. It does sound good. I do like bosses.
beat down every last one of them. Most bosses get no context, no cutscenes, no fanfare. They just get a name tag so you know what to write on their gravestone after you kill them. As for the difficulty of these bosses, some of these bosses feel like a parody of a Dark Souls boss. They'll go from slicing you to summoning spikes out of the ground to calling in Rodney the Roach to hiding behind an invisible wall throwing attacks through it to throwing an attack that hangs like a constipated shit to getting body slammed by a tornado that they just spawned in. Don't forget about the grapples. I find the most effective strat to counter these is Alt F4. When I fight bosses like this, I say, put me out to pasture. Just give me some jello and plop this old dog in front of a tube TV that's playing Frasier reruns. Much like the gameplay, my dementia is too advanced. But most bosses are piss easy. Like, look at this stupid tiger. Watch how easy this is for me. I believe it was Confucius that once said, an oppressive government is more to be feared than a tiger. Oh God, the tiger is so much worse. Save me, oppressive government. Save me. Hang on. Jojo Walter, Yapo Sing Deng She Fu. Confucius says some wild shit. Many people compare this game to Dark Souls, and I can definitely see it in some ways. But my only problem with that comparison is that you wouldn't believe how horribly you can play this game and still succeed. I have so many boss fights where I accidentally beat them while throwing down some of the worst combos you've ever seen. I'm talking horrible, truly appalling gameplay. Like someone just handed a stroke victim a controller 5 seconds after it happened. That's what I'm talking about. And yet, here I am, failing forward. Get over here. You see that boss? My aura just killed him. I did not beat these bosses by learning their mechanics. I did not improve myself, look up guides, overcome them with skill. I wallowed in self-pity until my enemies destroyed themselves. Don't get good, get lucky. Skill fills a man's hands, gambling fills a man's heart. Now, how does that combat feel? When my spells aren't on cooldown and I still have mana for the first 30 seconds of the fight, it's otherworldly. The flow is stupendous, the spinning outrageous, the style unmatched. I feel fly as hell. I feel like I could take on the entire US military. 30 seconds later, when all my spells are on cooldown or I get blue barred, I feel like a hobo on crack fighting my hallucinations. It feels like Dark Souls if my guy just couldn't stop spinning and flipping with every attack. And you may have noticed the light attacks do the damage of a nerf sword, but don't worry. You don't do these as much for the damage as you do them to charge up the heavy attack, and that feels like a proper punch. Upgraded even more, and it feels like a nuke. Upgraded all the way, and it feels like a completely different game. You're breaking legs, somehow you out of Mossberg, you turn into an unstoppable agent of chaos. Drilling directly into what makes this game unique, let's talk about the spells. 3 of the things on the skill wheel are just micro doses of power, little helpers, like the glue to your combos, if you will. One of them lets you teleport behind them, then attack. One of them lets you freeze a boss in place. And Pluck of Many ensures that you don't die alone. Now, anyone that plays this game will notice I left out Rock Solid, and that is because Rock Solid is liquid ass. Congratulations, you just tanked that first attack, but in 1987, Street Fighter invented the combo. The idea that one attack can be followed by another attack. The coolest of all your abilities, though, is the Shapeshift ability, of which the game gives you many options hidden all across it. But I also firmly believe that there is only one right choice here, and that is the flame-throwing rat. He spits fire, he slices, and if you want to deactivate early, he blows himself up. I didn't know they did that in Journey to the West. I thought that was from Journey to the Middle East. I'm getting sick and tired of all these multiverse movies, and all the other summons are capitalist pig propaganda. Like, look at this dude using the lightning guy. Oh, he does more damage. Oh, you switch your summon depending on the elemental of the boss you're fighting. Descent like that's gonna get you sent to the labor camps, Guaylo. I'll flamethrow lava before I betray my special boy. Rat till I splat, praise Buddha. Now to talk about my gripes with the combat. First off, skill wheels with cooldowns make me want to commit a felony. Second, I feel like a goddamn pilot with how many meters, timers, and bars I have to watch every time I get into combat. You have not only your cooldowns and all your magic, but you also got a mana bar, cooldown for the Yagwai, the health bar, the focus bar, and don't forget that the Monkey King also has to watch out for an asthma attack on that stamina bar. You can fly on a cloud, but old Curious George still has to watch out for a case of the wheezes. By the way, you can't just swap out your health potions for mana potions like in Dark Souls. To get mana recovery sometime after Chapter 3, you have to go find some weak items hidden halfway up Sun Tzu's ass in a secret area, and I'm already a monkey. I don't need the pox too. I was gonna talk about how Stellar Blade has much better flow and how they integrated a lot more of these action mechanics much more smoothly, but there's no point in pitting these two dogs against each other. Gaming is in its century of humiliation. It's had its balls chopped off and now they're being kept in a British museum. Good enough is great in times like these. Back to the positive, 3 different fighting stances is fantastic. You love to see different fighting stances in games. Jade Empire, Saints Row 2, Yakuza, all the greats have this. It's one of my favorite features. That being said, Slam Gang for life, the other 2 styles are shit, and if you use Pillar, you should be sent to the Chinese labor camps. Speaking of side activities, I thought the singing minigame felt very out of place. I think that it's just disrespectful to the source material to have you singing Girls Just Wanna Have Fun in a karaoke bar. You're better than this, Game Science. Back to the jank. Whereas Dark Souls punishes you with one-shotting bosses, this game punishes you in a much more subtle way. A way that is straight out of the Art of War. Use deception. You see that shortcut right there? Go ahead, try and use it. Fuck you, invisible wall. Try to jump in the cave, invisible ceiling. You see that mountain? Well, you can't fly to it. You see that Scottish guy?
Just for a short reign over this barren valley.
Well, he's actually Chinese.
I'm Bodhisattva Lingji of New Mount Sumeru.
Even the bosses have invisible walls on their balls. I can't take it anymore. Damn it! But this gives me an idea. This idiot doesn't know my back's to a wall. Use environmental factors to your advantage. Shit! I mean, know yourself in your enemy. I knew our enemy couldn't come down here with us, and that's why I let him do that. Art of War. I tell him to fix this, but you know what? If China doesn't care, I don't care. I think hyper-realistic graphics paired with invisible walls everywhere is chic. It's empowering. It's the future. Now to cap all of this off, you need to know that this game is loaded with secrets. Secret items, secret areas, secret bosses, many secrets, and I won't spoil any of them except for one. Because this one is so crucial to enjoying this game that you can't leave this video without seeing it. Are you ready? Because if you want to have fun playing this game, you have to go to this area first. Follow me. It's Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs is still the best Wukong game. Thanks to the flock of pimps for bankrolling this video, and another huge thanks to all the pimpers for buying me dozens of copies of Squirrel with a Gun. Get ready, pimpers!
It's almost purging time! Hooray!
I'd believe it if only 10% of Chinese people bought it. That sounds about right. I don't know how many gamers there are in China. They probably have a lot more to worry about, like finishing construction in the high-rises before they get demolished. Let's check in on old Cyrex. What is he up to lately? The old goblin.
What is up, Rumble?
What is up?
It's your boy, Retro Arcade Rewind.
You are not anyone's boy.
The song I'm going to be doing a cover of
chance.
I want to dedicate to my wonderful, wonderful, amazing fiance Taylor, and my two sons, Ollie and Isaac.
It's so fucking goofy. He's being catfished again. Some dude is pretending to be his new girlfriend, and she is saying that she has two sons, and so that means that Cyrax now has two sons. It's really cringe and weird, but that's Raxo for you. He's a really weird dude.
To my fiance Taylor, I love you, baby, so much.
Again, this person doesn't exist. What time is the Joon Doc? It'll be premiering in about an hour. It's got about 65 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on it.
And thank you for being in my life. And to my two sons, Ollie and Isaac, I love you boys more than you
Yes, we're gonna
ever
watch it.
can know.
Well, my friend
live
Cyrax is usually back at it around this time. He's in the cycle of being really cocky and overconfident with a lot of bravado behind him. And it really has to do with his new girlfriend, Taylor. You know, that girl over there in Australia that he cheated on, that he pretends to like her whenever she's, got two kids that he's trying to go after. And if you know Cyrax well enough and have been keeping up with the channel, you know that he cheated on her. He really doesn't care about her all that much. He acts like he cares about her because he's desperate and he's willing to go after any kind of tree and, hug it until he can't anymore or the tree rejects him.
Yeah.
He's been talking to a lot of
The Cyrax
Facebook
scream.
women. He's been pretending to really love.
I got a 1v1 me in Fortnite. Is that one it?
1v1 me on Fortnite right now.
Yeah, like that. I think there's like Cyrax laugh. It's like a monkey laugh. I think that's it. Yeah.
Her saying, please baby, please don't leave. And it was revealed on Marty's stream about all these messages that were shown off, and we're gonna be checking those out, hearing Cyrax plead and beg for her to stay. And then later this month or later last month, he would say, I can't deal with this, Taylor. Why do I have to fight for you to stay with you? And it's really toxic behavior. If you ever dated anybody who is manipulative, that's like Cyrax is 10 times worse. So be prepared for that.
And I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I love all of you.
Bro, if this shit is getting leaked, it's not a real person. But obviously, I guess he's just too dumb, too desperate.
I love Isaac. I love the three of you more than anything in the world. You three are my world. And I love you so much. I love all three of you so fucking much that I can't even begin to put it into words. There isn't a day that goes by where I don't think about you guys.
He's just being trolled.
There isn't a day that goes by where I don't wish I could be there.
Hey, Taco Chan is in chat.
I do wish I could be there every.
For the Joon Doc, there's Taco Chan. Big ups. Am I in the documentary?
I can't be with somebody that does that. I can't. What you're doing is a form of abuse. I cannot be around that. I mean, you talk about how you want me to fight for you and this and that and the other. Well, let me ask you this. Why should I have to fight to be with you? Because if I have to fight to be with you, I'm going to have to fight to be with you for the rest of my life, and it's not worth it to me, Taylor. Taylor, I love you. Not be around this shit. I can't. I cannot be around your abuse. I'm sorry, Taylor, but I have to walk away.
It's like, oh my god, he goes from one end to the other of like, I want to be with you, I want to stay with you forever, to, you're abusing me, I have to walk away, I love you, but it's all about him being the prize. It's him trying to be like he wants her to chase him. He wants to be her prize. He wants her to fight for him rather than he fight for her. And imagine being a woman and hearing this from a guy and still holding on to a guy with no job, no income, no kind of, social standing. I would say the exact opposite of standing. He's flat on his face, man. But yeah, it's just so bold. These are some wild moves from Cyrax, and Marty was able to fish Cyrax out of the water. He managed to get Cyrax on his panel, but yeah, no, it's a wild thing to hear this man say that he loves these kids and that mom so much and then abandon them like days later. It's so wild. It's not even like they did anything to him either. It's not like she cheated on you, Cyrax. It's not like she did anything wild. No, it's just that she existed and she had an OnlyFans that you knew before you started dating her. It's like, I feel like you would know whether a girl has an OnlyFans or not pretty fast, but he didn't care at first, and now he does care. He flip-flops between it because he wants drama.
Oh, and here he is right now. Wow.
Hey, Marty, how does it feel to know that you're violating Rumble's terms of services by taking those messages that you clearly stole and putting them out there? That violates Rumble's terms of services, invasion of privacy.
There's no such thing.
Oh, but there is. And what you don't seem to realize, Fatso, is your time is up, little boy. And by the way, this has been recorded. And guess what? When Rumble sees this, you're gonna be...
Don't care.
Yeah, you say you don't care, but you do.
I don't.
Okay, if you don't care, then why is it that I've gotten ear and word of mouth that you supposedly are done? And that you wanted to apologize. It doesn't sound like you wanted to apologize to me. Sounds more to me like you want to try to keep your little sucker running.
Well, so Chance, I'll apologize. I have something to say. I have something to say I'm sorry for.
No, I wanted to, if I know what you're going to try to say, and it better be to me. Otherwise, I'm having my people report.
All right, hear me out. I'm sorry, you're a delusional freak.
Wow, okay. Then guess what? Your channel and your career down the drain. Your social media, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wave bye-bye to your channel, Marty. Wave bye-bye, Fatso. You're done.
Bye-bye, it's reality.
You violated service.
Reality, nice knowing you.
By the way, I will agree with you on one thing, Marty. I will agree with something that you are doing. Going after that potato guy. I agree with you doing that.
Really?
I did look into what he was doing. And my question to you is this.
Seriously?
Why go after me when you can go after him? Why go after me when you can go after him?
You always gotta appreciate Sax's cockiness whenever it comes to talking with Marty. He thinks that he has all the cards in his hand, as always. It never changes with the little guy. But that potato guy he mentioned, I don't really know that much about him. From what I can understand, he's like a sicko too. He's apparently like around Cyrax's area of expertise and weirdness. But I will say, you gotta commend Marty for apologizing for Cyrax being a weirdo freakazoid. I love that about Marty. I love how he's very casual with Cyrax. He's got like a degree in Cyraxology or something. I don't really know, but I do appreciate his just like nonchalant attitude about everything Cyrax has to say, because it does get pretty ramped up later on in the stream where Marty calls the police and like the police are being told everything that Cyrax says. Like Marty starts saying, this guy Cyrax on YouTube is harassing me, you gotta see it. You just gotta see it.
Why are you lying to the goddamn cops?
Here he is again. I mean, like...
No, to the officer, I want to state this for the record. If you look on YouTube under the name Cyrax,
I think he's got like some kind of hacking credentials or something. Like he's a known like.
No, I do not. You
can't stop him. Like he can just barge in.
To the FBI agent, I want you to know right now that my former name on YouTube, I used to be under the name Cyrax. That's CYRA with 2 X's.
I can't stop him.
And if you go on the internet, you will see that everything I have done, everything that I have done, this man has bullied me. This man has gone after me. So, Nick, why do you keep doing this, man? Why do you keep lying? You know you're lying. If anybody's preventing you from making a living, it's yourself.
No, that's you.
No, you prevented me from making a living.
That's you.
Shut the f up, you fucking punk bitch. I have all the proof to show.
I only made like $400 today. Like it's like.
Yeah, and guess what? Everything you do is about me. Now hang up the phone. Otherwise, I will get you banned off of Rumble, boy.
Impossible.
Oh, really? It's impossible. Then why you lying, Nick? Is it because you want me on panel?
You're keeping me on slave wages.
No, the f I'm not, boy. That's you. That's you.
No one can live off of 400 a day, Chance. It's chump.
Shut the f up, Marty. Why are you sitting here lying to this goddamn?
I don't want peanuts. I want steak.
So you'd rather see me in prison?
I want steak.
Well, f you, because you continue to lie to the cops. I am gonna legally come after you. So stop lying to the goddamn cops, boy.
Yeah. Okay. I want steak.
Now you have to appreciate Marty's taste in steak. You know, Marty don't want no peanuts. He wants steak. And he's calling the officer to tell everybody. No, you love it. I love it too. And Cyrex screaming at Marty while Marty's talking to the cop. And Marty's on the phone with the cop for probably around 40 minutes, telling the cop how much Cyrex has bullied him over the years, that this has been happening for 7 years to Marty. And, you know, Marty's just trying to play board games, you know. He's just trying to hang out, have a good stream, watch videos with his, you know, dedicated fans that Cyrex will never get. But it gets worse, and it gets so much worse for Cyrex. He gets even angrier, and man, Marty definitely pushed Cyrex's buttons, and he doesn't even have to do that much to do it. He had Inwood Boy up on panel, and the two of them were just talking about whiskey and alcohol and their taste in alcohol, and Cyrex decided to come back and scream at them in the most vehement way I've probably ever seen him scream at anybody, really.
Drunk on $300 whiskeys. I
Why are you making up screenshots? Shut up! Make me shut up, you.
Shut up!
No,
don't
make me come to Sweden and beat your.
Go away!
Shut the f up, boy!
Go away, bully!
I ain't talking to you.
Go away,
Hey,
bully!
Marty, why you thinking screenshots, music, Marty? Why you? Shut the f up! Shut up!
Dude, just, you understand, you can like. Oh my god.
How do you live like this?
Screenshots can't be fake,
You
Chance.
ignorant fool! Oh yes they can! Oh yes they
You
can!
said it can't be.
You girl lover! You white
Whoa.
You
Can't be fake.
You bitch made! You N-word bitch! You losing little.
Fuck you and your cow of a grandma.
You, your mom, your dad, your whole family, you inbred. And Marty, leave me and my friends and my family alone. Otherwise, I'm gonna come after you.
Here.
You're talking
You came
about
on
whiskey.
here, you.
Now, I never seen Cyrex quite scream like that. Like, that was straight up just screaming. It wasn't even words. It was just, oh, you know, it cracks me up and cracks my egg, as someone says. But, yeah, no, Cyrex wanted Marty to leave him alone. Did Cyrex leave Marty alone? No, he didn't. And, you know, Marty was correct. You know, in that stream, he really wasn't talking about Cyrex. He was talking about whiskey with Inwood Boy. They were talking about their taste and, like, what kind of whiskey they prefer and stuff, and their drinking tendencies and stuff. Just regular stuff. And Cyrex just wouldn't leave them alone because he's obsessed with Marty. He's obviously in love with them, and he wants this attention. He loves the drama, ladies and gentlemen. Never forgive that one. But we're going to be fast-forwarding to last night's stream on the 31st. And it's on last night's panel where Cyrex was begging Marty to stop going after him, to go after this potato guy that I mentioned earlier. I don't really know that much about him. I understand or heard that he was a creep that Marty was going after, and I think Cyrex defended him for a little bit because, you know, I think anybody that Marty goes after, Cyrax automatically assumes that the people he's going after are innocent because he thinks that he's innocent, and he sees Marty as a supervillain, you know, destroying people left and right. And it's just like, no, Marty generally goes to go find weirdos, and then he finds them, and then he kind of messes with them. He trolls them pretty hard. He's very good at it.
Why don't you like them? Like,
No, it's not important. It is not important.
No, I want to know what you don't like about him, because I don't like him either.
Well, let's see. The fact that I found out that you were actually right about him and that he actually is a file. I did some digging and I was wrong.
Wow.
I did not realize that he did what he did. And for that, I do apologize for attacking you about him. I was unaware that he actually did do those things. So my question to you is this. Instead of going after somebody like me who's trying to live their life, why not go after somebody like him who's actually done sick, twisted, fucking weird shit? Like, come on. The guy's a fucking ped, dude. He deserves to be gone after. I don't. So why not put your skills to good use and go after that sick and leave me the fuck out of it? And leave my girl and my friends and my family out of it. We're over here living our lives. So unless you're going to stop, I am going to report you. But if you don't go after me, if you don't go after my family or my friends or my girl, guess what? I'm going to let you off the hook. But if you go after Potato, or if you go after Potato, I'll let you keep your channel. But if you continue to go after me, my girl, my friends, or my family, and continue to dox private messages that do go against Rumble's terms of service,
there's no
but
fault.
whether you know it or not, it actually does go against their TOS. I actually looked into it. It actually does exist, and it does go against their terms of service. So I'm giving you an option. Either lose your channel to this stupid shit, or actually put your skills to good use and actually go after real fucking files like Potato. Because right now, Marty, you're doing all this shit out of desperation.
I gotta talk.
And it's not working out for you. It's really not working out for you at all whatsoever.
It is.
Actually, no, it's not, because you want to know something? I know the real truth, Marty. I know that no one wants to donate to you because they all know that you're a fat piece of shit.
No, he's fat.
No, you've not made any money. The only time you make money is when I'm on. And guess what? Everybody else is moving on to your bullshit, dude. Your numbers are dwindling.
Man, he is so outlandishly wrong. Like, man, Marty just said the other day that he made $400, dude. Most people don't make $400. Heck, some people don't even make $100, much less than $400. Like, God, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. He's not even looking at the numbers. He's just throwing things out there and seeing what sticks, you know? I just don't understand. I mean, Marty's numbers are going up and up and up and up and up. And, you know, good for Marty. You know, congratulations, Marty. You know, good job for entertaining so many people, me included. I think it's awesome. You know, Marty's been reaching 2,000 range. You know, he's had 2,000 people on his stream before, and that's a lot of people. That's no small fry, man. That's not one small fry. And, you know, Cyrus's failure in all of this is that he underestimates Marty. He underestimates on just how good Marty's doing and how confident Marty is and how smart Marty is. You know, he underhands Marty, and he thinks they can somehow trick Marty into believing something, or trick Marty into going after this Potato guy instead of going after him. Now, in my humble opinion, you know, I think Cyrus is the most entertaining person to watch compared to the other, you know, lol cows. You got King Cobra. I guess there's Potato now. I really don't know. Ian Foot's like the closest guy to him. But even then, it's like, these people aren't as insane as Cyrax. You know, they're not as dramatic. They're not, you know, constantly on the internet sometimes. I don't know. Cyrax is just something else. So a few minutes after that clip I just showed you, Cyrax eventually came back to Marty's panel. He came back to Marty's stream. Marty was showing off some screenshots, and Cyrax has a message for William Gloryhole, and you know, he's not happy that William keeps hitting on his girl over there in Australia.
I got a message for William Gloryhole. William, you need to stay the fuck away from my girl. She already told you that she wants nothing to do with you. What you're doing, stalking her, that's illegal, motherfucker. And if you go over there, you will be charged and arrested for stalking and harassment, which is very illegal, bro. you need to back up. I got proof of you talking about going over there to see my girl. Motherfucker, she ain't your girl. She's mine. I've been engaged to her for a while now. So back off.
How long?
Otherwise, you will be arrested. Hands fucking down. Because what you're doing is illegal as so either stay away from her or suffer the consequences and become Bubba's little bitch in prison. And Marty, you need to tell your little friend to back off. Because if you do not, I'm coming after you and your fucking channel, and I'm having you arrested for lying to the cops like you did last night. And all the shit you've done to me over the last 7 years. Just straight out, shut up, bitch. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, boy. Yes, you did lie to the cops.
right here.
Hey, poor shut the fuck up.
Here's my point.
Shut up.
It's all illegal, Marty. It's all illegal. Everything you do, Marty. He always loves to point out on how everything Marty does is illegal, even though Chance, you know, he's a child enthusiast, let's just say, and he's very bizarre in that field. You know, anything that the trolls do that's out of his own interest, you know, that are against him, he thinks is illegal. You know, I think that's why he calls the police so much. You know, the police have been over there to 339 for over 100 times. It's been a long time. But you know, if Taylor wants to boogie down and get down with William Gloryhole and replace her boyfriend with William, you know, then good on her, you know. That'd be an amazing marriage, you know. Maybe she can move to the States and live over here. I don't know. We'll just have to see, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just have to see. But I predict William Gloryhole is going to have twins, like he said. I recall him saying that he was going to have twins with Taylor, and we'll just have to see whether that comes to fruition. On another note, I love how he always has to round it back to Marty, that Marty is the causes of all this, you know, the cause of all this misfortune and terrible things happening to him, when in reality, you know, it's a bunch of different people with a lot of different motives, but usually they all blend together into just wanting the same thing. You know, Cyrex freak out because he's being trolled, and that's always a great thing to see. It's funny. Marty knows how to make the show best. But yeah, I think I checked out everything I want to look at today, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Now, I would like to shout out Cloak.
Thank you, Moth. Well, Cyrex being Cyrex, here's your Cyrex update. Atlas the Clip Keeper is from his stream. Let's see.
Atlas in the hot seat tonight.
And Atlas.
Goes by the name of Atlas the Bookkeeper. How you feeling, my friend?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Joon the King documentary on Darkside Phil. Here it is. Profile, name, Darkside Phil, country, the United States. Okay, no, this is the stream art. All right, here it is. The eternal downfall of Darkside Phil. Now, to be clear, this documentary covers my entire history, all right, from the early days of me in the FGC, meaning like the early 2000s,
Atlas with a
through
U.
early
Okay.
2024. This documentary
No, I
will
appreciate it.
not
I'm a grammar
be
sport
covering
myself, so.
anything that has happened in the last several months, all this awesome new positivity and popularity and stuff that I'm getting is not in this documentary. I covered that with him. I even contacted him and I was like, so FYI, I am kind of having a renaissance. And just so you know,
Just so you know,
people are going to be like, this is outdated.
People are going to be like, this is outdated.
I want to let you know that
What the
before
fuck?
you get like blindsided because you're releasing this thing.
Whoa,
this
just so
timing
you know.
exactly after all this is happening, and he's well aware of it.
People are
okay?
gonna like
So there you
call
go.
you stupid because like I'm cool now.
So,
Okay.
Here's the documentary. All right, premieres tomorrow at 9
What a
a.m.
goofy weirdo.
All right, it's 3 hours and 46 minutes long, so it covers a ridiculous amount. First of all, let's take a look at the description. Darkside Phil has survived in the online space for over 2 decades now. Behind him, he leaves a trail of chaos and financial ruination brought by his own hands. I would say,
that cope
from
laugh.
a certain perspective, that is definitely true. And the thing is, that's not actually true as of right now, right? The financial ruination part was a few years ago. I have been slowly building myself back to a place of stability, and I'm getting there now. if you've noticed in the last few years, I don't do any panic streams. I need funds right away for something. There's no crazy fundraiser stream. I got rid of membership goals to do special events. Instead, we just hang out and have fun every day. There's no more kind of financial drive to content that I make. Yes, I do have daily goals for sure, but it's not like I understand exactly what he's saying. He's talking about how I used to make big money on YouTube. Then I had a big downfall to the point where I got myself in so much financial trouble that I had a bankruptcy. And that's kind of all everyone talks about. No one wants to talk about the fact that that has changed in the last few years, right? They just want to talk about the downfall. So I get it. So taking a look at this thumbnail, all right? Let it be said, all right? I have been around so long on the internet making content. This thumbnail, I'm not even kidding you. I guarantee you all of these people I have had involvement with over the years, I don't even know who some of these people are.
Oh my god, wow.
Legit.
And by some, it's 2.
This is not me trying to make a joke or be insulting. I actually don't recognize some of the people in the thumbnail that he made for the documentary. Also, this is the most people ever in a documentary thumbnail he's ever made, correct? Like, he's never had that many people there before. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, so, I mean, let's just go through this, all right?
Like, you have to feel like a really big idiot if you're Hutch. You gave this guy so much attention, so many opportunities, and then a documentary comes out about Phil, and he's like, I don't even know who that is. Good job, Hutch. This is just a clip. I thought there was going to be some commentary in it, but there isn't, apparently. Super Crazy versus DSP lawsuit from Pescatore. Venting about the creature. Ah, yes. 39 minutes until the documentary. It's gotta wait. It's gotta wait. Evil AJ? Evil AJ is responding too. What is he saying?
Don't let the drama get to you, because once you go down that path of getting defensive and making videos defending your honor, quote unquote,
that's what he does all the time.
And sometimes you can't get back up from it.
To direct entertainment in a way that reflects what the audience wants to see rather than to vindicate the creator is sage advice.
Don't make your personal problems become part of your channel. You can't, man. You gotta keep your personal problems off. And if you're having problems that you just don't feel like making a fucking video, don't make a video.
This is the safest route to content creation, but has Rich had the willpower or stability to follow through?
I took down the Patreon account, and many of you are going to wonder why. Some of you think I was trying to sweep it under the rug, which is another reason why I wanted to make this video, because no, here, this video is staying up and people will know that I had a Patreon campaign posted temporarily.
For a period, Rich had a Patreon active in 2014. Its purpose was to make his videos ad-free, but it vanished as quick as it went up.
Attention. President Trump is going to end all taxes on Social Security benefits and end all taxes on tips collected by service workers.
This is an ad
I approve this message.
in a video
Plus,
that
there was a mother and her 2 sons.
I'm watching
And nothing hurt
someone
them as
else
long as they
watch.
stay connected to their home.
That's weird.
I know this life's been hard on you boys since the world ended.
Thanks, AJ.
But that road is your
He's not an experienced streamer, I guess. This isn't even like an ad. Like, you can skip it at this point, right?
We're in the world now.
Wow, Halle Berry.
Never let go.
The second reason, and this is
That's
honestly
weird.
the straw that broke the camel's back, the
Thank you for
second
the
reason that I took
sub.
down my
Appreciate
Patreon
it.
account is these same people.
He's just watching
advertisement
the-
videos, like
the
say
other
when I had
Joon
an
the King
unboxing
doc
for
on
Dollar Shave
Rich.
Club or Loot Crate, so on and so forth, were the same people who were also complaining about me doing the Patreon campaign. I do a YouTube commentary channel where I comment on news and talk about my opinions and have a fucking blast doing it. And if that pisses you off, they either mean
It was like a fake Derek. At least I hope it's a fake Derek in the chat saying, DSP, I know you can see this. Please unban me. Pretty sure it's a fake Derek. DSP, I know you're here. Please unban me. It's funny. Okay, well, if AJ is going to be watching the June the King doc on Rich, we can give him a thumbs up and check out other things. I'm getting random recommendations of MetaQuest 3 videos. Guys have been playing the quest. What else we got here? Late Night React, Past Remote. June doc hype. Yeah, we're just hyped. I need to make some popcorn if I'm gonna watch this. We've got about 35 minutes of waiting. Is there any content to watch in the meantime? I don't know. Anyone have any channel point recommendations? Can watch some Snort Burnell, possibly. Snort Burnell, what's the latest one?
Save the pig!
Skip intro.
Now on, we're not going to do...
We're trying to save the pig's life. Help!
Because from now on, we're not going to do on the leaderboard the 50, 100, 150.
Because that was all a lie.
So everyone knows what the actual real goal is for the stream, because I feel like it is too deceptive to say 50.
Wow, that is incredible. Like, I was lying the whole time. I was just deceiving you. So now that I've been hitting the goal consistently now, I'm just going to drop the facade and just say, actually, the goal was 150 the entire time. That's so... And he thinks he deserves credit for that. That's so crazy.
Because from now on, we're not going to do on the...
And once again, the masks are off. The goal stopped being 50 to blatantly begging for 150. It's like, if the goal was 50, then it wouldn't increase to 100 after you hit the goal, and then the 150 after you hit that goal. But now we're just... No point in lying anymore, because we're just going full asshole.
The leaderboard, the 50, 100, 150. I'm going to just say 150 so everyone knows what the actual real goal is for the stream, because I feel like it is too deceptive to say 50, 100, 150. This way, you'll know we're going for 150 every stream, right? That's the goal.
You
That's
knew
how
it the entire time.
Now, at tiered rewards, I might put on Gunner glasses. I might put on a hat just to be silly. But please
Just to be
tonight, support the
silly.
stream in some way. Anyway, whether it's a super chat,
Sounds really
membership,
gay.
a YouTube membership, or a tip.
He's just gonna be
the goal
silly,
is 150
okay?
in tips. When we hit that, then the streak continues on to 27. Now, yeah, we did talk about this hilarious thing that if we happen to hit a ridiculous $1,000 in tips, which we almost hit the first time I played this the other night, I'll put on and rip the Philomania t-shirt, brother, like Hulk Hogan, while we're pulling for Hogan's. Okay? So there you go.
I highly doubt that would happen. The hype died with the first stream since everyone saw that you're a disgusting addict and that WWE Champions is pure garbage.
But we got to hit that. And I don't know. Like I said, it looks like we will be pulling tonight. So maybe people will get pumped and motivated while we're pulling to support the stream. I guess we'll see.
Beg, 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 beg. There you go. Here's a nice begging session.
When do we get to meet the queen? Well, I actually answered this a few weeks ago. People were asking me what happened to my wife. Why did she never appear back on streams? To be honest with everyone,
In this segment, Pig Roach reports that Ket, or Soulmate for the Good Samaritans, has had many health problems derived no doubt from the incredible overweight.
this has been a rough year for us, personally, behind the scenes. Number one, my wife's work had a lot of stressful stuff going on where she had to...
What the fuck does that mean? Her work had a lot of stressful stuff going on. Just, I don't know how to interpret that.
My wife is fat.
And she's just gotta get used to it, I guess. Damn it. Get used to it. It was a new one that was added.
You have to get used to it.
You have to get used to it.
They keep changing shifts and changing responsibilities and all kinds of stuff. She's finally now starting to settle into a work schedule again. It took like months, but it looks like finally things may be getting a little bit more settled. So once it does, that'll be a little better. In addition, there's been health issues going on this year. And at first, originally, we were planning on doing...
An entire year of health issues? There's something weird about that.
Co-op. We were going to do Beyond Two Souls, where she plays...
Sounds like something that you're just not treating. Like impacted molars or something.
And I kind of commentate with her and stuff. We were going to do this, months ago. And then these health issues hit. And it just became every day. There's something going on. There's a chore to do stuff. And it's pain and there's fatigue. It's like, what the fuck? So we just never got around to it. All right. And we want to do it. It's very possible maybe in the coming months, maybe she'll come in for a night stream and we just do Q&A. Or maybe she comes by for a holiday, like Christmas or something. But right now, at this point, I'm so damn busy anyway with everything else that it's not like even would have time to squeeze it in even if we wanted to. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
But It just
No
does suck
clue
that
what
that
you're
happened, because
saying.
we had good plans for this year for being a part of the content. I mean, hell, she came in January. We did those 2 Q&A streams, right? We did a couple streams of Like a Dragon. We liked doing it, just the game wasn't that fun anymore. We wanted to do other games, and then everything just goes to hell in a handbasket, you know?
This guy's a bitch.
$12 in super chats, no memberships, and a paltry $17 in tips, guys. Let's get some stuff.
Boo-hoo! There were several begging segments, but I'm a begging taster, and I only chose the best segments for the video.
Going here. Once we get to League 7, I'm going to be doing polls for Hogan's. All right? We're going to be doing them. I know this is what you're waiting for. You want to see the polls. We're going to do the polls. I promise you. But we got to get there. I'm grinding through these tours right now to do it. All right? So let's get it done. Let's get some support. Let's get it going. Let's crush it. Let's hit that King's Tips goal right now, so we can say we did it for the night. We don't have to worry about it
So
later.
we can say
Then
we did
can
it.
do
You
our-
get nothing for it other than you get to say that the goal was met. This is sad.
Our celebration
or something. It's funny.
of 27 streaks. All right, let's do it. You know, people were saying e-begging. I have to agree.
40 million coins for $20 and 11 regular pulls. All right, we should do this. I could put all those coins into HBK. That should hopefully allow me to beat the Showdown Tour. So that's definitely what I should be doing right now. All right, so go ahead. Let's do this.
Guys, we are so close to hitting the goal. We're at 126. Let's crush it. Let's hit the 150 right now. Let's hit the King Streak 27. We don't have to worry about it. And then, once we're going to start doing pulls, then people, I think, might want to support even more. I hope. I guess we'll see. What a horrible e-beggar. And he's demanding that his fans pay for all of his supply.
Immediately we get the Duke. All right. Pokemania headband. All right, please, give us a new guy. Give us a 6-star, 6-star, 6-star. Unbelievable pull. Too sweet, who is it? Oh, it's someone new. We got RK Bro Randy Orton. It's an outdated Randy Orton. It's still a decent card. It's not amazing, but it's decent. It's old, obviously, because RK Bro is way outdated. But at least we got something new. That's a good pull. Very nice. More shitty shards of what's-his-face. Austin Theory. All right, we got gold. So we just unlocked the real game. And now this should be the real loot. What? No, why don't I have the real loot? What is going on? I don't have the real loot, and I have no idea why. Why? They're not giving me the real loot. I'm serious, it's not here. It didn't unlock. I have no effing clue why the real loot is not unlocked. I have no idea. The real loot should be unlocked, and it's not, so I don't know how it works. I don't know at what point they're saying what level I have to... How do I unlock the real fucking loot? Look at this, they're trying to get me to buy a 5-star character, right? But what's the point if there's no loot? I don't even understand what's going on.
What the fuck?
If the loot's not there, that's ridiculous that the loot's not there. Here's the contests. So these are the contests, okay? These are the special events that are going on and how you can earn points in them. At least we unlocked this, but where the hell is the fucking loot? All the events are there. Then, by proxy, the loot should be there, but it's not. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm completely lost. It's like they fucked up the game.
Yeah, his music
Why is Scopely this fucking
sucks.
stupid? All people want to do is spend money, and you're...
Like, his music always sucked. And now people aren't even making him music. What... DSP, what happened to that renaissance, right? If people like you now, wouldn't people be making things for you again like they were in your glory days? But they're not. So that seems like a very odd turnaround, doesn't it?
You're actually cock-blocking me from spending fucking
Almost like it's just a couple LARPers.
money in the game. They're not allowing me to spend money in their game.
Gotcha game addict.
Yeah, I wonder if I just recruited Batista, because I think that's at least 3 claims, but I think he might need 4. Yeah, see, they just added everything. The pro start pack, so you can get Batista to 4-star silver right away. Look, they're giving me everything for free.
Wait.
You earn this all at least 7.
Not watching
$4.99
Atlas.
each, too. All right, let's just try a $4.99
Sorry.
pack. It ain't gonna work. Watch, the loot's not gonna be there.
No, loot is not iTunes only. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the game, dude. The event loot. What are you talking about? Oh my god.
So then where's the fucking loot to use the coins? It's not here. This is fucked up. Yes, we have my songs playing in the background, Jade, very low. Yeah, we're done. I don't know, it's fucked up.
Even Jade
I
is
have
like, what's
absolutely
going
no clue
on?
Why the loot isn't here?
Poor
How on
Jade.
earth could you have the event live, right? All the playlists to do the event, all the stuff in the event, and there's no way to do a pull for the loot. It's gone. It's not here. This shouldn't even be here anymore. This shit, like, this isn't there for me on my account. This is like intro shit. This shouldn't even be here. These three shouldn't be here at all. They should be gone, and they should have replaced this with the event loot. But for some fucking odd reason, they didn't do that. So I'm stuck with the wrong shit here. These are intro loots for the first few levels. Yes, the loot is available on my normal account. Don't be silly. Yes.
Tributes to the king. Please bring them. Listen, I'm just going to tell you guys right now. All right, unless more support starts coming in, there's no way I can pull any Hogans tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. Logging out and in, maybe. I don't know. This is messed up. This is pretty messed up that you could spend money and they won't let you use it to pull the fucking pull the loot. Because all this stuff is for these characters, and I have no chance to get the character because I can't pull from the loot. So they fucked their game up somehow. I mean, this is asinine, the way that they set this up. And there's no other place you can pull the loot from at all. You have to pull it from this loot screen. It's the only place. But these don't launch until you have, you need a certain amount of members. So you can't do it until you have enough members, and I only myself. Now, you guys could actually request. Look, this guy wants to be, someone's watching the stream and trying to get joined. Here you go. Who's Zadaris? Is Zadaris in the chat? Who's Zadaris? I'm the leader, so I can kick you. Like, I accepted Zadaris into the faction. If you're League 7 like me, you need to be to join the faction, or else what's the point? You need to be League 7 so we can do faction stuff, like Faction Feud. You can join the faction, and we can start buffing it. We can start actually buffing the faction. But you need to be League 7 like me, and then if you send a request, I'll approve it and get you into the faction. Okay?
What a fucking snore fest this was.
You know, we got to get some pulls. Well, if you're here, please consider liking the stream. We're at 229 likes. Let's crush and get 250 likes by the end of the stream. We have over 500 viewers. $40 of super chats. It would be great if we could hit 50 by the end of the stream. We're at 6 new members. It would be great to get 10 by the end of the stream. And anything else is appreciated. We hit our goal. I guess we're not getting a shirt ripped, brother.
Oh,
I guess,
no.
You know, what are you going to do? I guess we'll,
I guess
we're never going to get the Hogan shirt rib until
jump
we
into a
finally
toilet.
pull loot, and they're not letting us pull for loot. So, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Dude.
Love game WWE. Brand new player. Wait, no, it's a hacker. It's a hacker. See this? When you see an account that looks like this, someone has hacked the game. So you
What a
definitely
great
need to
game.
block these accounts because these are hack accounts. See that?
You know, if he was playing like Mortal Kombat 1 and he went up against a hacker, he'd be like, this is how shit the game is. What a shitty game. It has hackers in it. But I guess if it's WWE champions, it's fine.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Cool.
6, 7. You can't even get 7-star characters in the game. That's
That's
not
weird.
possible.
You can really hack it to that extent. Give yourself
yeah,
7-star
I'm
characters.
definitely blocking this person.
That's
Reject.
dumb.
No hackers in my group. So next week, I'll be able to play the entire event from start to finish because I'm League 7. But now, I can't. I'm boned. I'm stuck. I can't do anything. So I have coins I can't use. And by the way, that should not be allowed. That you shouldn't be able to buy the coins. Why allow a gamer to buy the coins that they cannot use? Right? That should not be allowed at all. They should be prevented from buying coins then. Not that it's a big deal. I spent $5, but still imagine someone not knowing that and saying, oh, that's it. We're going to do a big old thing. And you go to do it and you get screwed. You're locked out of everything. Like, what just happened?
I hope you enjoyed regardless. This is it. We're going to put the kibosh on WWE Champions for about a week. We'll come back next weekend, see what the new weekly event is. I'll try to log in during the week, get free shards of this freebie character. So we'll have a new character to use for events next weekend and go from there.
Anyways,
it is what it is. All right,
it is what it
everyone,
is.
Thank you for watching.
Whenever
and
he
see
has
you
to
next
self-soothe,
week
it's always,
for
it is what it
more.
is.
Let's bust out our mobile phones and let's get ready to play mobile games. $100 for Hogan's. There's still this back here.
Back of my
and
head.
it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Still has indoctrinated children who say,
I don't know. I might make a video if everyone's gonna restream this. I might make a video compilation just combining everyone's reactions. That might be fun. And Lead is live. And Lead was going through a little bit of detox recently, so good for him for coming back. Let's see. What did we get? What games we got for free for GOG? I've already redeemed all these. If you are an Amazon Prime member, you can go to Twitch and you can redeem some games for Prime Gaming. And it's not even like games that you have to install the Amazon launcher to use. A lot of them are GOG codes. So you can get a GOG code for Shadow of Mordor, Game of the Year Edition. Some of them are for the Epic Game Store, which isn't as good. Loop Hero. The ones for GOG are definitely worth redeeming. GOG for Deus Ex, Man Kink Dividend. Let's see. What's Ainley got to say?
Than any other characters. His good friend John and his good ex-girlfriend Leanna.
And collab. I don't know. Like,
What is the gun show?
What's the gun show?
Maybe.
If I could flex right now, the secretary can't flex. Like this is the gun show right here. That's the gun show.
I don't know if he wants to collab. I don't want to put him on the spot and like ask him to do something he doesn't want to do.
I'm already over this and I want this to end. But yeah, we're not going to be doing the, I was debating on whether or not I wanted to do a YouTube style restream as well. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be watching this on YouTube anyway. So there's no real reason for me to do 2 streams. We are waiting for this. It's
I know,
20
like,
minutes.
The secretary is
I was debating on whether or not I want to listen to anything. So head to the background.
Really,
incorrect. We are
really
not going to be
maxing.
hunting in the background. I am not going to be doing anything in the background. Well, anything pertaining to video games. I thought about whether or not I wanted to play some video games on the side, but I feel like I should at least give this a little bit of attention. So I have to say at least somewhat focused. It was already spoiled. It has all the timestamps below. I
I'm gonna make some
understand that it's already
popcorn,
spoiled and has the
'cause I think that's
timestamps
fitting
below.
for the moment.
But if you're going to visually represent the spoilers
We'll let Anley
for
talk.
people who are unwilling to go down and look at the timestamps, then something the fucking thumbnail something complete. If you look at it this way, what is this thumbnail showing you? It's showing you not only the fucking alcohol, it's also showing the fucking the bank leaks, or not the bank leaks, but the whatchamacallit, his bankruptcy. Alcohol and the bankruptcy are 2 major things too. Man, it's like some people want just, you know what? I wish that Joon had kept it to the original thing. He had kept it to what the fuck was it? The moon. I wish we had Andy Warhol. Not even Andy Kaufman, but Andy Warhol on the moon. That's what you wanted. That's what you fucking wanted. Nah, I don't think self-felting Phil Burnell would have been good. Realistically, when you think about it, when it comes to the subject matter at hand, DSP might be going on an upswing, but it's not something to really say that is going to be life-changing. Where is it? I feel like Raw Phil still has it, because I went ahead and downloaded a backup copy just in case DSP takes down his pre-stream. Where is it? And I went ahead and backed up the copy from Raw Phil because, just in case. This was actually one of the few pre-streams I've seen in the last 3 weeks. I was accidentally subjected to it on... Shit, it was before we watched anime. And the reason why it was a big deal is because for some reason he decided to show his fucking analytics. And he went ahead and explained all of this. Now, these analytics are great if you want to gauge a little bit more about, you know, what the fuck is going on. But this is actually kind of sad. I believe for a while, I think when I was doing the clips, I was dwarfing this. I think I was up to like maybe 800K, because you could get a lot of views off of the clips. And the click-through rate was pretty good too. Now it is nice that his view duration has went up, but when you think about how much content he actually puts out there at 8 minutes and 49 seconds, that's still pretty pathetic considering he has a live stream that's roughly about 4 hours, and each one of his videos are roughly about an hour. So there are a lot of people that are watching it, and there are a lot of people that are kind of dipping the fuck out. This is not a good look. And 19% up from drama, I mean, that's basically saying that he got a lot of views from the drama itself. Some of the other metrics he pointed out as well, which were related channels and whatnot. He would look at his new viewers. New viewers are coming from videos, not from live streams. That is healthy if you're putting out a lot of videos and your emphasis is on videos. If your emphasis is on live streams, maybe not so much. It's not bad, but it's not great either. It also shows that his shorts are in the tank. So people are only coming by because they see a whole lot of nonsense in the video title. They're not really checking out the streams as much. I would love to see what that looked like in the previous months. Returning viewers, about the same. Subscribers, more of them are coming from the live stream. Nobody's coming from the shorts, obviously, because nobody fucking watches the shorts. There are a couple people that come from the videos. You never know. We also have our impressions. The impressions indicating that there's a 22% recommendation rate, which is pretty good. That means his recommendations are up. He has decent views from impressions as well. View duration, I'd imagine, has gone up a bit. Let me look at the right. Actually need to take a look at that. Viewers across platforms. Majority of them are watching both, but it looks like a super majority are all from videos, at least from the last 30 days. So it does mean that there's not as many that are coming up for the live stream. How viewers find you is actually pretty good too, because that indicates most people watch playlists, so it's long-standing people. Browser features would indicate if they were using the search function, I believe. No, not search function. The recommended on the right-hand side. YouTube search would be the search on the top. Channel pages, which would indicate cross-channel population, so that would probably be his alternate channels. Suggested videos only being at 7.5%, it's still pretty low. That's the number that you want higher. Because if you have that higher, that just means that you're going to show up on the side panels more as a recommended video to be up next. Others being at 13%, that would probably indicate people watching it on Reddit or on Discord or on Twitter or something like that. They click into it and that's how they end up finding them. I guarantee that's a lot from Discord. You can break that down further if you really wanted to, but I don't think he's going to do something like that. Does it really matter how many people use the search bar? It does, because you want to know how people are finding you. If you're doing it through the search bar, you need to tweak how your titles of your videos are going to be. Usually when you think of DSP, here's a good example.
Okay, I got my popcorn.
When I look up DSP 2017,
got 12 minutes.
I did this just to actually make my whatchamacallit. My views are going to be completely skewed, absolutely skewed. But if I go to DSP's like first ass fucking thing from 2017, it's like him talking about the apocalypse, him telling a fucking story, him actually being like really, really weird. He's talking about relationships. These are not good search results when I look up DSP 2017. It's so broad. And then whenever you look up DSP's own fucking channel and you look up his own fucking titles, they're pretty bad. They're pretty fucking disgusting. Look at this. You have DSP had an amazing month because of you. Thank you, analytics. DSP previews his Joon the King doc, thumbnail and timestamp analysis. I mean, these are better than what he had before. If you look at his gameplay, kill streaks and leaderboard, domination to end it. This time, it's back. This time on my crazy gaming PC. DSP's Kingly Aura instantly kills boss. Epic Wukong glitch. I guess glitch is pretty good. And it's a short video too. That's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, he's been doing better lately. The thumbnails are definitely something too. But
I don't think that's the real Derek in the June the King chat. I think that's a LARPer.
When he labels a fucking game, like a game title, Bison is back over 1500 MP. Let's keep climbing. Over 15. Imagine that you're bragging for fucking master rank. I'm over the starting line. Let's keep climbing. Part 22, Street Fighter 6 now. There's a reason why his shit gets fucking buried. Half of his titles are pretty crap. Now they are doing better now because it's all fucking drama. It's all pure drama. But at some point, he's gonna not have as much drama to kind of cover. And that's when we're gonna get back into the kind of lulls, the shit part. His orders are still out of sync. Yeah, he needs to fix that. And then he's not consistent either. You can't tell what's a short and what's not a short. It just looks like that should be part 3, but it's not. It's just a short because you got to look at the time. Crap like that. Oh, that's a pretty good one. DSP ending a crazy week and it's just him digging into his ear. What a great thumbnail. I love these. These are amazing. I hope they never stop because it's going to piss other people off too. A guided tour of DSP's channel for newcomers. Best way to find games. Bro, best way to find games? He's played in 2024. Watch, he's going to say, just use Google, idiot.
What I'd like to do for this next set.
Is it gonna do that? Is it gonna show that he just uses Google? I would die. No, he's gonna use a search function. Oh, that would be even stupider.
That I've attempted to do.
That would be even stupider.
73 episodes in climbing.
Look at
and
this.
there's the daily wrap, which I do every day. The
How do
daily
you search
recap.
for shit,
So
King?
there you can
King,
get
how do you
that
search
style
for
of-
it? How do you search for stuff?
At the end of every day,
I'm searching for you searching for stuff. How to do the highlights? So look at the playlist at the bottom.
Chill.
Bloviating, looking at cheers, bloviating, looking at cheers. He's not even paying attention. He's looking at the chat. Okay, what is this one? Just go to DSP Reacts, look for my old shit, look for my fucking react to shit.
Last day of August for
Dude,
that.
when do I get to know how to figure out how to find games he's played in 2024? Do you think I've been even told at this point? I haven't. Here are his highlights. Here's another channel not about gaming. And here's his throwback where he looks at old games. So he doesn't even tell me how to look for games. Then eventually he goes to fucking Google. And he looks at old channels that don't even exist anymore. I don't know what the fuck he's done. He hasn't shown me the search function. He showed me how to Google at the very, very end. And he showed me his channels and how he has highlights. And he has 2 other channels that aren't even related to video games. That's how shit this is. I don't get anything from this. And he's like pretending that there's like a million new viewers. They're not. I remember back in the day when we were on Twitch and we used to panic. There were detractors. I remember how it would be a big deal that there would be a daytime stream and he would be sub 600 viewers. Sub 600! And that one day that he complained about having less than 300 for Pokemon, we were like, holy shit, he is gonna make a big deal about this. And sure as shit, he did. Now, this dude gets like under 300 on a day stream for half of his fucking games that aren't drama. Does anybody even remember what it was like just a month ago? It's gonna go back that way. Who the fuck is gonna stick around to watch DSP play like Resident Evil for the 4th time? Or another run of fucking a Bethesda title? Nobody. So when he sits there and he's like, oh yeah, I'm doing so great. Oh, I'm so great. I'm on the up and up and shit. It's like, I guess if you want to delude yourself into thinking that this is the case, fuck it. I guess so. I guess the fuck so. But it's not. It's not. If you're willing to fucking believe that, you're willing to believe the horseshit he's peddling. The other things to kind of note as well is his audience retention. Most of these should be telling. His setup for co-op, which I don't know what the fuck that was. but they were still watching at 30 seconds. This is basically saying which one of these fucking intros did people not click away from, which was fucking 2 daily raps where he probably had something stupid to say. I don't know what game this was, fucking Bison gameplay, and then him doing co-op with, I don't know, somebody else. I don't fucking care. This is actually kind of stupid. I'm not getting anything from this. I'm not learning a lot. I'm not learning as much as I should. Look at this. This is pretty good. Get his demographics. He gets to brag about how he doesn't have children watching him, even though factually, he has about 18% viewer base that are children. That's actual fucking facts right there. It shows you who's watching what. You know, the funny thing is he never clicks on revenue, which is kind of funny. There was that one time that he accidentally did it on a live stream where he showed like how much money he was making in super chats. And he accidentally told on himself that, yeah, in reality, they automatically convert the dollar amount for all the super chats. So every time he was like, oh, I don't know how much, a Canadian fucking loony.
we got a 5-minute warning. We got 5 minutes left. Like, if DSP was really on his, like, big bad boy internet tough guy arc, he would actually show up in the chat here where everyone's just clowning on him and be like, hey, idiots, giving this documentary reviews. I actually think that's a good thing, okay? So just felted. And then he says felted 5 or 6 more times and then nopes out of here. But no, it's a bunch of people dunking on him, making fun of him. Like, where's your tough guy act, Phil? Where'd it go? Come on.
He looks at the channels your audience watches. Now, I don't know what he said specifically for this because I was kind of tuned out for this.
Yeah, that's one thing people noticed is that when he went to the Joon the King documentary, he didn't leave a thumbs up. He didn't thumbs up the video. Like, I wonder why.
Here's why.
Here we go.
Here's why.
I can't get this to go away. Okay, that was so annoying. Channels your audience watches. And I want you to understand something. This right here means a lot to me. And here's why this means a lot to me.
Really think about this. Channels your audience watches. Think about this really, really closely.
Previously, all right, when you would go to this tab right here, channels your audience also watches. I'm not kidding you. The vast majority of things here would all be detractor content. All of it.
Yeah?
Yes,
There's 3 pages of it, and the top 3 are detractors. And this one is just for the Kino Casino in the last 28 days.
And the Kino Casino is a detractor channel. Like, they made fun of you after bringing you on their show.
Kino Casino clips, and we've got my own channel. Is huge.
Okay.
Because of one video.
So, when you're looking at channels your audience watches, this is going to be indicative of whether or not the people that are creating accounts also go over to other channels and they're going to watch that content. They're going to potentially just be hidden trolls. Because if I'm sitting here and I'm watching Mimology 101 and I'm also directly watching Phil, which technically when I restream, that's going to be the case. I'm going to count towards those numbers. Yes, they're going to be linked. Those 2 things are going to be linked, which would indicate that a detractor is watching. If you have less of those, that means you have what? Less detractors watching? Maybe. Or maybe you have a different group of detractors. I don't think it's a whole lot to brag about if your top list are still fucking people that make fun of you. And Kino Casino, I mean, it is pointing people towards you.
The popcorn is really good. I put that the caramel flavored seasoning in the popcorn, which I definitely recommend. If you're going to eat popcorn, there are a lot of different seasonings you can add onto the popcorn. Get the caramel one. It's the best.
These are new people that are coming over to my side. You still have a whole bunch of trolls, man. There's still people over there that sit there and want to pretend they're Captain Kirk. They all want to pretend that they're like Derek clones and shit like that. They all want to sit there and they want to sneak diss you all the time when you're playing a game and make fun of you. Okay, sure. You know what? I'm glad you're not talking about this over here on the left. Because that's basically saying, hey, how many videos, how much of this like came by, how many new people came by and watched this shit? Look at the last 90 days. Fucking side scrollers was moderate, everything else was low. Nobody cared about these things. Nobody new came over.
It never said
gone.
that. Because again, my detractors use my name, DSP Gaming, and they tag their videos. Hashtag DSP, hashtag DSP Gaming, hashtag DSP Reacts.
Most people on YouTube do not use hashtag. And
Joon
when they
is-
do, it goes to a special fucking section of YouTube. It's like a search.
Mute.
So if I were to
M means mute. There we go. Joon is in chat. He said, God, chat's moving so fast. Are we ready, brothers and sisters? Okay. DSP is, of course, not in chat. Premiere will begin shortly. Look how fast that chat is going. Yep, it's time. Okay. Let me pull it up over here. Thank you, and late big ups. We'll have a chat with him later, I guess. I might hop into the Discord after the premiere. Have a little round table. And let's see. Where is it? Where is it? It says premiere will begin shortly. There it is, premiering. Got a 2-minute build-up. Eat that. Wow. That was a big super chat from leaving this here just as a PSA. Darkside Phil protects PDFs. Based. This is your these are the people that the Kino Casino are big fans of. Guy who protects PDFs in his chat. Like they dropped that bomb and then went on vacation. It's funny. Let's check out chat. Oh my god, it's just moving too fast to read. It's crazy. King Trick in Jeopardy. Let's go. Help. I'm here indeed. I was here. Alright, Derek, thanks for stopping by. Got a minute to go. Oh man, you excited? I'm excited. Get excited. Not, let's see. I don't have any like build-up music. Do you have a drum roll?
Start the game already! Finally, some action!
There's a drum roll.
Emotional damage. Low IQ individual.
Okay, we've got 20 seconds. Can't wait. Okay.
Tell me when I'm telling lies.
I don't know what to do.
Uh-oh.
Help! 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 Help!
That's Cat downstairs.
I don't know what to do, you guys. Guys, I don't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't say that I hate waffles!
Here we go!
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought, due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Lie about his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easy to number.
Keith the horse fucker.
While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all. To the US population at large, November 8, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter 3 Alpha, was the medium.
Oh my god.
This could go...
You know he's gonna pause so many times for this and entering his own Street Fighter knowledge, and people are gonna be like, dude, no one cares. This is a video about how you're a lol cow. No one wants your stupid Street Fighter information.
Anyway, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they have never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies. Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell. Initially entering the online space with the alias Whoa Moses, he adapted other short-lived nicknames such as Phil Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced.
Throw like hell Burnell.
Everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable.
I never thought that posting my personal experience with throws would create such an uproar. After reading all these posts, it seems to me that throwing is generally accepted and used by most people, and that only scrubs bitch about it. Notice, I said generally, not always. I remember the original SF2 ticks, which drove me batty, and I bitched many a time. What's funny is that people talk about playing the game with honor. That's why they don't throw. But if you do it to them, they shoot you. What an honor. I'm so sick of this world where these pussies can simply... What the fuck? What? I'm so sick of this world where these pussies can simply buy a gun and they think that they're the shit. I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who like to call themselves thugs and pretend that they're tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I've already punctured their windpipe and ended their life. What the fuck?
His aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote
I guess I
thugs
shouldn't
and
have read
pretend
it.
they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand-to-hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life. Unquote. This was in response to the general aggression Phil received when utilizing his infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides
That
other
would be way
reasons
too
for his
nerdy.
demeanor, such as wanting to
Doesn't
act
wanna look
as
like
a
a
heel in
nerd.
this developing space. As he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own at Motel 6 with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian.
Wow,
A valedictorian is the highest ranking student of a school's graduating
these
class.
ones
The
before.
bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he
Does he have a
claims
mustache?
triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools.
just
Whatever the case, his
snort
future had more
shadows.
potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays. And it's like who cares about the flash? You can leave the flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Those were moments from EVO 2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
East Coast versus West Coast.
No! Hell no!
In this particular moment at EVO 2002, the infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater. Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
They were so jealous.
As much as Phil promoted
You know
his
he's gonna say
ability,
shit like
when
that.
it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different story.
You want to get thrown into a trash can.
He would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything.
Hey, it's Jaha, I think.
But when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there. He's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against the top Marvel players. So Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were a mile long. When DSP was leaving with him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to roll up on him. We followed them outside, and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person,
video you want to get monetized,
turns white as a ghost.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, The King of Hate.
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand that you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil. Fuck that guy.
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy grew to new heights after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win will not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to TopPlayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the—
Yeah, that's really disappointing. He just glossed over the part where DSP put his hands behind his back and cried, said he was an alcoholic in order to avoid getting in a fight with Jaha. Instead, we get this weird shit about him paying someone else $10, and that's how he avoided getting beaten up. That doesn't even make sense.
The fighting game culture he himself—
Big downs with that one, Joon.
Is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to Evo. And even though Phil continued to attend Players.com, Impact was Phil's answer to Evo.
Fuck you, cannons. Don't forget that frame.
And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, it's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with Evo.
It's gonna compete heavily.
On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. TopHaters.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity and not use his character to his benefit.
You can't call something a failure if you didn't even try to make it a big thing, you know what I'm saying? I mean, just because I said it was going to compete with Evo doesn't mean anything. I was joking, obviously. You just don't get it.
He used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now,
That's funny. Do you think he's gonna be like, you know what websites do this nowadays? Kiwi Farms.
Now with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just
the Info
defining metas,
Manifesto.
as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only, unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? This is my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but, you know, no choice.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict. EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a Fierce Flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega, and he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match, and just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me, and I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was, you know, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me, and so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. When I first met him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment. Like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006. Now on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became ever more reckless.
For 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006.
You're fucking next.
As neat as these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
You're next. Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
It's looking ridiculous.
First of all, you a fucking hypocrite. You have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit.
I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass.
Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out a physical altercation, and in most cases, it led to nothing.
The line where
Other
it's like,
times,
I'm gonna rip
he
your head off.
miscalculated
Sit
and
down your
threatened
neck.
someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well, you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean, for years, these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi, I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
From DSP.
It just is.
DSP, thank you. Check out the shirt.
Take this, bitch.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could
The King of
Valle
Hate wasn't
beat Phil?
about people
Alex
hating
Valle,
him.
this
It
guy
was
right
about
here,
turning
living
into
legend,
positivity.
Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match, I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice, I waited all day, basically it mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
Phil, now
Making
in the losers
excuses.
bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the losers bracket,
I was
he had his
worried
final
about
match
it,
of the
and
day.
then my
final match
my head
is against,
fucked.
guess
That's
who?
why.
Tokido. Now this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage, mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
But I hadn't hit my
DSP did
$1,000
not
tip
even
goal,
place
so
in
I
the
didn't.
top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East. Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Honda, come back. Don't get down for Japan. David Sterling, one match. DSP, one match.
There was an Evo West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in Evo West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face this. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy, so he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better, to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things?
It's
and
like,
I was
dude,
like,
I'm an alcoholic.
I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like,
cool.
I'm an alcoholic.
I guess we later got
drink
it.
too
That's
much
fine.
all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And I, you know, at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
He started
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like,
called myself an
like the
alcoholic.
West Coast
I
people
don't
where they
remember.
almost,
It
like,
started
he was
crying.
like really scared because he was about to get
Everybody.
beat up. I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8.
Aww.
Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business. So DSP's work experience, nor his educational background, was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism. There was an additional development that DSP would not cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
Don't worry, you're not going to edit this video?
Just gonna post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? I took 2 days actually off
Why
of
would I
work
edit?
just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman! Ah!
The Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment 4 Day 1 Setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
at least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling in that he proclaimed the game sucked provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs of missions and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2. Trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote. Phil's commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh, look. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak the English, you stupid.
Ooh.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, time for a save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to write the fucking theory for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment.
Similar to
Even
Satan.
now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me to in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum. So,
as these suggestions to how he can improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend, so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut your fucking face.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the King of Hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on? My name is Phil Burnell, but more commonly known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short on the internet. And in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube. And actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza? So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring his final slice.
Hell, bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions. Just follow me.
What?
Red has
That delay.
died. She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained.
Yeah, I was a big alcoholic back then.
They
Just
both
watching
come
this,
in here.
the Joon the King documentary, that's what we're doing.
Hey!
What the fuck you doing?
A viewer may have missed it as Phil did through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
What happened? All I said was that I wanted to kill you.
Attacking me. I don't get it. Why are they
I don't
attacking
get
me?
it. Why are they attacking me? Oh, because I said I was gonna kill them.
Why did they attack me?
What?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
Hey, big ups to Butthead.
Fucking cuz. What? You're doing it. Standing fucking roundhouse. Wow. Shit fucking. Fucking doesn't hitting me. Fuck this stupid fucking mission. I'm fucking cooking fucking balls.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge.
That's not what
I'll
they
be banned
said.
by the time you read this. Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Nice bald spot, bro.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers?
Phil did.
That's
Guess
right.
who's back?
That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back. That's right. As you can see, thank God, my channel, Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make.
Oh, is there an Ann Lee shout out there? Yeah, Ann Lee. Nice. I didn't even notice.
For reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, poorly cooking with the king were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers.
Because no one knows how to make
eggs,
scrambled
and the cheese.
eggs.
That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish.
You already tell people how to make scrambled eggs.
A little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle Whip.
Mayonnaise?
Those were the following 4 poorly cooking with the king videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to do with bacon grease. Oh yeah! Hot fucking potatoes.
Scrutinous viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way.
God. He's gonna retell the story about how the neighbor was a big
trouble
alcoholic,
DSP received, the
even though
rest
he
of
was an
2010
alcoholic
would have
too.
gone more smoothly. The key change
This guy
that
was crazy, he
destabilized
was
his world
stupid,
was
he
him
probably beat
getting
his wife
fired
and
from his
stuff.
job.
I don't know.
And what happened in this
I
case,
hate
they
him.
did a reorg
He sucked.
where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me.
No mention that DSP got kicked out of the YouTube partner program for telling people to click on the ads.
And after 3 months, they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to be telling you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating, because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors, because
Ew.
the egg
Stop smacking.
and all the meat are extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise,
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP,
Ugh.
and I'm using the new Axe Body... That's not it. What the hell's that shit? I'm using the new Axe Body Detailer. I use the detail inside to watch out. Oh my god! Oh!
It's like he's shoving it up
For a
his
period,
ass.
DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube survivability. And so, by October, thekingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month, I made $18,000.
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't
Hey,
talk to
DSP
your
cult
fans
leader.
about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, how you can do that, but
anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work.
So I'm
sure
gonna
you
break the
understand what I'm
rules,
saying. That's where the fun comes from. So
there it is.
I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them.
Yeah, the
Phil,
Kino
while
crowd
playing
loved
as
this
the last
part.
surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go, oh look, it's Hutch, and he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done, you don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that, so all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website. Phil was still going to fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that
my
by part 3
backdrop,
saw
come
Phil
on.
categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually
The booby
painted
painting.
completely with her breasts, and
Hey.
it's custom artwork that she makes. And she does all kinds of
Who
different
knew we were gonna
paintings and
see
such.
that?
And I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which
I'm
he
gonna
saw
pay her for more
remedy.
booby paintings.
If I get more artwork,
She
where's
painted
it really
it with her
gonna go?
boobies.
There's only a couple spots
pretty
left
cool.
that
It's
I've
so
been looking, like
artistic.
a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this wow, at this point it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming. And I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is
2011.
making video game
Doing the
playthroughs.
math, that makes
We're still
her
going strong despite
17.
some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, a special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I looked like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking non-Asian chick...
Yeah, I guess so.
Why would you name yourself Panda Lee and then get mad that people call you Asian?
I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
Yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
Very rare for
Away that I'm not
Asians.
Asian.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not
Weirdo.
Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise, do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in, it can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood?
Be
Because
as
white
white
people
as
live in
anything.
houses around it. The police is here.
Police is here.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Cool.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I was just being difficult. Alright, well anyway.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere. Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would have talked about how hard the day was. It's such a
No, it
long
wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming. Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he would get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response, they don't want money.
That's good. It's good they're pointing that out.
They don't want any money after this. Based on what he says they told him that.
He lied.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his 2 friends. This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer, and I even saw a comment saying, wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing. Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate their earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hanging out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds. On the surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't I have nowhere to put, I have no use for, I can't store, I don't know what to do with it, alright?
Throw away!
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know, it's too much! Too much! And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out. But look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not
Why
value
do you need
or
the
understand
boxes?
money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it
Break
as
them
a
down or
financial loss
something.
for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't
people
give a
who are
shit about
alive.
anybody but yourself.
Fucking people
There
who
were
are
plenty of
dead.
examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I
Good
knew
news
day
is I'm
one when I started
intelligent.
making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super over expensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience starting 2013 is that Machinima was renegotiating many of their contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything.
You're buying
You don't
your
see me
own
wearing
merchandise.
jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I've banked my money. So regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the 2 reasons? There are 2 underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Come on! That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number 1, he's just insanely jealous of me. Hey, not my fault. I love it. The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment. What the fuck?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
I fucking missed!
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's on every day 10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell,
he wants to blur the line.
Long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube unfortunately doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it, why do you always see the same people in related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views, stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself,
Interesting.
and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to
remember
ship the
DSP
computer.
pretended not
that
to
may
remember.
have been the last of his
Let's
direct
see if that holds
interactions
up.
with Phil, but not with others that opposed him. A portion of Chris's second video
Well,
is
actually,
in
now I
defense of
remember
Evil
all of a
AJ,
sudden.
even showing
Here's
that he was
why.
in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris. of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
This is how good This Is How You Don't Plays could be without people fucking hand-holding. But of course, dentheads have to ruin everything.
Jump! You won't even jump, look, jump!
We would have moments like this in every single game, if not for the fucking cucks.
Okay, whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
a DSP soundboard,
Cock-a-dookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure, no game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form This Is How You Don't Plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pandalee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming irrelevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out over people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I can't go to his house.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him a lesson if you went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
You're excessive
Another
more than he is.
who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers, so these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's
See,
right.
I wanted to literally
PewDiePie has
lynch
said
me.
He was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. Games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline,
Made
there
Minecraft
was
story mode.
conversely
You'll
a
love
lucrative
that.
market to make content criticizing
Hate it.
DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began. With DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed, it made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. And before everyone says, what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold,
No one cares.
as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in gaining space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now, unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan Challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet, he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discuss the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol, so he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another all before the first could even be delivered? You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol. Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Frittata built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC. We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
The price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC.
Because you're streaming on the same PC.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was
They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away.
One of the best images right there.
Was too
They actually are.
What happened
they weren't
here?
fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too
That's weird. It's like a editing error.
art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined. He allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants.
That's 672's profile picture there on the top right.
On Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too.
They actually.
That's weird. Whoops, editing.
We are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up with room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively.
What do I think so far? Kind of boring. Not a whole lot new. It's cool that he interviewed the people who sent him PCs.
Watching
That's some new content.
DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To cap
person, right?
Yeah, and it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To cap
person, right?
Is he gonna take the video down and just like fix this shit and put it back up? Jeez.
Yeah, but
still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To cap
person, right? Yeah, but
Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Loophole572 shortly.
Oh no,
that was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the
worst
prominent
people in the
detractors of DSP.
world.
Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long
Trumps
podcasts,
all
and though they
others
put
in
in much
terms of effort?
they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil.
Can we get a
The
timestamp for
reason
that?
was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fox's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima
Maybe he
ran
should have
free,
paid for it
and it's
then.
difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Darkside Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we'd like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online, and after everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How do you... How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
The back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super... Uh-oh.
No big deal.
Hold on,
whatever.
everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015,
Day after, you
someone
almost
called
got me
Phil's local
killed.
police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting, and the police had to respond.
It was not a
Luckily, Phil had
swatting.
called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to
It's a
that, and
wellness
because the
check.
caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Shame on you. If you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube.
If you ever followed
if
me
you
on
thought it was
Twitter,
funny to dox
you got me
if
killed.
you thought it was the DDoS
Almost.
attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You.
Yes, you.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that in no way other than the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that
Dude, there are so many fucking errors like this in the video.
Detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that in no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense.
We couldn't have done like a quality pass, taken a look at this, and been like, hey, there's issues.
The original Project 7 was a
June should have hired me, yes.
failure by all aspects. And now
How many months did this take to do?
Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray,
I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray,
What the hell? What happened here?
I won't even get out of bed for less than $50 account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
with Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray,
Huh? What happened? I'll refresh.
Won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
with Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray,
What the hell? How does the premiere fuck up like that? People are saying F in chat. Maybe he took it down because of the errors?
Won't even get out of bed for less than
Weird. Everyone's saying F in chat. Do your job, June. Still premiering.
Don't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray.
That's so weird. Yeah. Keemstar took it down. Weird. What happened? Phil struck it down. I don't know, man. That's bizarre. What are people saying?
And people were not okay with the PC situation.
Made by Chris. Of Chris.
I'm really surprised that we didn't throw in DSP's responses to this stuff, because he said some pretty fucking crazy shit in response to "This Is How You Don't Play," which just caused people to do it more. Because I don't know, because to me, thematically at least, if you're gonna make this video, it's very similar to doing what he's doing now, where he's shitting on Duty and who else? A bunch of people. He mentioned me. He mentioned Tevin. He mentioned Duty. It's gonna just cause more people to do the things that you don't like, because people just fuck with you. Anyways, let's refresh it again.
Darkside Phil.
Oh shit! Oh my! What? The whole video just got fucking uploaded. The premiere stopped. Oh damn. Okay. Hum along if you can't sing along. Thank you. 8 months, guys. The whole video just got taken down. The premiere got taken down. The video's up. Okay. Let's continue where we were. I guess we're at the pay me tons part.
That allows people like me.
Where is
to receive
that?
Lots of
he published it. All right.
Creativity from people.
Okay, it's probably in the timestamps. John Rambo speaks out.
Including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by
there it is.
To the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity.
So the weird edits were not edits
like
YouTube?
you.
Maybe.
Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I
We'll
won't
be
even
watching
get out
it
of
plenty
bed
of
for less than
times,
$50.
various ways.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not become to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good. Power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that include the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals, and more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it, bring it up, hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans
You never told me you wanted
answer,
money.
like with the relaunch
It's
of
all your
Project
fault,
7,
'cause
were
you didn't
reaching out to
speak
John
up.
Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Nice.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff like scratching his leg. The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
Every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for
This
doing
is taking
that.
it well.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not
You really
so
think this is
enthused
taking it
and sought
well.
to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote. The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views.
I didn't say it was
jealous,
meaningless. I said it
and over
was
several posts on
meaningful in
his
a
forums,
sarcastic
relentlessly
fashion.
defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you don't plays" for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, "I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games. Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Luckily, my machinima payment is literally coming through today." Unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2.
Here's the fake engagement ring.
A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil. Calvark or ag 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 ag. They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
Leanna, I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about
pay attention to her Twitter?
Ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does
People
that
are
even
weird.
mean? Some stupid inside joke that I don't understand. The points for you. What does that mean? It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into the inclusive circle jerking circle.
Circle jerking circle of Leanna's Twitter account.
What does that mean? Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh?
Huh?
Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
It's about one of her Twitter pictures.
Twitter? I don't know what that website is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this
Twitter?
shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about.
No human would check Pandalee's Twitter account
for themselves.
Especially not me.
No one would know anything about at all.
He's living with her.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense. And yet it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking stupid.
It's stupid.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Pandale had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, "Oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?" Unquote. Pandale then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Pandale allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima.
I think DSP's gonna watch
with
this.
the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure. We had less support to transfer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique," unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, "I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on," unquote. This is all beyond minutia, that besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various Content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so Content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panalee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent
Joon tweeted like 13 minutes ago. So I guess that explains what the fuck-ups were about. It wasn't on the video, it's just a YouTube issue. YouTube servers could not handle the video for some reason, so I just published it to not sour the viewing experience. If video left off of that for those in the timestamp. Okay.
monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panalee personally liked on her Blackcurrant account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring, a testament to his detractors' obsession and/or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a great mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Leveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles and so never changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
He what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years? Why?
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy is a living meme! No, it's not. BMW has diagnosed his computer in the car, okay?
And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance. Unquote. Phil, still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay? I think, uh-oh. Hold on one second, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Panda Lee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out, she's sleeping, in the room because of, everything. She's still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever. So, we did, on the way home, I stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches and we just ate them and now she's sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like, oh my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell them, you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just gonna waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Panda Lee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil and Panda Lee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee.
Baby Come Back,
He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so, anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack. I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes, Darkside Phil, here's your dedication to Panda Lee.
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote. Prominent detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues, unquote. And Phil did have issues. For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job meant to provide a steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade-long residence. The stinking fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone, unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis. A user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really. Unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments, for example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial. Then you have those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess
Yeah,
if you want to like twist,
for the laws.
if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying.
For
You're saying
people
you could do
that
something
were
if it's
gone
just
off the
for
internet
laws,
over
nobody's supposed
10
to get
years
mad or
ago,
offended.
this is
That's
quite a
not
lot
what
of
I'm saying.
attention.
I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There are also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because you did.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not going to suck a dick for $10 million?
No.
Really? You wouldn't suck a dick? You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some man mayonnaise for $10 million fucking dollary dues?
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck? It's just so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refused to answer. But if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments
There you
under
go,
this
Phil. Are you
near
gonna talk to
15 minute
Medicare now?
long video read,
Well,
quote,
I
Christ,
guess he wanted
without any
to, but
DSP material to commentate over or
dying.
talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote. On Kiwi Farms, there is a tremendous amount of information. detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's
Keep in
campaign
mind,
of
these
copyright
people have
striking
been
DSP
gone
via
off the
fan art,
internet for over
and his
a
attempts to regulate the
decade.
community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past. This to him
I
made
don't
it clear
believe
that
you.
no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he
Well,
claims
I
to have
take
skipped
this at
Panelli's
his-
brother's
take him at
wedding.
his word.
Quote,
You know
what
he's
did the
lied
SOK do?
so many
Well,
times.
first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without
This
my
is more
mentioning it for
bullshit.
months,
He didn't
researched
want
and
to
found the
go
event,
because he
and then
wouldn't play
spread that
Fallout.
info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money.
That is
They
why.
actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the Sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible. And he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues.
Yikes.
The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays
That
into his
magically
depiction
goes
of a
away
pig.
whenever he's talking
Combined
to
with his
someone
ability
else.
to remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach. His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some were, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish, penne means penis. The last item viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice. Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day.
Not
or
every
my
day,
back's
just a
hurting
few
me.
times
And,
a week.
Yes, I do have a drink. Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the
So
night right with a
nearly
sip.
every day.
Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition to owing money to credit card companies and the like, he in September found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, we suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming, okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes. Please answer all of these questions for us.
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions, my tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes, all right? I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
The importance of this is now Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014, stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life, meaning that there will no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP Tries-It videos like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars or owe her thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to...
Can you, like, just take a look at your fucking subtitles?
The story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too.
TWO. It's... The proper usage would be TO.
Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life, okay? I feel like she's my soulmate. I do. I truly do. And I am in love with her, absolutely. She's in love with me. And if she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, you know, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever and make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off, even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome.
Awkward? What are you
While this
talking
cat
about?
reveal
Because
caused
she's
relief,
not used
the
to being a
next
streamer,
cat
even
reveal
though she
only
used
brought
to stream.
frustration. What Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk, because I want to tell you the full story of how I basically obtained sponsorship. And then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay?
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style of function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Can you please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
He really hates being called an idiot. Ever
Well,
since
if you look around,
Mike Watson.
you've been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly competed with ongoing events. Relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil. Like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the Escort saga. But in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance look like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil—
We're just gonna brush past DSP telling people to take down Snorpernell. I'm just gonna move right past it. We're just gonna show it, but we're not just not enough for DSP to have to react to it.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance look like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
This fucking piece of shit? This disc? You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snort compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended assets account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote. This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil, opting to continue streaming to a dwindling audience, would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Student Common, or TUT for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage, as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even TUT pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, TUT threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And TUT did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil. But in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
Liar.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully, being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. I've got tax payments due. My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes, their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs.
They're all donated.
But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks, receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. And that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
All right, it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950, because every dollar tip I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is. Thank you, guys.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal. So Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top, again stating where all the money would go to.
I said, so people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And so, in the detractor community, wild theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding. But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
And I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500. But also what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips, and normally tips go to paying bills. So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally. And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer is buried in this line. 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke, unquote, meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed. All funds that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan.
How was he
In a
gonna react to
conversation
this
with his
shit?
mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential
what's a
bankruptcy,
10-year plan?
Phil was presented with 2 decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, took a day off the entire internet. But hashtag ProJared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops. Unquote. Now that ProJared was going through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-ProJared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time, in an actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It,
once a
Debunking
year,
7
every
Years of
year.
Slander.
Finally,
In a nearly
people like
2-hour
me.
video, Phil
Next
took
year,
a
finally,
cursory
people like
glance at
me.
some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing
I don't know, like it points out that he's lied a whole lot. So, it's not very positive.
their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies would not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians. Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive
And it
reveal
turns
came.
out it was a cat.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here. Come on up here, buddy. You want to come up here? You want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today, who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper. But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. The thing, a lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
Oh.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings, a creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
You're right. Where did the load go?
Normally, a like-to-dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any Wish video. But this time, there is something better. The Quartering softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the Quartering's interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight, information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms, a user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF dog sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your Tardians that your main pay whale, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. Which, yes, at the time, are aware going to drop his super docs at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate forum dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. Lull unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He is now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad doxing men have done to them is their fault. Not his because they're stupid and they use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see. Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF and ICD. Docs Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about dirt detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed. A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions. The bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now in January 2020 was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card. Number 9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28. The secured loans with collateral, include his car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo. To add to this, on page 19, Readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum, or if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it. Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Level 13 WWE Superstar, introducing Down from the Rafters.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush, of all games, or what's the other one, Bejeweled? It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly, the game cheats and is not very good, but I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed Darkside Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena, and the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord, but in other cases it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message.
Interesting. According to Misery Merchant, DSP is announcing that Joon the King is going to be on the Sewer Level podcast next week sometime. So, okay.
With a code to that number.
We'll
this
never talk to Tricky Tom,
because
though,
the numbers can be duped with outgoing messages. Messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a line account under the Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Like, there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoofed number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
What this proves is Phil has a Line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a Line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to in Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
I don't know. At this point, one can reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A, the monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, Means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions.
PPP is on Twitter saying DSP is felted. I watched 2 hours and he's felted, bro. Chips just taken away over and over. House did him dirty, bro. Uh-oh, friendship over?
Labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect/possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He responded with, it's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They call me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the Rafters was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I
need to focus on my family. Okay, but you do play mobile games.
Mobile games are money sinks.
Oh.
You'll put money into it, you put time into it, and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter. I quit all those mobile games because they were just...
I quit all the mobile games.
They're really fun to play at first. And then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor.
Yeah, Down from the
Philip
Raptors and They
Burnell
Call Me
is
DSP is the same
Is he in
account.
your office with you?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
I am present.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
WWE
Oh,
Network.
WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service for watching, professional wrestling. That is business related.
Wrestling.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no, it's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, the cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on said equipment every month. It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of, utilities necessary for the business, cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on.
This guy's a troll. Hang up on him.
What followed
Consult him.
was
Call
a
him an
few
idiot.
seconds
Get
of
rid of him.
silence. Phil was likely in conversation with his
no.
trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned?
Nope, there it is.
Why am I toxic?
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure. Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PigPigGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hyde character. I mean, come on.
People are saying, I should look for the vest? Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't find the vest. I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was.
Isn't it funny that I said
The
the
vest is an
opposite
item
of what
that Phil
happened?
wore in the
Isn't
past
that
and was
great?
being
It's
noticed
great
during a
sense of humor.
retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing on detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something
That made no
different.
sense,
One day I'll
but
wear
okay.
sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. Doesn't matter. Anyway. If we the tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that?
how stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream, and people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so...
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly. The other night, someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gives us to $106 in tips. We have reached vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96. Gents, we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 150 vest streak. We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams. Holy shit, thank you guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet. If the stream hits $100, he would put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes. So, no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179.
Oh, no.
Albert Aponte to $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vest streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside his stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So I don't know why people were like, if people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vest streak going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything, and now it's over. So.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion. All right? I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing.
Wow,
but
your wife had a stupid idea. Said, cool.
If you hit a tier 2 tips goal, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was her suggestion. All right, you ready?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tips goal. Yet with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings had dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
All right, Darkside Phil, it's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ, I mean, you spent $40,000 on a WWE Championship mobile game. You went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag. When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Dark Side Phil, what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Dark Side Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk.
You know he's just gonna
first and
fake
foremost,
laugh his way through
spending
all of
40
this.
grand
It's gonna be
on
so
WWE Champions mobile game?
You're
At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game, embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to
so
work
funny.
while
I
you're
can barely
playing video
breathe.
games
Oh, it's
and
so
you're going
funny.
500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember
So
that both
anyways,
his
you got a
detractors and
tip from
fans
$1.
will be willing
He
to
says
spend
you
money
got-
on either
you got,
side.
felt
His
it,
fans in
whatever.
particular could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most donators with the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did. So unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or Anony for short, was in talks with KiwiFarm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PW Dubs. But Phil was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats to like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming, he changed the title to Dark Side Phil leaks. Dark Side Phil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing, the Discord, and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dubs censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW Dubs' partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of a streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymouse's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
With Anonymouse's image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that. There's some kind of a glitch. Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason.
Whoops, what a glitch.
What the hell?
Man, Danganronpa did not go well for him.
Something just happened very bad is what happened, guys. Apparently something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
He's very
No one knew
paranoid
it
of
at the time,
Danganronpa
but
games
Phil's
now.
suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Phil, on May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips. Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work that I did last month after being losing my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month. I have no other income apparently because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow.
$3,000 tip goal.
That was Phil
And then
throughout his
the
marathon
last stream of this game,
petitioning his
this
audience for
trilogy
even more
was
money
7.
to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week, unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly. On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff.
This is the part where he pulls out the slam dunk excuse that no one knows how much money I get. I could just be lying. I could just be lying about the tips that I get. You don't even know. No one knows. But neither do I. So literally no one knows. Who knows?
I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making. It's ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe get out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Reactions in chat
It's dead
differ
air,
from
dude.
Phil's whining.
People don't like
Some
dead
feel
air.
guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine.
I'll put the vest on.
I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest. All right. It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes if we could hit the tips goal. I would really appreciate that. All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force to me $1.30 says, don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid.
Jeez.
Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole.
Bucks. 150 for 45 minutes.
I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as well just fucking, do completely crazy shit on the stream, constantly putting myself in harm's way.
Get fucking shot in the face, might as well.
If you don't understand the difference between, let's purchase a hat, that's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself. And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared.
What game is this?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy. But he had a big-ass gun I wanted. And I didn't get it.
Dishonored?
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration.
People are going to find out why God of War
I want you to watch what the
sucks.
player does here as he boats around.
The taste of vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
You ever wonder why
The
modern
top 3
gaming
comments
sucks?
on this video
Because
read,
this
quote,
is why.
the unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at. Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well.
This event would be known as the bank
You're gonna
leaks.
get in trouble, guys.
Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, and the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft, a federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web of lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vet streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction. And that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
They're all stupid.
But there is one streamer that forgot to turn off the camera.
Yeah.
Do you know? Have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
No, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dink, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices." Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here, we're gonna name Phil! Yay, let's name him! The Christmas begins.
You can look up at you like, huh?
He's a pig.
Heck yeah.
You are now Phil, and you fill fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
I think the good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game.
You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible. Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act and he's just really committed. I can't tell.
Hey! How'd you even do that? But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Is it just
Can
not
we
a
grab
purple?
them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a
There's... Huh?
like a excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Just think about that for a second. I solved it in the wrong way? That doesn't even make sense. That would mean that I didn't solve it.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
He didn't care about
this, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You watch my podcast, you can come to a React event, you could see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image.
Okay, well, your channel's name is DSP
on
Gaming,
his request
so
of donations.
rename your
Reddit
channel
post
then?
after popular Reddit post, a discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing it into PicPigGo shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
And every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support.
Really? Did
And
you
it's
play
always
the
my
game
slowest
slowly?
night,
Did it take you a long time to play the game?
It was one of the slowest streams I've ever done. It
money.
really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months. The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there. Part of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it would be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it, but I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar-looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie.
This did have a silver lining. In this video.
His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know.
You
just have to be a moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand that being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do? Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you. I'm not gonna ever lie to you and tell you things that aren't true, because I'm not that kind of person.
I never lie.
People, that's
Never.
not good enough, I guess.
I work for more.
Whatever. Fuck those
Never.
people.
Never.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy...
God damn, you wanted this video to get 1 million views, Phil? Maybe you should have watched it first, you dumb fucker.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain key
This
due to
video
them
gets 1
being
million
legal forms.
views.
Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or
Wait,
even the bank leaks
it says I
that
lie
could theoretically
all
be
the
fake.
time.
But the coordination
Oh.
and dedication would make these chances minuscule.
I guess I
Yet
better
Phil
talk to him and
gravitates
clear
more
the
towards
air.
wild theories
Correct the
himself
record.
as a way to represent them and paint the tractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it.
Anonymous fan.
Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which formerly called as those.
And I think I donated it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like this is someone I've known. I don't really know him, but this is someone I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense, and I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble, and I should help him out, you know?
It'd be funny. I wonder what his
These people
response to that
exist
is.
within...
Like a former friend, or a former fan, not a friend. He has no friends. Saying, I think he has autism. What is DSP gonna say? It's stupid. It's dumb. Anyways, moving on.
Every creator's community. But with Phil, that's virtually his entire fan base. Phil once did...
Does Kat have autism? According to her sister, she does. Are you gonna deny that? Because you two get along so well? Why do you get along so well?
It have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated,
No, you don't.
the only thing he offered is consistency. And that really means nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency
No,
to
Duty has
someone who
autism,
is
I doesn't.
different is
I
what
don't.
keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away.
Constant
but other
doxing?
times, and
Bro,
they strengthen their
calm
attachment
down.
to Phil. And
How do you
attachment
get
is a very
constantly
strong
doxed?
thing,
That doesn't
because
make
when
any
Phil
sense.
says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400.
I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just now I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There
Because
are,
it's
however,
fucking
endless
embarrassing.
examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only
Gamer
a fan
Jay
and
Lee.
mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite Gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil would try to make Gamer Jay Lee seem incredible.
About me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that. And I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil, those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I got to say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination. Even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat
Cool,
him,
thanks,
dox him,
Jamer
dox his fans,
Gailey.
DDoS his
Yeah,
internet,
it feels
mess
bad,
with
but,
his
like,
internet
people
as
who
an
don't
alleged
like
employee
him,
of
they're even
Comcast,
worse. I don't
sleep
know
with his
who,
sister-in-law,
though,
contact
but,
Phil's
like,
father to
you
expose
just believe
Phil,
me, okay?
and totes
I know.
doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the Side-Scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of Scrotac that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling. And it's like, they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What?
Well, you're going to show up on his stream with the
Craig's
guideline not to ask any
towards hating
questions.
Phil was causing the more
So,
paranoid
it's
detractors
not
to
that
develop theories.
out of
Craig's
pocket
confusion
to
towards
say
these
he would
unsubstantiated
agree to
theories
guidelines,
brought
'cause he
even more
did.
paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were
But are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Make this quick. All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit. Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
DSP hates this moment. Having it
Right,
seen by
she's too
millions of
valuable
more
to escape.
people is pretty
worth
funny.
Lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself,
Poor
stating that it
Phil.
was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
Expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Geez, your mortgage, because if you work from home,
It's not a business
I guess that's part of it.
expense.
I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply.
Not a
to
business
your
expense.
Well, hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are? You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff? I mean, like...
Specifically? No, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and
Got 'em.
basically anything related to my internet content creation.
Damn, dude. Why would you want people to watch
including,
this?
Like I said, cost of video games,
You're getting
cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
Let's circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
The algorithm sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The Lolcal podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was, like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find, like, what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid, pretty much. There's no solid evidence that proves anything, like, 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on
These are your
money
Phil
this month and all
fans.
that.
So, but you'd still, like, probably, like, watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of exchanging hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Well, holy shit. That was very long. Very damning. Very damaging. Like, geez. You should be very unhappy about that. His pre-stream has been going on for a little while now. I guess we can tune in, see what he has to say. What is WPIG watching?
Anyway. Basically.
So what does that mean? What does that? Give it to me in sandwich shop terms.
This idea that I had last year.
Oh, I will. Here. Okay, sorry, my bad. This pre-stream sucks now anyway, so here.
Okay.
Go. There we go. So it looks like we have some sort of image here. Looks like a gentleman on the left here is known as Jesus Christ. Now, if you don't know what that is, that's a very religious figure. Son of God, some say. Some call him Zombie Jesus. Okay. There's the tip bowl. No, he's washing his hands there. This is Jesus being betrayed by the Jews. Okay. That's... Okay. Looks like there's a Zeus in there as well. I see
Zeus.
Aphrodite there. I don't know what's going on. Someone that's smarter than me, explain what's going on.
Me neither. What
Hades,
is going on?
Hercules. A lot of stuff happening in this image that I can't keep up with.
Made us both.
A lot of stuff happening in this image that I can't keep up.
PPP just pasted that image. So what? Is he just like washing his hands of Phil? Is that what that means?
With.
Made us both a lot of money. We would have both had streams.
Is that
our own
it?
perspectives, our supporters, and even our trolls. Everyone would have been in on this. You know?
He's
Who's
talking
gonna
about
win?
LTG?
DSP or LTG. It would have been an epic thing. And instead, he turned it into like a pissing match. Which
So the point is, Triple P isn't guilty for what's happening now. Okay, I will. Oscaros, I'm trusting you now. Washing his hands and shit. Is Jesus on trial by Pontius Pilate for death? Okay.
Pontius Pilate, power of
pissing
PP.
match. I want to have a real
somewhat
match
on
where
the
we can
board,
both
but
benefit from this. He doesn't see it. He told me
You have to pay me $5,000 for my time.
It was a joke.
Dude, if the stream went down the way I planned it, you would have made $5,000 on the stream.
Off of his pay
You would have had a ton of
pigs.
people coming and supporting you on your side that day.
Uh-huh.
You would have got 1,000, 2,000 new fucking subscribers.
Seething
You
over
got,
LTG for some reason.
bits and tips and shit. You would have got all of it. I probably wouldn't have made that much, but you would have.
Uh-huh.
It just doesn't make sense. The guy didn't
Right,
even want
right,
to
right.
talk. It wasn't even like, oh,
You could
well,
have
let's
manipulated
negotiate
your
for something
audience and they
beneficial
would
to
have
both
given
of
you
us. It was just flat out,
$5,000.
No,
Doesn't
pay
that
me
sound
5,000,
cool?
And he blocked me.
It's a fucking
so it was
joke,
obviously
dude.
he didn't want the 5,000. He just wanted to be out of the situation, or else he wouldn't have blocked me on Twitter to begin with. So
What was about your $50,000 offer?
it's the ball is in his court, but he's hit.
Balls are dangling in his court. All right, I'm retweeting this then. There we go. Retweet.
I call it his castle because he's basically hiding on his stream for a year.
You're the king. How's the
and
castle?
He's refused to engage with anything. He just sits there and accepts contributions, but isn't really doing anything besides raging at Street Fighter. So, I mean, he could do
anyone
that
else you
forever.
know do
He's happy
that?
doing it. I was thinking we could branch out and do something different, and he rejected the idea. And he blocked me, so the possibility of any further talks are gone. Now opinion is flipped on me. People like me. I got more people checking out my content. We got more positive stuff going on. And now that that's happening, there's no opportunity to talk with him because he closed the line of communication.
Okay.
See?
Man, this pre-stream sucks.
Not
Not gonna lie. This is not an all-star.
Ridiculous.
This
Glad
one is
I didn't
wasting,
watch the whole thing.
This one is wasting some space on the servers of YouTube. Not gonna lie. Just
No,
being
I don't have
honest.
his email address, but he should just unblock me on Twitter if he wants to talk.
Definitely.
It's ridiculous. He should just stop being silly and unblock me on Twitter, and then we can talk like humans.
Yep, correct.
Instead of shooting emails back and
Big
forth.
up, Sam. Oh, Philip, you missed it. Phil spoke ill of your people, Sam, and I do mean you people. I mean the British style people. There's a wrestling show that asked him to come on, and he said he had a hard time understanding them. And they do not have a thick accent. They do not at all.
Received a $5 tip.
It was very funny.
I was watching the documentary. I never even knew you beat Justin Wong at Evo. Win DSP, all hail the king. Yes, I did.
Evo qualifier. Hope you say that, Philip. I hope you say it.
I did in Super Turbo and versions of Super Turbo. I've beaten Justin Wong at Evo. Correct.
Okay, just want to be
And
clear.
it's documented. It's real. It actually happened. It's
At,
not.
Evo qualifier. Yes, it has happened. Correct.
Oh, it was the inferior version of Super Turbo on PS1.
Also
no,
correct.
It was actually the other versions too. I was always good at Super Turbo Street Fighter. It's just that people made shit up.
Oh, okay. Made shit up. Yes, we made shit up.
That he's
Didn't
bad?
I want Keem to email me? Lord X Law, were you not here for
He
the
is,
fucking
though.
interview when I told him I was razzing him the whole time and it was a way for me to stick back at him because he was trolling me online?
Okay, so maybe LTG's doing the same razzing.
Like, did you not watch the interview?
LTG's a big
I guess
razzer.
you're the only one. You're the only one. Good for you.
Yeah, you wasted a lot of
Jason,
people's
when is that Girl
time
with the
over
Big
that
Fish game coming out. I don't think it had a release date. I know what game you're talking about.
quote unquote, whatever you could
Big
call
Fish
that.
game?
Black Myth Wukong. Then I'm gonna look at other stuff. So Derek or otherwise, you're a fucking loser.
Kingly Dead Air. That's from his own chat, by the way. Aloha Snack Bar Legend says Christ before Roman Gov, Pontius Pilate, and Pilate knew he was innocent, but the Jewish I don't know how to say that word. I'm not very scream for his blood, and pick Pilate
Pharisees.
is washing his hands clean of the wrongful execution of an innocent man. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. So he's not washing his hands of the king. He's washing his hands of the execution of Philip. It's not his fault that Philip was executed by Joon. In other words. Oh, there you go. Now it makes sense. Now that makes a lot of sense. And I have been saying he's been hoarding it for far too long, honestly.
Oh, by the way, I missed a super chat here. I apologize. Daniel had done a super chat 12 minutes ago. He said the king has spoken. Suffer game industry, suffer. Sorry, Daniel. I'm so sorry. Really. Totally my fault that I missed your super chat. Now we can at least say that we have a super chat on the leaderboard. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for that.
If Rambo reached out, would you have him on the show? No, because Rambo would not want to be on the show.
If Rambo reached out, would he be on the show? That is the question. You can't say, therefore, he does not want to, because the hypothetical question means he already wants to, okay?
The whole point is that Rambo had enough of the internet drama.
Okay, there we go.
That was
So
caused
don't answer that.
by being
Gotcha.
associated with me when my trolls got so extreme that they started branching out into the other people involved with me.
So just don't
I feel
answer.
like that's why eventually he
easier.
just disappeared from the internet, because he wanted to completely separate himself from that level of drama. He would never want to be a guest on my show.
Okay.
He would want to have a private conversation behind the scenes that no one knows about.
Okay, similar to reaching out to you and see if you want to get on the show. Okay, gotcha. Just want to be clear there.
Okay.
King Lee Dead yes.
Near the end of the show. We're getting near the end, and then we're going to jump back into Black Myth Wukong, okay?
Don't sound so happy about it.
So last chance if you have something to ask. If you'd like to contribute, hopefully we can at least hit $50 by the end of the show. Would be great.
So if you can give me money, that'd be cool.
Oh, God, we gotta go.
So just like, give me money.
Guys, we gotta go to the games. We gotta play Black Myth Wukong. If you could, guys, honestly, seriously, I don't want to worry about it.
Dude, if you could just like give me money, that'd be cool. Come on. Come on.
Mr.
You know I don't make that much money when I play video games.
X-Post explained. I have no idea what you're talking about. X-Post explained.
You know, the social media you use, you call it X, even though no one else fucking does.
Am I going to continue chain together with the Kino Casino boys? Excuse me. Kino Casino boys. I have no idea. They're on vacation for a while, actually. I believe they're still on vacation for at least 2 more weeks.
Yeah, PPP's not on Twitter
And then when
tweeting
they
right
come
now.
back, we'll see what's up with them, how they're feeling,
coughing.
what they're thinking of doing for content. I have no problem doing another like one-off stream of Chain Together with them, if they wanted to.
Groom the hair,
Casino
groom the
is.
So I guess
hair,
we'll see.
groom the
What
hair,
happens,
groom
but,
the
I mean,
hair.
You're asking the wrong person. When they come back from their vacation, I'm sure then there'll be discussions of future stuff. But for now, I'm not against it. Why would I be against it? We had a good time, right? We had
No
a good
one
time
asked if
together.
you were.
Why are you so self-conscious? Why are you so, like, not confident about it? Jesus Christ. Just answer the question. Why are you so self-conscious about it? Why would I be against it? Why are you saying that? I never said I would be against it. I would definitely be for it, okay? They're on vacation right now. Mr. Extravagant says, I'm surprised DSP and Joon haven't had any arguments over whom is the true king. Mr. Extravagant, I would bet... I would bet something that will be the planned joke for Philip on that interview, okay? Get ready for it. That is the planned joke.
Choom Laboom asks, do you believe you could have been competitive
How
at
are you
Street Fighter 6
banned?
on the professional
No one is
level
banned.
if you focused in on it like you did during your Street Fighter Turbo days? Yes, but what that would have implied is I need to travel. I actually need to go to physical tournaments and play a wide variety of people to learn how to play the game offline and to learn various strategies that you're never going to see online implemented because you probably can't. There is a very big difference between playing a game exclusively online or playing it offline in a tournament. Zero time schedule. All right, I'll fix it.
Blah,
People
blah,
want to
blah.
play at a high level.
Do not care. Really do not care. Nervous Noodles, you are correct.
Shit.
Tonight should be fun. Way more fun than this. I promise you that.
What is he typing?
Oh my God.
Down. I probably have a typo in it though. Guys, we are 13 likes away from 250. Let's hit the 250 likes by the end of the show.
Thank you, Maurice.
And again, please, we can get some more contributions.
Come
That'd be
on,
great.
can you give me
Please.
money?
This is
Come on,
when I'm trying to play the game. And I hope
I'm gonna have to keep bringing it up.
because what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna have to keep bringing this shit up when I'm trying to play the game. And I hope we keep it going. Typically by now we would definitely have a lot more. So please consider contributing. Let's hit $50 right now. Just before the show.
Just give it
ends,
to me
we're
right
about to
now.
end in like 5
Just give me your
minutes,
money
okay?
right now. Just give it to me.
Yes,
Just give
I
it to
am
me,
Monkey
okay?
Spank.
Excuse me.
No.
The Doomer Ziggy, the lore legend, the lore connoisseur that brings more than you could ever abhor. Doomer Ziggy, tonight with me. He's a master of the old lore, too. That's why I got him for tonight.
I know this month is just weird because normally I'm Mr. Games. I'm the guy who plays all the big releases and I'm juggling them all. Normally my week this week would have been Black Myth Wukong, right now, Street Fighter tonight, tomorrow the Black Ops beta, and then probably some like Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
And then Wednesday probably.
Yeah, the Kino Casino basically told him that he should just beg more, just more openly, and he's doing it because he's just a stupid dickhead.
We would have done maybe some Star Wars instead of just dropping it, right? I probably would have done some Star Wars. And then I would have this week would have been an insanely heavy gameplay week. Instead, it's a light gameplay week because I got to react to this documentary, you know. So it's this weird mix and balance of stuff going on right now that I just got to deal with, and it's fine. It's just a lot of crazy stuff.
It's fine. I'm just gonna complain about it though.
And it's all at once. So once we get through this documentary, then we go.
It's so fine. I'm gonna cry about it.
Back to normalcy.
Definitely.
Anyways.
Yeah, Evil AJ was one of the. We definitely reached out to Evil AJ. He couldn't do it at that time for some reason, so we're kind of waiting for the right time next. But Evil AJ is always welcome, and he's not against it. Just for some reason, he couldn't do it when we asked the first time. But obviously, would love to have Evil AJ on. He's not a very public dude all the time, you know. Copes I Phil says, I think it's setting in this doc will hurt him. Maybe. We'll see.
Long live the king. Are you a coward? He says you should skip the doc. It will not go well. No, really. Are you a coward? In life, you face things head on.
Then react to the Turkey Tom
Power
documentary.
from them and pretend like they don't exist, right? Like, I'm going to do this whole documentary, react, have it done with, and move forward positively in my life. And the truth is, not everyone is going to like the answers that I have, and not everyone is going to like the fact that I can't show you all of my personal information to prove or disprove things. I don't care.
We don't need personal information,
Sounds like you
just like
do.
a screen name or even like a few letters from the screen name. That's kind of it, actually.
Most people don't give a shit anyway.
Oh,
they're like, this is stupid.
Then why
This
are
shit
you
that people
reacting
hating
to
on
it?
you for, right? Like,
yeah, the 24,000 people that were watching when the stream was on live, they don't really care. I'm pretty sure they didn't care. The 24,000 people watching it premiere, or however many thousand it was, they definitely didn't care.
fucking playing a mobile game, or even the bankruptcy shit is so dumb because I've already gone over a million.
You said that they
times
stole money from
in a
your
very
account,
logical
but I
manner
guess
that makes sense to anyone
that's
who
dumb
has
and
a
no one
logical
cares.
mind. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Thank you.
People don't want logic; they want drama.
Yes.
So they just keep thinking weird shit instead of the thing that. What do they say in a case?
They keep
where,
thinking weird shit instead of the thing that.
Sandwich shop.
Gotcha.
Sandwich shop.
There's a saying, and it's like,
pizza
obviously,
for
usually
me.
In most cases, it's the most logical thing that actually is the truth, not the crazy fringe insano.
That's Occam's razor you're speaking of, and that actually means Philip Burnell will do what is the laziest. Philip Burnell will always take the laziest path in any choice given to him. That's Occam's razor. That's what you're trying to think of, Philip.
Logical thing that actually is the truth, not the crazy fringe insano thing. And
wow, well
whenever
said.
I try to present a logical case for something, no one wants to hear it
Because you bring no evidence.
So that's the.
Because
you
the
just say,
logical
"Nuh-uh."
case is often that's not true. That's the logical case that Philip offers, which is the same thing that Stuttering Craig did not believe, and now he has backstabbed him for not believing the "that's not true" thing.
That's the thing. It drives me nuts that if people would just think matter-of-factly and logically about things, they probably would have figured out everything by now. And it
What
would
does
have all
that
made sense.
mean?
But no one wants to do that. Everyone just wants to think, what's the most extreme, stupid thing? Phil's a heinous villain, a horrendous criminal, a terrible
He
person,
did lie
a terrible husband,
on
and
his
a terrible
bankruptcy
blah, blah, blah.
forms and committed perjury.
But that's not the truth.
There's reasons for all
But
of
it's
those
not
thoughts,
true.
right? That's
Just
all I
believe
can
me.
say. Is there's reasons for every single one of those thoughts you said, right? So sometimes people do sum it up by saying things like that. But however, there is always reasons for all of those thoughts, right? But I know and you're trying to speak to your fan base here, so you're not going to bring that part up. But unfortunately, there is reasons for every single one of those points you just said. That's the thing you have to debunk. It's not just, I'm not a villain. That doesn't mean anything. You have to say, I didn't do this because if you didn't do the bad thing, then you wouldn't be the villain. So just try to explain away the reasons people think those things. You can't just say, I'm not bad. That doesn't really do anything.
The truth is somewhere in the middle of everything that people say, but no one's been able to figure it out, and I can't talk about it because it puts everything in my life at personal risk.
That makes no
So
sense.
I can't open up all my accounts and shit to show you, right?
Just one
so
account
some
name.
people will not give a fuck.
That's already
Some
public.
people will give a fuck and hate me because I'm not going to say or do or prove innocence in certain cases. But for the most part, this last month has shown most people just won't give a fuck.
No, he cares.
That's not. There's no proof of grooming. I'll be
Says
very
guy who cares.
matter of fact in this one. There's no proof of grooming. Correct.
Haven't done horrendous, awful, illegal actions.
Perjury, yes.
Well, that's a little bit more of a gray area there, but okay, go ahead.
I haven't fucking faked cancer.
You did not fake cancer, correct?
You faked a back injury.
You have not doxed, but you threatened to do so, correct?
Fucking scammed. I haven't.
Oh, now you're going a little bit past the point of me just sitting here quietly. All right. So that last one you definitely did and even admitted to doing. So that's a little bit different there.
I haven't fucking faked cancer. I haven't doxed. I haven't fucking scammed. I haven't
scammed.
Faked the severely herniated discs in his back.
We're gonna let him cook. We'll wait for tonight. We'll wait for tonight to get the receipts on how many of those do you want to show.
Any of these awful things that other people have done. No fundraisers that I didn't give the money away, but I held on to it for years and years.
Oh, yeah, you kept the money, but there was a fundraiser for a certain clawless son you have there.
None of that shit. So at the end of the day, you can make a 4-hour documentary.
Yeah.
But if it's a 4-hour documentary of a lot of lame, tame shit and things that
lame, tame shit. So he is fully get into the Kino angle of you haven't doxed any, the company line of Kino Casino of how he's not that bad, right? Philip doesn't. His kids aren't addicted to drugs like Raqueta. He hasn't faked cancer like Boogie. Yeah, I mean, if that's what it takes to defend you. Doesn't mean you're that good of a person, does it? You're not Hitler. Okay. Well, that's level 1, all right? You're not Hitler. Got it. Okay, what's level 2? You know what I mean?
were blown out of proportion that no one should really care about, then who cares? Why would I be afraid to react to the documentary?
Yep.
You said there were parts that you were afraid to react to.
You can see what's on his mind.
I just don't get it.
That was not even a tip. He could have moved right past that one, but he chose not to. What's your opinion on tucking?
Me doxing some guys in the doc? Well, good. I look forward very much.
Yes.
I look forward to watching the documentary and
Me
finding
too.
that out. Because maybe at some point there was a fringe time in my 16 plus years.
What's a fringe time? What's a fringe time?
The YouTuber.
I never did that. There's a part where you did.
But it
well,
literally
okay.
doesn't come to mind at all.
Because I don't remember. Okay.
I hate to say this. I really hate to do this. But just because something doesn't come to mind doesn't mean you didn't do it. I hate to bring this up, everybody, but here's the fact. When you do something, just because you can't remember doing it, doesn't mean you can wash your hands of all blame of doing that thing. It's kind of crazy, actually, how that works. Because I definitely, when I was in my drinking days, I did a lot of stuff when I was drunk, and the next morning, I don't know what people were talking about. But I still people were pissed when sometimes I did some bad shit those days. Like peeing in sinks and stuff. It was wild. But I still took responsibility for what I did during my drunk times. But Philip is asking for you to forget those pesky little times he can't remember because he doesn't remember it. Sound good?
At all. Because I would never do that.
Imagine if DSP had like the neuralizer from Men in Black. He would just use it on himself anytime he did anything bad, thinking it absolved him of any like punishment or responsibility because he'd be like, I don't even remember.
Actively, unless maybe I did a million years ago and I don't remember it. But if it's
So
some
then
of the
what?
recent shit, like for example, a few years ago, where some person
Correct.
tried to set me up and they sent me a Photoshop.
No, it wasn't
version-
just a sink. I was a notorious P wherever. I said sink to kind of save face, honestly, but that's as far as I'm gonna go. But I was a anywhere pisser, just being honest. At my worst. You know, when you're blacked out, who knows, you know? But those days are long past, guys.
version of their driver's license.
Golden shower. I was giving golden showers everywhere. I was throwing showers everywhere, and there were golden showers. People loved it.
All the information that was important blocked. Okay. And then I said to my moderators in chat, did anyone else get anything like this? because this is weird. I don't know why someone would send me a Photoshopped license.
There was no point of view for tasting
and then one
the
of my
image.
moderators, moderators in chat that was important, shopped a version where some.
So remember, he couldn't remember doing it. So here we go. Let me listen to this clearly because we might have to debunk already.
If it's some of the recent shit, like for example, a few years ago, where some person tried to set me up and they sent me a Photoshopped version of their driver's license, where it had all the information that was important blocked. Okay. And then I said to my moderators in chat, did anyone else get anything like this? Because this is weird. I don't know why someone would send me a Photoshopped license. It kind of seems like it's a weird trap.
I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part. I don't remember the second part. Do you? There was nothing blocked on that thing.
And then one of my moderators was a detractor sitting in there, fooling everyone to thinking that they were, someone friendly.
No,
and then
Anonymous was a fan.
Irrelevant. Listen, I did a lot of bad shit, but there was also a detractor in there that told everyone about the bad shit I was doing. If he wasn't there, none of you would have found out. Sound good? Christian C, no, he has not. Big up, but he has still not mentioned that. Someone asked about it, and he said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Took it and put it. You see, he doxed him.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm asking you if anyone sent you the info like this as an attempt at setting us up, saying we're doxing people.
Oh, don't worry, we'll watch that clip if it comes to it.
And now you're saying I doxed someone.
Okay.
I didn't dox anyone. It basically, they bit right into it. Like that was the trap to begin with. That was what they were planning to do.
Oh, so you did dox them then? Okay, gotcha. Oh yeah, he Philip did a tweet. That said, this was it. It just said down, and it was basically, he's not admitting it's down from the rafters. He was just trying to get attention back on him because all attention of the internet, in this corner of the internet, I should say, was on Joon, and Philip didn't like that, so he had to do this to get attention back on him. That's basically it.
But there was no doxing. I never went on the internet and showed everyone someone's license, right? I wouldn't even be able to because the license was already photoshopped to block information.
Well, I hope that's shown in the documentary then, huh, Philip? Then you have no problems. Also, what about the time when you threatened to do it?
So it doesn't make sense what you say. Again, it was all a stupid trap. You know what I'm saying?
So you did it.
No.
So you did it. Okay. So you did it, but it was a trap. Okay.
That's what I mean. It's just so stupid. The stuff that people have tried to say that I did over the years, right? It just makes no sense at all.
It makes exact sense, and you tried to explain it very poorly about what happened. Oh, okay. Biggest Boss is premiering it and saying the WBP champion section and the DSP fans are mentally challenged were the best parts.
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet. I still got to watch it before our show tomorrow.
You think it's 4 hours of boring stuff? Well,
Right.
if it's 4 hours of boring stuff, then I can't help that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Don't worry.
Like literally, if it's the longest documentary ever made, but at the end of the day, everyone thinks it's boring. I mean, I can't make the documentary be interesting.
Let's check
All
the
I can
comments.
Do is add information and my own experience to it to try to add supplemental information and explain situations.
Let's
But
check the comments then.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see if it's looking
there's-
boring.
If it's boring, it's boring. Right?
Let's check the comments. Can we check those? Get a good taste of what people are thinking? Kind of scared to do that, huh? Not sure that would work out well, huh?
Spawn Killer did two super chats. The first, he says, when you were a wrestling fan, did you live in to face Meltzer? And he meant to say Dave Meltzer. I've heard of him, and I think that he had interaction. I told you I used to watch that show. I keep forgetting the name of it. The guy who's here in Bothell, Washington.
Oh, yeah. G.I. Joe.
I totally forget his name.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I used to listen to that sometimes.
Who was that? Starscream?
Ages
Oh, that was
ago.
Transformers. Hang on.
When I was more
Dino
into wrestling.
Riders?
And sometimes he would have interaction with Dave Meltzer on his show.
Dave Meltzer.
Brian
Gotcha.
Alvarez. Thank you. That's what it
Yes.
is. Brian Alvarez.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking
watched
of the same
his show
thing.
and I liked it, or I listened to his show and I liked it. But yeah, so that was it. That's
Brian Boitano. Absolutely correct.
Anyways.
Nancy Cardigan. Or was it Nancy Kerrigan?
Nancy Cardigan.
Nancy Kerrigan. That's what I was thinking of.
Nancy Cardigan. Anyways.
No,
yeah.
see, that's the thing. Sambuca says, I guess compared to like Rikita, it's boring. Nick Rikita. But here's the thing. You're right. Like now, when you start to hear stories about people who consider
Let's bring up actual, people that are on trial to go to jail as a comparison for me to make me sound better. Okay, gotcha. Let's go.
or internet drama, lol cows, or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You think, oh, it's the guy who literally ran a fundraiser for like 10 years straight and kept the money and never gave it to any charity, despite saying publicly that he did.
But then he
The
did.
guy who publicly scammed and doxed people and did these horrible things. The guy who faked cancer. The guy who's doing drugs
here we
and
go.
blow. The guy who's doing this. That's what you're thinking. Like, literally, none of that is going to be in my documentary. None of it's ever happened.
That's why you're more interesting to me. I know some people like those horror cows, but that's why it's more interesting because it's more low-level, scummy shit. It's not like life or death situations where kids are getting fucked, thank God. The only person that's getting screwed is the fans in your audience and also a declawed cat and a wife that could have a much better life elsewhere. That's why it's interesting, actually. But okay.
Compared to these people who people like to blow up as the drama people on YouTube, I am very boring. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even understand. Like,
okay, well, Ricada is boring compared to like a mass murderer. So what's your
my
point?
detractors are so fucking loud and annoying.
Stupid. Yeah, we asked
Joon
that
for
they
4
kept
hours.
yelling for it. But I don't think anything warrants.
Joon, 4 hours, please.
This documentary to be that long. I just don't get it. I don't know what's going to be in it that besides going through every piece of minutia, that probably isn't that interesting, right?
We'll see.
Nope.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, big ups, B-Set Hog. I'm getting excited then. We'll see. Tomorrow, that being said, by the way, we'll get into it. And tonight as well.
There's no way you guys could even watch the whole thing yet because it came out. Okay, I take it back. I guess you could have. It started at 9 and it's 3 hours, 42 minutes, and now it's almost 1. So technically you could have watched the whole thing, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and just end the pre-stream already.
Yeah, a lot of people are basically saying they skipped through a lot of it. It's the same stuff that's already been said.
Right, definitely.
The RTU one was way more interesting.
Right, definitely. Uh-huh. Nothing to worry about then, huh?
Yeah, and the I Justine thing. It's so dumb because it lasted 10 seconds. It was
when you do fucked up shit that only lasts 10 seconds, it doesn't mean it wasn't fucked up. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. Do I have to bring it up? Yeah, it did take 10 seconds, but here's what you said, okay? Just in case someone might forget out there. This is exactly what they said. We'll read it just for completion's sake, right? We want to make sure we have all the facts out here. So here we go.
So there was a point where DSP was watching the Rich Review Tech documentary where Rich's mother came into his room and they had a short exchange. That lasted about 10 seconds. DSP said that was the worst thing that Rich had done in that entire documentary. So come on, dude.
Here we go. Justine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place. Now, that doesn't seem very chill and positive to me. It did only take 10 seconds, but unfortunately, that doesn't really save it from being an abhorrent thing to say about someone that you are just jealous of, right? And it only took 10 seconds. Cool.
It was me in my stream chat, not even saying something publicly in a video.
Saying things in a public chat is public. Just like.
But in my stream chat, on a bad day, I was upset about something, and I
upset about something? Upset about her being in a place of above you in the gaming landscape? Is that what you're upset about? So what do you do when a woman is above you? You accuse her of getting to where she is by being gangbanged. That's how we deal with that? Oh. Okay. Thank you. Yes, this is private. Everything I say in here is private in my chat. Thank you.
But in my stream chat, on a bad day, I was upset about something, and I said a stupid
people don't
bad
tend to do
comment
fucked up shit on a good day.
Justine in my stream chat.
Yes.
My detractors clipped that and put it.
Is that the bad part? That's the bad part. Screenshot. Accusing someone of being where they are because they gangbanged a company. Okay. Great defense here. Man, we're going to have fun tonight, huh?
In their content, they blew it up. They went to her and harassed her saying, did you hear that this streamer guy said this about you?
Harassed, meaning someone tweeted at her, yes.
She responded, oh, that's pretty messed up. And that was literally...
Nope, she said this guy clearly needs help. That was the exact thing she said, but let's go.
The end of it. And then, like, later I apologized for it. And that's it. Like, there's not even anything there.
Later, he apologized after someone told him in his chat, did you ever apologize to IJC? He said, okay, now I'll do it. That's what he said. Now I'll do it. I'll show you. Let's start to debunk right now. Why not? We're just going to lie like this. All right, let's go. All right. So, here we go. iJustine. Let's see the apology for iJustine. You tell me the sincerity here.
$10,000. Draw. All right, this is crazy. All right, let's talk. YOLO Dabber tipped me $1. He says, Phil, I was trying to think of ideas to help you raise funds, and I was wondering what you thought. For like $10,000, you could Skype with you-know-who and just talk. I'm sure it would draw a ton of interest. Shark, this makes you mad, not my intention. All right, so for $10,000. For $10,000.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I agree. I would Skype with iJustine, and I would apologize for my very sexist and nasty sexual comments about her a couple years ago, because I do feel now that those were in the wrong, and I should have never made those comments. For $10,000, I will Skype with iJustine and personally apologize to her for being an asshole. There.
Okay, you guys tell me. How sincere was that apology? Okay. You tell me. You tell me.
There at all of any substance. Nothing happened.
You tell
me. The fact that it's in here means that you know that these idiots talked about it endlessly like it was something of meaning, right?
Okay, I'll just keep this up here because this is the thing that doesn't have meaning. Just in case some people might think, I don't want people to think there's no meaning here, of course. So this is the thing he's talking about that has no meaning. Okay, just to be clear here. Here, I'll put it right there. This has no meaning, okay?
Know that these of any substance. Nothing happened.
Okay, wait.
And that was literally the end of it.
Uh-huh.
And then, like, later I apologized for it. And
I pledge you the apology?
That's it. Like, there's not even anything there at all of any substance. Nothing happened.
Okay.
But the fact that it's in here means that you know that these idiots talked about it endlessly like it was something of meaning, right?
Okay, so, again, who can decide if this is something of meaning or not?
It's just so dumb.
This is dumb. Saying something like this is dumb. Blaming detractors for it is even dumber.
Thank you, Volsair, for 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that.
Big ups, JE 5150. Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to think it's full of a lot of slander. iJustine, the crime that iJustine that raised Phil's ire so much was she was hosting E3. That is the beginning and end of it. Oh, her career in general, she's still making YouTube videos, but like, she's like,
And SRK incel posts, you're talking about things from 20 plus years ago.
Those incel
Me in my
posts.
early 20s getting drunk at night and doing dumb posts on a stupid website.
Yeah, like the incel ones, those are pretty hype, dude. Okay.
It's dumb. It's dumb shit, obviously. It's like the brain of a, an intellectual
it's the brain of a
who just fucking doing dumb shit at night, scrolling on the internet and saying dumb things, right?
Well...
None of it matters. It's pointless shit.
Okay. He is feeling it now. Can you tell?
Anyways, can you guys give me money?
No, Kat's not playing anything. Kat was going to play Star Wars Outlaws, and then I told her about it, and she's like,
"Oh, just for the record here, let's just check on those posts. I mean, they're meaningless, right?" So the post here, just to read it, just in case anyone hasn't heard this before, the posts we're talking about here are not just. He kind of tried to make it seem not so important, but these are 10. Look how long this post is, by the way. But Philip was 21 years old, and he said all women are these 10 things: extremely selfish and self-centered, too busy feeling sorry for herself to anyone else, And you know the list. And later he said, even my own mother, which is a little bit weird. And he said things like a total slut, total tease, total liar. And he even said that my mother was like that. So just makes you think about, makes you think a little bit. For me personally, seems a little weird. Not just cringy shit. And we all done cringy shit, but I will say this. I posted this to me because here we go. I'm talking about, but can someone here explain to me why every woman I've encountered is one or more of the above, or why women always says they want nice guys but then seem to act otherwise? I'm not just talking about women I've been in relationships with. I'm talking about friends, relatives, the ex-girlfriends of some of my male friends, and hell, even my own mother. Okay.
Like, I'm not playing that. She had no idea the whole game was stealth. It like the whole first 5 hours, you're mostly doing stealth, and it's fucking boring, right?
You tell me.
Everyone who end, guys, it's 1 o'clock.
Time to fuck
Thank
off.
you for chilling with me
We
here on
are
the show. I hope
rattled.
you enjoyed it. Thanks to everyone who supported in some way. Over 600 viewers, 261 likes. We got a few super chats, a few members. Hopefully we'll hit the tip skull. At this point, that's what I'm nervous about right now.
I'm
Because
nervous.
Here we are. We went the whole
I'm
show.
nervous.
And
You're
we're
not
at
giving me
$40.
your money. I need your
Hopefully we'll get some tips during
money.
the
Feel
gameplay.
accepted. Okay, fuck up. Go fucking die, dude. This is Pippa Clippa. What you saying? Oh, unmute. Pee. Oh my god.
Hi. Sarah, than you. Why are you brown? Yo, who got you looking like a dollar store Barbie? What the hell? What the hell? Why are you so mean? Why are you so mean? Brazilian Pippa. I wanted to become Gyaru, so I became Gyaru. Frick you, chat. Feet! Feet for free? Everybody, make sure to like.
That is pretty funny that that Pippa had her spot in the Joon the King documentary. She's made it, you guys. She's finally made it. Speaking of that moonshine, that reminded me of one of these clips. I don't know if it was posted on YouTube or was it Twitter only. This is this one.
You will never be a real VTuber. You have no model. You have no rigging. You have no talent. You are a freakish VTweeter, twisted by drugs and laziness into a crude mockery of Chuba perfection.
This is Sawa, by the way.
All the likes and retweets you get are two-faced and half-hearted. Behind your back, your followers mock you. Your online friends laugh at your perpetual pre-debut status behind closed doors. Longtime VTuber fans are utterly repulsed by you. Thousands of years of evolution have allowed weebs to sniff out tourists and antis with incredible efficiency. Even VTubers who pass look generic and unappealing to a weeb. Your Twitter bio is a dead giveaway. And even if you manage to get drunk on stream and do something remotely funny, he'll turn tail in both the second he gets a peek at your anti-lolly tweets. You will never be happy. You wrench out a fake smile every single stream and tell yourself it's going to be okay. But deep inside, you can't help but feel the depression creeping up as the lack of social media engagement dwindles down to nothing but hatred for what you have become. Eventually, it'll be too much to bear, and you'll have an unused $9,000 model, unused $3,000 rig, an unwatched debut trailer, and no friends to cry to. Your parents will find you heartbroken, but relieved that they will no longer have to live with the unbearable shame and disappointment of living with an always online Twitter freak. They'll take away your Wi-Fi privileges, make you get a job, make you sell your model to someone worth a damn. Your Twitter will decay and fade into obscurity, and all that will remain of your legacy is a Twitter history that is unmistakably retarded. This is your fate. This is what you chose. There is no turning back.
Some people were hit harder than that than they expected. Let's check out what Anley's doing on Twitch. No, not another ad. God, who gifted me? Someone gifted me a sub to Indrid. Someone gifted me a sub to Tevin. My gift sub to Anlead has expired. What a shame. I need more gift subs. Oh, wow, a Hyundai Elantra. Can't resist. Gotta have one of those.
Tractor, but like lolcow style content in terms of making their food that they have made over the years. So if you've ever wanted to see the guy make DSP's famous fucking meatballs and Italian sauce, there you go. He made the fucking meatballs and Italian sauce. And he made a whole ass intro for it and everything. It's pretty good. Makes it, tastes it. It's really, really good.
He says that you might
This
as well
was
should
bad.
have
He also
bought like
made
a
LTG's,
store brand sauce.
I think it's lasagna? Spaghetti? No, it's a baked spaghetti. And he said that was a recommendation. He's pretty cool. He makes a lot of fun stuff. He may or may not have dunked on me specifically for the fucking cherry peach. We'll watch that here.
That's a great
later.
thumbnail.
But I highly suggest, if you haven't already, give this guy a subscription on YouTube. He is the guy that runs lolcowgo.net. So if you want to look up stuff about Cobra, he's an avid fan of Cobra and he likes DSP content. It's pretty good.
Is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something
Friends
bigger.
are watching the
It was
doc,
sticking
dude.
with viewers and they
big
wanted
ups.
more of it.
Watching
Evil Livium says, I think the black DSP merch shirt, t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil will be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day,
Yes.
I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. Doesn't matter.
And then
anyway. So we
he
leave the tips goal, I'll wear
makes
the
you
vest. If
think
we
it
raise
matters.
$200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya.
Want to just go raid and lead? This has been a long, boring stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Not the morning, the evening. I'll be beyond WPIG as he watches the documentary. We'll have fun. I got stuff to do tomorrow in the AM. Thank you everybody for hanging out and stopping by. Thank you Moaitis. Thank you Hayabusa Feather. Thank you Tor's New Yasaka. I tried that one. Lonely Sully. Pancake Mix. Thank you everybody for hanging out and stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go take a nap because I'm feeling pretty tired. You guys have a good one. May the good blood guide your way.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, "Would I put on the
Much
vest
appreciated.
for a certain tip?" And I said, "If we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest." And then we hit the
Stay
tips
tuned
goal,
this week
so I put on
for
the vest,
Dustborn.
just to be silly.
Oh my
But it's
God.
not going to be something that happens every
I
day.
need to get some headache
If
medicine
only
for that.
Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gets us to $106 in tips.
Vest
we have
streak,
reached
baby.
Vest streak number 13.
Hell
We're on
yeah.
an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak.